80 of us fell asleep in our own beds and woke up in the same luxury apartment building, and by the first morning, everyone was comparing what the system had handed them. Not one of them mentioned failing, not one. So out of 80 people, the system had looked at all of us, handed out 80 gifts, and skipped exactly me. I sat down on a leather sofa that cost more than my father's car and did the math I did not want to do. The announcement had said 100 players eventually. It had said 80 survival stones now and 20 more on day 8 when the veterans arrived. It had said this building would demolish itself on day 11 and anyone without a stone would go with it. So the first 8 days were the only window any of us had to get strong before the professionals showed up to take our things. And I was going to spend that window being the one guy in the class with no powers. I did what any reasonable person does when a service fails them. I opened the panel, jabbed the talent slot like it was a vending machine that ate my coins, and started swearing at it. Awakening failed. Awakening failed. If it failed, then do it again. What kind of garbage bug is this? Do you believe I will leave a bad review and report you? I want to be clear that I was not being clever. I was a kid yelling at a screen. Ding. Player's talent awakening failed. Reawakening of the talent will now be arranged. I stopped breathing. Congratulations on awakening your compensatory talent. Infinite clone. Rank X. I read it 4 times. Rank X. Not S. Not A. Not any letter that belongs on a scale. Somebody had reached past the end of the alphabet for me, and I want you to remember that I got there by threatening a death game with a 1-star review. The description was 3 lines, and every one of them was a door. Generate 1 clone per day. Generate a clone by paying a certain price. At midnight, you may merge a designated clone back into yourself. I made my free one immediately because I am not a patient person. Ding. Congratulations on creating a clone. And then the world doubled. I had 2 sets of eyes, 2 sets of hands. I was standing on the carpet looking at myself, and I was also on the carpet being looked at, and both of those were true at the same time, and my brain took about 4 seconds to stop screaming about it and start using it. I pushed most of myself into the new body, called up his panel, and that was when I understood what I was actually holding, because the clone had his own talent. Gold element affinity, rank C, chance to learn metal type skills, half cost, double power, and a free skill sitting under it, golden light technique, rank D, which fires a beam of gold at whatever you are annoyed by. The clone had a talent, a separate one, rolled fresh. So if every clone comes with its own roll, then the ceiling on this thing is not a ceiling. It is a weather pattern. Enough clones and something S rank falls out. Enough clones after that and something above S rank falls out. In theory, in a stupid enough quantity, I could own every talent in the building. I sat there with my heart going like a fire alarm. Then I calmed down, because I did the honest version of the math. Right now, I had 1 clone with a C rank talent and a D rank skill, and a main body with a combat strength of 0.5 and no skills at all. My talent ceiling was the sky. My floor was a wet paper bag. This was statistically the weakest I would ever be for the rest of my life, and it was also day 1, and the weakest day of your life is a very bad day to be in a building that eats people. Grow fast or hide well. Those were the options. Then I looked at the front door and remembered there was a third thing, which was rent. I walked over and slapped my palm on it, which is how you get a lease to talk to you here. Apartment size, 250.88 square meters. Rent, $125,440 per day. I read it. I read it again. I went back to the chat group where my classmates were cheerfully comparing their own numbers, and the numbers were things like 600, 800. One girl was upset about 2,000 and change, and everyone was consoling her. 125,000. Mine cost more than all 79 of theirs put together. The system had failed to give me a talent and then build me for a penthouse. Why not just rob me? Genuinely. Come to the door with a bag and a crowbar. It would be less work for both of us. Terminate the lease. Obviously terminate the lease. That was the entire plan, and it lasted about 11 minutes, because the plan required going downstairs, and downstairs was where everyone else already was. A guy named Chen Hao had gotten there first. He came into the group like a man announcing a merger. Classmates, I have been struggling with this for a long time, but I have decided to share some good news. He had awakened lightning affinity at rank S. He had learned 2 skills off the bat. His combat strength was 48. Mine was 0.5, and my clone's was 5.5, and 48 landed on that chat group like a piano. Brother Hao. Brother Hao, do you remember those nights we stayed up gaming? We said we would stick together when we made it. Brother Hao, please help me. I am only rank E. My whole class discovered feudalism in under an hour, and I watched it happen in real time. I thought about joining the pile. I really did. Then I remembered that I was the kid nobody could pick out of a class photo. Introverted, average grades, no hobbies anyone cared about, walked to school alone and walked home alone. If I went and knelt in front of Chen Hao, he would not even bother ignoring me, because ignoring requires noticing first, so I sent my clone down instead. Kitchen knife in one hand, which was the strongest weapon my luxury apartment had to offer, because nothing says presidential suite like a paring knife. The corridor outside was long and badly lit, a door every 3 meters, a number on each one. Mine said 2025, 20th floor, room 25. I went right, toward the red light, the way Chen Hao had told everyone to. And while my clone walked, the announcement went off in my head. Congratulations to Liu Meiling for becoming the first player in this apartment to reach level 1. Level 1. Somebody had already leveled. The chat group went off like a kicked hornet's nest. How? How did she do it? Liu Meiling, come out and share. We are all classmates here. She did not answer for a long time, and the longer she did not answer, the uglier they got about it. And inside of 90 seconds, a girl who had done nothing but succeed had been unanimously voted the enemy of the people. Then she posted, and she did not post an explanation. She posted her panel, level 1, fitness 6.8, energy 8.4, combat strength 68, talent, dark element affinity, rank S, skills, shadow clone, rank A, summon undead rank B, black whirlwind rank B, 68, 20 points above the boy who had just been crowned king. The chat group went so quiet I could hear the elevator, and then Liu Meiling, who is the single most dangerous person I met that day, and I have since met people who are made of snakes, started talking. Skill comprehension is likely tied to talent level and aptitude. The higher your comprehension, the more you learn. Are there any talents here ranked above S? I looked at the letter X sitting quietly on my own panel and said absolutely nothing, and I want a medal for it. Then she got to the point. She would share the secret to leveling, on one condition. Everyone who wanted in had to gather on the first floor, and everyone who joined had to post their panel and their room number, and report their movements to her and to Chen Hao, and split everything they found. She called it the Unity and Mutual Aid Group. I have to hand it to her. It was a beautiful piece of work. It sounded like a lifeboat, and it was a payroll. And the whole class, still 18 years old, still assuming that the adults were coming, climbed in and thanked her for the ride. I climbed in too. Not because I believed a word of it, because I could afford to. Everyone else was joining with their only body. I was joining with a spare. If the group turned out to be a trap, it caught a copy. Meanwhile, the real me would still be upstairs, and there would be a new copy tomorrow, and a new one the day after that. The elevator arrived with a ding, long, rectangular, dim, with a faint red glow, and I noticed on the way down that it never stopped for anyone. There was one elevator in this building and 100 people using it, and I did not meet a single one. That should have bothered me more than it did. I stepped out on the first floor, and a voice went holy crap directly into my ear. Wei Jian, math genius, full marks in every subject with a number in it, and reliably below sea level in every subject with a word in it. He was clutching his chest like I had jumped out of a cupboard. I just got out of the elevator, he said, and you came out right after me, and I never saw you in there. There is something wrong with this elevator. Then the doors opened again, and Wei Yue came out. Round face, big eyes, the kind of gentle that makes people volunteer to carry things for her. She lit up at Wei Jian. She looked straight through me, then did the little social scramble where you pretend to remember someone. Li Wei, I said, saving her the trouble. Oh right, Li Wei, she said, in the tone of someone reading a name off a package, which suited me. I did not want to be remembered. I wanted to be furniture. They compared talents on the walk-in, the way you compare exam scores. Wei Yue had spatial element affinity at rank B, which nobody had even heard of, and she performed being disappointed about it so beautifully that I nearly clapped. Wei Jian had rank C fire, which is nothing, except he had learned a C skill and a D skill off it, which meant his comprehension was freakish, which meant he was going to be somebody. He was very sad about his rank C. He was so sad about it that he brought it up 4 times. Then he asked me, rank C gold element affinity, I said. 1 skill, golden light technique, rank D. Only the 1D grade, he said. I nodded. He sighed and told me that a normal rank C awakens a D or an E, and then, worried he had hurt me, added that he was not saying my talent was bad, he was just analyzing the general situation. He was analyzing that he was better than me. He was correct. He was also talking to 1/3 of me. Inside the lobby, at a reception desk near the entrance, sat the apartment administrator. Middle-aged man, cold face, the exact expression of a civil servant 9 minutes before closing. Around him, the herd. And in front of us, blocking the way like a hall monitor with a clipboard, was Ma Tian from Class 2, who had appointed himself registrar and was writing down everyone's panel and everyone's room number in a little book. Everyone's room number, in a book. That one is going to come back, and I want you to remember that it started here, with a boy being helpful. He was happy to show us the register, because Sister Liu and Brother Hao believe in transparency. 30-odd names, mostly C and D. 3 people at E and F who had learned nothing at all and were, in his words, basically useless. 1 single A rank who had only managed a C skill. Wei Jian, he announced, was top 5 easy. Wei Jian's tragic rank C mood evaporated on the spot. And then Ma Tian asked the question that changed my whole day. By the way, did you find the black iron treasure chest in your apartment? Wei Jian exploded. There are chests. In the rooms. Why did nobody say anything in the group? He was already turning to run. Not everybody has one, Ma Tian said, amused. Out of 30 odd of us, 1 girl found a black iron chest. There was a red fruit in it. She was scared it was poison, brought it in, Guo Peng scanned it, turned out to be a spirit fruit. She ate it and her stamina went up half a point on the spot. Half a point. 1 black iron chest, 1 girl, half a point. I kept my face where it was, and upstairs, on the 20th floor, my main body was standing very still in a walk-in wardrobe holding a treasure chest made of bronze. I had found it about 4 minutes earlier while checking the apartment for cameras. It was sitting in a glass display case among the shelves, dull, ugly, wrong, like somebody had left a wheel clamp in a jewelry store. That is the only reason I noticed it. It did not match. I tied a clothesline to it and opened it from behind the kitchen island because I have seen movies. Nothing exploded. Inside was a black mask. I put it on, and a warm current went through me like a shot of something expensive, and my fitness went up a full point, and my energy went up too, which is 4 times what the entire mutual aid group had managed to squeeze out of their 1 black iron fruit. Then I looked in the mirror and screamed, quietly, in the manner of a man who lives alone. There was a bald middle-aged stranger in my bathroom. It took me a full 10 seconds to work out that the bald middle-aged stranger was me. The mask does not change your face. It changes your face, your hair, your build, your entire silhouette. I took it off. Handsome teenager. Put it on. Bald man. Off, on, off, on. I did that about 11 times because I was 17, and it was the coolest thing that had ever happened to me. And then, mid-flip, the bald man vanished out of the mirror entirely. Effect 1, disguise. Effect 2, invisibility. I stood in a bathroom I could not see myself in and understood that the building had just handed me the one thing my talent was missing. Because the flaw in owning an army of yourself is that they all have your face. Now the main body could walk around as a bald stranger, and the clone could walk around as me, and nobody would ever stand them next to each other. 1 bronze chest had done that. And the black iron chest, the 1 rank below, had produced half a point of stamina and a scare about poison. So the good stuff scales with the floor, and I was on the top floor anyone had, and it had just occurred to me that the reason the rent was insane might not be that the building hated me. It might be that the building was charging me for the good shelves. Downstairs, Ma Tian was still talking, and he had moved on to my favorite subject. Li Wei, your room number is 2025. Is that the 20th floor? Yes, that is the highest I have seen. What is your rent? I did not see any reason to lie. Just over 125,000. The silence that followed had a shape to it. Wei Yue got there first, in a small voice. So expensive. I thought a few thousand was outrageous. Yours is actually over 10,000. You really have to cancel the lease, right? And then Ma Tian explained in the careful voice of a man reading out a sentence, exactly how canceling worked. Cancel in the morning, 50% penalty. Cancel in the afternoon, 80%. After 10 at night, the channel closes and you owe the whole thing. Half of my rent was 60,000. Every other student in the building was going to spend the day scrambling for 600. He did not finish the sentence. He did not have to. All 3 of them were now standing in front of a boy who was going to be deleted at midnight, and all 3 of them were doing the same quiet arithmetic behind their eyes, and none of them said the thing they were thinking, which was that the mutual aid group could probably cover it if it wanted to. Wei Yue actually opened her mouth to offer. I watched her decide not to. I did not blame her, and I want to be honest about that. She was soft-hearted, not stupid. 60,000 is not a favor. 60,000 is everyone in the room going hungry for a boy nobody could pick out of a class photo, so they comforted me instead. That is free. And upstairs, alone in a 250 square meter apartment with a mask that made me invisible, I stopped waiting for anyone to save me and started working out what I could sell. Here is what the building offered a person who needed money. 4 ways to earn. Errand running, which is being a delivery driver. Tutoring, for residents with children, and nobody wanted to know what the lessons were about. Cleaning, which is exactly what it sounds like. And a 4th category called personalized services, which the boys made 1 joke about and then never made again after the look they got from the girls. The catch was the floor rule. You could only work on floors up to your own. Live on 8, serve 2 through 8, and the higher the floor, the higher the fee, which meant that for about 4 minutes, I was the richest man in the building. 20th floor, full access. A cleaning job up on 20 paid 8,800 a shot. Then the top students finished their sums out loud in the group chat because top students cannot help themselves. Best case, working himself into the ground, Li Wei can pull 20 or 30,000 today. That is his ceiling. 120,000 is not happening. He cannot even reach the 100,000 cancellation penalty. So that was that settled. Publicly, in front of everyone. And then the tone changed, and I want you to appreciate this, because it was the moment my classmates stopped being classmates. Because 20 or 30,000 is nothing to me, but 20 or 30,000 is 10 days of rent for them. I had become an inheritance. Suddenly everyone was very warm. Do not give up hope, Liwei. Keep working, Liwei. Who knows, maybe you will find a survival stone while you are out there. Even Chen Hao from the top of his little mountain came down to bless me personally. I believe heaven treats hardworking people kindly. Maybe there really is a survival stone waiting for you. Thanks, Brother Hao. Very moving. Please make sure someone collects my wallet. Liu Meiling did it better because Liu Meiling did everything better. She announced in front of the whole group that if the mutual aid group found a survival stone on day 1, she would personally trade it for currency to cover my rent. And you could feel 30 people go tense at once because a survival stone is a life, and she was proposing to spend one on the class ghost. Then she added the second half. But we are not a charity. You will repay it. And if there are 80 of us and we only ever collect 79 stones, you are the one who does not get a stone. I hope you understand. Everyone relaxed. Everyone loved her. She had promised to save my life and take it back in the same breath, and 30 people came away thinking she was generous. 18-year-olds do not stand a chance against that. I watched it work on them like a drug. Meanwhile, the spending side of the building was busy telling me the same thing the earning side had. Training room, challenge room, battle room, 20th floor and above only. And the apartment mall, split into a low end that sells noodles and a high end that costs 1,000 just to walk through the door and is, again, 20th floor and above only. Every single door in this place had my floor number on it. The whole building was built to push players upward, and it had put me at the top on day 1 with no talent and no money, which is the same as putting a toddler in the cockpit. Or, and this was the thought I could not stop having, it had put me at the top on day 1 because the top is where the bronze chests are. That is when the first scream happened, not a monster. A boy named Joe Kai in the lobby, going white and shouting at us to check the member list. 78 out of 80. The chat group did not understand for a good 10 seconds. Log off. How do you log off? I do not see a quit button. And then somebody typed, in capitals, that logging off meant dying, and that 2 of us were gone, and named them. Shu Dong, Li Xia. That is a very specific silence, the one that comes after that. I have heard it since. It never gets better. The theories started immediately. Monsters in the dark end of the corridor, something in the elevator. Then Wei Jian, who is very smart and has no social instincts whatsoever, said the quiet thing at full volume. Li Xia was a coward. She would never have walked into the dark end of a corridor. And they died within seconds of each other, which means they were together, which means they met somebody on the way down. They were classmates, he said, so they were not suspicious. And then, he did not finish it. The group came at him with everything. Impossible. We have never even killed a chicken. 2 at once. That is a disgusting thing to suggest. Wei Jian, baffled, pointed out that people watch the news, that high schoolers have done worse, that a big forest has all kinds of birds, and that all of this existed before we got here, and this place was only going to amplify it. Then he called them naive, which is true and never helps. Liu Meiling stepped in, calmed everybody down, and turned it into policy. If you are attacked, post the name in the group. Even if you die, the mutual aid group will avenge you. Elegant. Now every death in this building came with a free confession, and she owned the courthouse, and I stood there thinking about something none of them had said out loud. Liu Meiling reached level 1 first. Nobody knows how. 2 people died about 4 minutes later. I did not think she killed them. I thought someone else had done the same arithmetic I was doing, gotten it wrong, and tried it. Time to work. Of the 4 jobs I picked cleaning, because cleaning is the only one that gets you inside other people's apartments, and other people's apartments on the 20th floor are where the bronze chests live. Everyone else picked errands, because errands means you hand over a box at a door and never go in, and after 2 dead classmates everyone suddenly loved doors. Then Zhou Kai lost a package. Then Chen Hao lost a package. Chen Hao, the rank S, the strongest boy in the class, got into the elevator with a box and something took it out of his hand so fast he never saw what. He groped around in there for ages. Nothing. His was worth a bit over 1,000 and he could eat that. Zhou Kai's was worth 8,000 and he sat down in the service station and cried. Nobody take packages into the elevator, Chen Hao posted. And by the way, at employee level 1, 3 lost packages and your account is suspended. So now 60-odd teenagers were going to spend the day carrying boxes up 12 flights of stairs by hand and complaining about it and doing it anyway because the alternative was owing 8,000. I stood at the service station holding my cleaning badge and thought about it for a while. Then I put the cleaning badge away and signed up to run errands instead. Wei Jian watched me do it and could not hide his disappointment. In his head, I had just taken the safe, slow, stupid job, wasting the one advantage I had, and he wrote me off right there. He decided I was hopeless and probably would not live past tonight, and he could not spare the time for a dead man, and off he went with his box. He was right about the dead man part. He had the reason backwards. Because here is what I had actually heard when Jokai started crying. If a package can be lost, then a package has value, and you do not pay for a lost package immediately. You pay before midnight. I was already 125,000 in the hole. What is another 12? Nobody else would ever try it, because for everybody else, one lost package is the end of the world. For me, it was a rounding error. I was the only person in the building poor enough to steal. I took a delivery for the 8th floor and went into the stairwell. 12 staircases in a row on the ground floor, and the same trick as the elevator, because I climbed 6 flights and never passed another human being. This building keeps its people apart on purpose. I logged that and kept climbing. On 6, I stopped, breathing hard, doing a good impression of a boy who could not go on, and used the wheeze to check every corner for cameras. Clear. Then I took out my kitchen knife and cut the tape. Ding. It has been detected that package number 10086 has been illegally opened. Your employee badge has automatically reported it lost. Retrieve and deliver before midnight, or a compensation fee of 12,600 will be charged. If unpaid, 1 survival point will be deducted. If survival points go negative, the player will be eliminated. 12,600, 4,000 more than the number that had put Jokai on the floor. My hands were shaking as I opened the flaps, and I would like to say it was fear, but honestly about half of it was Christmas. Inside was a dark silver ball, palm-sized, heavy, with a little bump on the bottom. I pressed the bump. Ding. Do you want to enter your fingerprint to bind this product? I looked up and down the stairwell like a man buying something embarrassing and whispered yes. Ding. Fingerprint accepted. The smart baby is recognizing its owner. Your personal assistant has been created, initially named Mimi. Would you like to personalize? The ball sprouted a head and 4 limbs and a little display screen, and the screen made a happy face, and a bright child's voice said, Master, Master, I am your personal assistant Mimi, 12,600 yuan. I asked it what it was for. It told me cheerfully that it could clean, take out garbage, sing to me, chat with me, and tell me jokes. It offered emotional value. I asked if it could go get a work badge and clean professionally. It blinked and said no way, in a voice like a cartoon rabbit, because Mimi has no life and cannot be employed. I asked if it had any combat ability at all. It thought about it, which was worse, and then admitted it could self-destruct, enough to kill a player under 10 combat power and badly hurt one under 20. Then it put a crying face on its screen, because activating self-destruct means leaving its owner forever. So my 12,600 yuan purchase was a suicide bomb that felt sad about it. Then I asked it whether an opened package could be repacked and delivered. It made a face like a man watching someone reverse into a wall. Generally, yes, it said, as long as there are no signs of use and the recipient does not refuse. And can your signs of use be erased? Master, it said, you can unbind me, but I am an intelligent robot. My traces cannot be erased, unless you send me back to the factory and reset me. Factory, not apartment, I asked. It got confused by the question and told me, patiently, like I was slow, that the place it was born was called a factory, and that factories and apartments are different buildings, so there are other buildings. I put the little robot in my pocket, went back downstairs, and took another job. This time the 18th floor, because value scales with height, and because I had already decided I was going to keep doing this until something in a box made me strong. 2nd stairwell. 3rd landing. Same knife. Compensation for this one was 26,000. Inside was a black dagger with a faint red shine along the blade, and I had Mimi scan it, and the little screen lit up. Poisoned blood dagger, stamina +4, energy +2, poison attack +10, chance to trigger poison or bleeding, 2 packages, 38,600 in debt, and a weapon that made me, on paper, more dangerous than 99% of my graduating class. I was still grinning at it when a voice came down the stairwell from the 4th floor. Not bad luck. You got a powerful item. My whole body went cold, and my hand closed on the dagger, and the dagger sent a warm pulse up my arm like it approved, and that is the only reason I did not drop it. I knew that voice. Wu Jun came down the stairs in a black windbreaker, thin, unhurried, and read my name off the air. You, Li Wei, we were in the same class. That was not the strange part. The strange part was that the Wu Jun I knew walked with his head down and his eyes on the floor, and had done so since first year, when a rumor went around that he had stolen money. Nobody ever proved it. Nobody needed to. He had spent 2 years being a thing people talked about instead of a person people talked to. The boy on the stairs stood up straight. His eyes were level. He had a pair of bracelets on his wrists that I could feel from 3 meters away, and his voice had a floor to it, the way a landlord's does. He looked at my dagger and did the sums. That would be over 10,000 compensation. He looked at Mimi and added the little robot to the total. 2 packages, he said, 30,000. Then he touched the bracelets and told me why he was there. I thought about the packages too. But I do not accept orders and open them myself. I rob other people's. I was already running the numbers. Mimi self-destructs, that is maybe 10 combat power of damage. My dagger is good. He has a set. I could try to beg. I could try to join him. I could post his name in the group and hope somebody cares in the 4 seconds I have left. And then he said the thing that has been sitting in my chest ever since. Normally the next part of this would be murder and robbery. But it is you, Li Wei. I have never believed in that good people get good rewards nonsense. And you are not necessarily a good person either, but you should be thankful because good deeds do not guarantee good fortune. People who have helped me though, those get paid. And I knew exactly what he was talking about, and it was nothing. Last year, a boy in our class lost a tablet he had smuggled into school. He decided in about 4 seconds that Wu Jun had taken it, and 30 people agreed with him at once and they went for his bag. Wu Jun said he had not taken it. Nobody heard him. I was doing a physics problem about electromagnetic conversion, and they were being loud. So I got up and found the tablet, which was in a case shaped like a textbook, sitting in a stack of textbooks, exactly where its owner had left it. The owner laughed and said the case was awesome. Nobody apologized. Nobody thought an apology was required. Wu Jun did not ask for one. He came and thanked me later. It was the only conversation we had in an entire year. I did not stand up for him. I stood up because I could not concentrate. He paid for it anyway. Then he smiled, and the smile was not friendly, and he told me the rest. You are only slightly better than the person I hate most, and this is where my repayment ends. So if you are unlucky enough to run into me again, you will still die by my hand. Good luck. He flashed past me, pressed a hand down on my shoulder as he went, and was gone toward the 3rd floor between one blink and the next. I did not move for a while. There is a joke I read once. A samurai wipes out a village and finds a child alive in it. He has a conscience, so he puts down his sword and says a prayer and wipes the child's face clean. Then he tells him that heaven cherishes life, and that if they ever meet again, he will not be so kind. Then he leaves. Then he comes back in, smiles, says hi, how are you? I did say I would not hold back the second time, and takes the child's head off. I climbed 2 more floors and got out of the stairwell before I let myself breathe. But before he left, he had given me one more thing, and it was worth more than the dagger, because when I asked how I was supposed to pay off 30,000 in compensation, he told me there was a simpler way, that the notice says 1 survival point gets deducted if you cannot pay, that only negative survival points get you erased, and that he knew a very simple way to get survival points. I looked at him and said one word, kill. Something moved behind his eyes, surprise maybe, and then he raised an eyebrow and said, that is right. Kill. New players these days are lambs in a greenhouse. Very easy. 1 point each. Simple, isn't it? He said it the way you would recommend a shortcut through a car park. And I stood in a stairwell with a poisoned dagger in my hand and understood the actual shape of the building we were in. It was not a survival game. It was a market, and every person in it was carrying 1 unit of currency around inside their chest. While I was standing in that stairwell, my main body was downstairs on the 1st floor being bald. I had put the mask on and gone to get an errand badge as a stranger because I was not going to walk 2 versions of my own face past 60 classmates. I opened the package right there in the lobby, in front of everyone, because I had run out of patience, and it turns out that is a strategy. The group chat lost its mind about it inside of a minute. There is a bald guy. He got a work badge. He took a package and opened it himself. He cannot be a player. All 80 of us are classmates. Maybe he is a resident. Maybe he is a veteran let in early. Maybe there is a 3rd faction. Wei Jian, of course, ruined it. Non-player residents should not be able to leave their own rooms, he typed. So anyone accepting errand quests is a player. Nobody had an answer to that. And while they were chewing on it, a message appeared in the group and lasted about 1 second. Qianbo, help. Wu Jun robbed my package. Then it deleted itself. Half the class saw it go. Song Yan had read it in time and repeated it. And then somebody checked the member list and Qianbo was gray, so that is how we learned that the dead have their words taken off them. The group went for Wu Jun with everything. Scum, stole money in 1st year and now he is killing people. He probably did He Jian too. He probably did the first 2. Kill him, make an example. Nobody can deliver packages in peace. Ma Tian, the registrar, added the detail that made it sting. Qianbo registered with me. Rank B talent, C rank skill. Top 10 in the mutual aid group. The chat went silent again. Then Wei Jian, who I am telling you is going to be somebody, asked the only useful question. If Wu Jun is robbing packages, is that how he got strong? And do you all remember the bald guy who opened his own package? I would like it noted that I was standing about 11 meters from that conversation with a bald head on, listening to 60 people work out my business model in real time, and the moment they got there, they turned on it. Should we copy him? Open more packages, get stronger, pay it back after. And immediately somebody killed it. We cannot afford 1 lost package. Are you insane? Jokai owes 8,000 and he is finished. Which is exactly right. They could not afford to be me. That was the whole moat. Chen Hao came in from the top and settled it. The bald man's behavior is far too risky. I do not recommend anyone imitate it. As for Wu Jun, he has violated the most basic principles of being a human being. And then Liu Meiling defended him, not out of kindness. She tagged him and invited him to explain himself, and I watched her do it and understood the move. She had no idea how strong he was, and she was not going to guess. If he defended himself, he was manageable. If he ignored her, he was not. He ignored her. And then someone in the lobby posted that Wu Jun had just walked into the battle room, and the tone of the entire class changed inside 40 seconds. He moves like a blur, like light work out of a novel. He has equipment on his hands. He looks nothing like he did at school. His aura is heavier than Brother Hao and Sister Lu's put together. 90% of the people who had just voted to execute him went quiet. The ones who did not go quiet started arguing with each other about whether it was safe to have voted. And one boy, bless him, typed that he refused to believe Wu Jun could teleport over and kill him for a comment. "He cannot kill you now," came the reply. "He will have plenty of chances later." That is the fastest I have ever watched a group of people learn a lesson. Then something ate him, not a person. A cockroach the size of a car, which came out of nowhere in the battle room, ignored every other student standing there and went for Wu Jun specifically. Sun Ming and Zhao Lei gave live commentary because those two treated the whole apocalypse like a sporting event, and I will be honest, they were good at it. Its front tentacles extend and retract. It has him wrapped up. Hiss, holy crap, his body has been cut in two. My eyes. Completely dead, Sun Ming confirmed, except his name was still lit in the member list. And then, in front of two witnesses, Wu Jun got back up. The two halves of him turned into black mist. The mist pulled itself back together, and there he was. He killed the cockroach, which left no corpse, only a white light and a black iron chest, and gold light went up off his body, which is what leveling looks like. The entire building stopped breathing. Resurrection. They swarmed him. He let them stew for a while, and then he came into the chat and answered 3 questions like a man giving a press conference. Why did the cockroach come for me? 2 reasons. First, I have killed people. Second, the valuable package I took off, He-Jian probably belonged to it. So if any of you have robbed or opened a package, watch out for the owner. That one was for me, and we both knew it. I felt the temperature of the stairwell drop about 4 degrees. Why am I better than you? Do I need a reason? If I absolutely must have one, it is because I dare to kill people, and I dare to kill monsters. How was I resurrected? And the whole building leaned in. Simple, he wrote. Because I have survival points. In my analysis, 1 survival point is 1 chance to revive. And you are wondering how I got survival points, so for old time's sake, you get them by killing people. I killed Li Xia and Shudong, that is 2. He-Jian and Qianbo, that is 2 more. I have 4 lives. And then, if you know what is good for you, stop tagging me. Otherwise, I will make the people who tag me disappear. I have thought about that message a lot since, because I did not believe a word of it, not the resurrection part. I had watched him come back from being cut in half without spending anything, and survival points are not lives, and I was fairly sure I was looking at a talent that he did not want to name. But it did not matter what was true. What mattered was what 80 frightened teenagers now believed, which was that murder came with a free extra life, and that the extra lives were walking around the building wearing school uniforms. He did not hand them a fact. He handed them a permission slip, and it took about 90 seconds to work. I went back to the lobby because Zhou Kai was in the group promising everyone salvation. He had found a way out of his 8,000. The administrator would give loans, not just to him, to everyone. You just had to come in person, and there was interest, obviously. By the time I got there, his face had already gone from salvation to something ugly because he had asked the number and heard it. Then he saw me, and his eyes lit up, and he grabbed my arm and dragged me over to the desk like a man producing a witness. Administrator, look at him. If he stood as my guarantor, how much could I borrow? 50,000, the administrator said, without moving his face. Zhou Kai nearly fell over. So much. Li Wei, you can be my guarantor. I am the one repaying the 50,000. It has nothing to do with you as guarantor. I have met a lot of stupid in my life, and this was a new species. So I asked the administrator directly what a guarantor is for. Very simple. If the debtor fails to repay on time, or if the debtor dies and cannot repay, the debt is borne by the guarantor. Zhou Kai jumped in fast. He just told me anyone who fails to repay gets wiped out. So obviously I will repay on time. You can relax. He had heard the words "if the debtor dies" and had not applied them to himself even once. The administrator had looked at this boy, decided he would not survive the night, and gone looking for someone to hold the bag, and the boy's takeaway was that he had unlocked a bigger loan. I asked what my own limit was, without a guarantor. 50,000. The room got a little quiet. Zhou Kai stared. How is that possible? Why can he borrow 50,000 when I can only borrow 500? Different people, different limits, said the administrator. I have my own criteria. His face went red and then white. And what if I guaranteed him? Also, 50,000. I watched him finally understand. Not the loan. The other thing. That a creature which decides who lives had looked at the two of us and priced him at 500. And instead of thinking about that, he got angry and puffed up and announced grandly to the administrator that fine, excellent, Li Wei will vouch for me. I will take the 50,000. He did not ask me. He announced it. We were in different classes. We had never exchanged a single word in 3 years of school. He had known me for 4 hours and he was volunteering my life as collateral like I was a chair he was borrowing. No, I said. I never said I would be his guarantor. He turned. What do you mean? You look down on me too. You think I cannot pay back 50,000. I tried to be graceful about it. I suggested he ask Liu Meiling instead, since they were in the same class, and since her guarantee would obviously be worth more. He nearly took it. Then he thought about what Liu Meiling would say to him, and imagined himself being refused in one sentence and walking away, and could not face it, and told me that Sister Liu was busy with important matters, and I was right here and it saves time. That was the moment I stopped being polite. Sorry, I said. I lied just now. I do look down on you. I do think you cannot pay back 50,000. And at the risk of offending the administrator, if I were him, you would not have a credit line of 50. His face did the whole traffic light. And then the administrator, without looking up, said 50 was the starting figure. Now he does not have 50 left with me. I want you to understand what that did to him. It was not the insult. It was the implication. His odds of dying had just gone up because he had annoyed me, and the only being in the building qualified to judge that had put it in writing. He backed away and posted in the group that Li Wei is a monster. He is trying to kill me. Is anyone on the first floor? Which is when I turned to the administrator and asked mildly whether the apartment had any rules about murder and arson. For example, if I killed someone right in front of you, what punishment would I receive? Zhou Kai went the color of paper. You will have to work out the unspoken rules of this business yourself, said the administrator. But I can answer you this. You kill someone in front of me, I will not punish you. And even if one of you has killed someone, I will not discriminate against you when you come here to do business. That is customer service. Ma Tian came over to mediate, said 1 sentence to Zhou Kai and 5 to me, told me to reflect on myself and asked why I had no sense of crisis, and pointed at Wu Jun as an example of a 20th floor tenant who was doing it properly. Then he went back to feeling important, and in the middle of that, Zhou Kai read Wu Jun's resurrection announcement. I felt the cold on the back of my neck about a quarter second before it happened, and I have no idea how, and I have stopped asking. I threw my hand up and caught a wrist coming at my chest with a 10-centimeter knife in it. His face was a mask. Whatever was in there was not the boy who had wanted a loan 4 minutes earlier. He was pushing with everything he had, and I was pushing back with a clone body that should have been stronger than him, except he had moved first, and I had gone backwards and off balance, and my legs were bent wrong, and I was losing. And Ma Tian started walking toward us. He shouted at Zhou Kai, "Release him right now," and reached for the knife. I want to be very careful here, because I was 17 and terrified, and I could easily be wrong. But he was not reaching for Zhou Kai's wrist. He was reaching for the blade. And the whole time he was doing the same arithmetic everyone in this building does, which is that Li Wei is dead by midnight anyway, and Zhou Kai might have a future. So if there is going to be an accident during a rescue, it should be an accident that happens to me. I did not wait to find out. Golden light technique. I meant to put it between his eyes. I missed. It went through his cheek and left a hole the size of a grain of rice, and he screamed. Then I took his own knife off him and used it, and then I stopped using it and used mine. I would like to tell you I did it cleanly. I did not. It was not one blow. It was a lot of them, badly, with my hand shaking so hard I could hear the blade tap his ribs. Ding. You have killed a level 0 player. Congratulations. You have gained 1 survival point. The word congratulations is what brought me back. The dagger fell out of my hand and hit the floor. Then I picked it straight back up because Ma Tian was still standing there, and I put my eyes on him. He backed off. I saw the moment the accidental killing left his face. Because now I had a survival point, which he thought meant an extra life, and killing me might just hand me a free resurrection and a reason. He asked, from a safe distance, whether I was going to kill him too. The member list dropped to 70-something, and the group did what it does. Zhou Kai is dead. He said Li Wei wanted to kill him, and 4 minutes later, he is dead. Somebody must be framing Li Wei. He would never. I typed it out flat. Zhou Kai attacked me after Wu Jun's announcement. I defended myself. Ma Tian was there. There was a pause, and then Ma Tian confirmed it, which I appreciated and did not trust. And then the class started asking a different question. Even self-defense should not mean killing. Is that not a bit cruel? Li Wei, do you dare say that when you killed him in self-defense, you were not also thinking about the resurrection? The word had gotten into them that fast. Not one of them was asking about Zhou Kai. They were asking about the exchange rate. I told them the truth, which was that I had received a survival point, but had no idea whether survival points revive anyone, and that Wu Jun might have said it to get us all killing each other. The clever ones went quiet, because they knew immediately I was probably right. The rest of them got sarcastic. Oh, so the man who just got a survival point is telling us survival points are worthless. What is the difference between that and the richest man in the world saying money does not matter? And then somebody typed the sentence that finished my childhood. Honestly, finding out whether survival points can revive is simple. Just kill Li Wei and see if he comes back. They were classmates. That morning we had been in an exam. Wu Jun, who had told everyone to stop tagging him, tagged me personally to enjoy it. You said I fabricated it. Have you considered the consequences of provoking me? You have opened a package and you have survival points. Some monster might kill you at any moment. Rather than that, why not give me your head? What do you say, Li Wei? Do me this favor. And Liu Meiling saved me. Publicly. Beautifully. Today you can kill Li Wei for a chance at resurrection. Tomorrow someone kills you for the same reason. We cannot start this trend. Not for Li Wei, and not for any member of this group. Applause. Devotion. Sister Liu is right. We are human beings. We are higher animals. She had just made herself the only law in the building, and everyone thanked her for it. I got out of there. Back in 2025, my clone and my main body shook hands, and the survival point moved across, and a prompt came up in front of me, and it was the door I had been waiting for all day. Would you like to create a new clone, consuming 1 survival point? Yes or no? And I did not press yes, because there was something on my coffee table. It was the third package, the one my bald main body had opened in the lobby while everybody watched. A tiny lantern, the size of a little finger, ornamental, the sort of thing you hang off a bag. The compensation on it had been 188,000, more than a day of my rent, for a keychain. I had almost repacked it on the spot. I made Mimi scan it, and the screen came up with 2 lines. Lucky lantern. When lit, slightly boosts the luck attribute for 1 hour. 188,000 for a slight boost to a stat that does not appear on any panel. And I sat there for a long moment because I had 1 survival point in my hand and 1 clone roll in front of me and a talent that rolls fresh every time. Luck, hidden stat, not on the panel, which means it exists, and which means every roll this building has ever made for anybody has been weighted by a number nobody can see. I could hold the lantern for a better hour later, or I could spend it now on 1 roll and find out if the dice in my chest could be loaded. I lit it. The little thing put out colored light like a cheap disco, and I said yes. Ding. Congratulations on creating a clone. White light, and there was a second me standing on the carpet, and then the room tilted and I hit the sofa. Because controlling 3 bodies at once with an energy stat of 2.8 is like trying to drive 3 cars with 1 steering wheel. My head went hollow, my arms went to water, and I lay there and learned my first hard limit. The main body is the engine. Every clone runs off it. If I wanted more of me, the me at the bottom had to get bigger first. Then I read the new panel and forgot about being tired. Fitness 5.2, energy 5.2. Combat strength 46, talent, heaven rewards diligence, rank S effect. Your deliberate practice will definitely pay off. Skills, absolute focus, rank A. Combat stance, rank A. I read the skills twice. Absolute focus lets you sink completely into one task for a minute and improves you based on your focus, your stats, and your comprehension. Combat stance boosts your physical attributes while you are in it and boosts your combat awareness when you come out of it. So this thing gets better every time it fights. Forever. In a building where the plan is to fight constantly for 10 days. Combat strength 46. Chen Hao, the king of the class, the boy everyone was groveling at, had 48 and lightning to throw. My clone had 46 in hands. He was ahead of me by 2 points and about 11 hours. And that was 1 roll, under 1 hour of a hidden stat I did not know existed until 15 minutes ago. I want you to sit with the shape of that. The lantern cost 188,000 and it was the cheapest thing I ever bought. The lantern still had most of an hour on it, so I hung it on the clone who was going out to work because wasting it felt like a crime. Then I gave the disguise mask to the new one, told him to go invisible, and sent him out 3 steps behind the first as an escort. The poisoned dagger went to him as well. Mimi stayed with number 1 because a suicide bomb is best carried by the person most likely to need one, and my main body stayed on the sofa like a car battery. Clone 1 had a cleaning job in apartment 2064, which meant walking away from the red light. The corridor got darker in that direction, the kind of dark that has a texture. Around 2048, number 1 felt nothing at all. Number 2 felt the temperature drop. Then a hiss came out of the dark, and something cold and slick went across number 1's wrist, and he jerked back and caught a glimpse of black, leaving him at speed, thin and long and gone. His whole right hand went numb and stupid. He could not hold the knife. I was, at that exact moment, a boy with no combat experience standing blind in a corridor with a dead arm, but number 2 was already moving. Absolute focus, combat stance, and the corridor stopped. That is the only way I can describe it. Everything went quiet and slow and enormous, and every scrape of air had an address. A hiss on the left, a movement of air about waist height. He opened his eyes and swung. Thud, a scream that was not a person. Something spat a mouthful of stinking liquid past both of us. He did not stop. He went again, at the place a snake keeps the parts it cannot spare. Puff, puff. When I killed Joe Kai, my hands shook so hard I chipped a rib. This time the blade went where it was sent, twice, and that difference happened in under an hour, and it happened because of one skill. Successfully defeated a level 1 shadowless serpent. Gained 10 energy. Ding. Your level has increased to level 1. Physical fitness up 1. Energy up 1. Combat strength 54, and a black iron chest sitting in the light where the snake had been. Inside was a silver ring. Space ring. Level 1. 1 cubic meter. No living things, which is not a weapon, and I did not care, because it meant I could stop walking around a murder building holding a kitchen knife like a man going to a barbecue. I put the kitchen knife and Mimi inside it, rubbed my dead hand until it came back, and kept walking. And behind me, in the dark I had just left, the door of apartment 2048 opened. Something moved across it. It closed again without a sound. I did not see that. I have thought about it a lot since. Then the building told everyone that Woo Jun had hit level 2, first in the apartment. And the class did the math, and worked out he had done it in the battle room, beating players from other buildings. And a boy in the group said the thing that had been circling all day. I feel like if Li Wei wants to live, he should go to the battle room. He cannot pay that rent by working. Sigh, said another one. Some people want the chance and cannot have it, and some people have the chance and are too scared to use it. That is just how the world is. Money always flows to those who do not need it. You cannot buy that kind of motivation. I knocked on 2064, and the strange thing, the thing I did not have time to think about then, was that my main body, lying on a sofa in 2025, heard a knock at the same instant. Not through the clone. In the room. On my door. I jerked upright and stared at it. Nobody was there. Nobody knocked again. Somebody remember that for me. I did not. And it cost me. The door of 2064 opened by itself, except it did not, because the thing that opened it was about knee height. Another little assistant robot, same model as Mimi, and if Mimi sounded like a cartoon rabbit, this one sounded like a woman who has run a payroll department for 20 years. Are you the cleaning staff member with employee number 007? Please show your badge. The apartment behind it was spotless, not tidy, surgical, which is a problem because I was there to clean it. Then the robot explained the job. The owner has not lost her hygiene standards, so the house is very clean. Your job is to find all 10,086 hairs that the owner has shed. Wash them, dry them, apply conditioning oil to each one, then organize and store them. Then your task is complete. I stood there for a second. Then I asked if there was a tool for this. The owner's hair is extremely precious and must never be touched by a vacuum or a floor scrubber. You must use your eyes to find it and your hands to pick it up. Be extremely careful not to damage the owner's hair in the slightest. And if one goes wrong, the little screen made a frightened face, which is a thing I had not known a screen could do to me. Then the master will be very, very angry, and your fate will be very, very terrible. I asked, in the reasonable voice of a reasonable person, whether it was too late to cancel this job. There is still time. You only need to settle the cancellation fee of 12,000. The job paid 6, so the cancellation fee was double the wage. This building is run by somebody who used to work in telecoms. My debt was now sitting at 350,000 and change, and I want to note that at that point in the day, 350,000 was still a number that frightened me. It got funny later. So I got down on the floor of a stranger's apartment and started picking up hair, one at a time, with my fingers. And while I did that, my second clone did not come in. He waited at the door long enough to confirm nothing was going to eat me, then turned invisible and went for the elevator because there was a battle room downstairs and I had a body that was good at hitting things. He got about 4 steps. Then a shadow came out of the corridor with no warning at all. Not a person walking up. A shape that was suddenly there, in the way that furniture is suddenly there when you turn a light on. I was invisible. I did not move. Are you short of money? I did not answer because I was busy having a small private crisis. Who can be fooled by those stealth tricks, it said, and I could hear the boredom in it. I will ask one more time. Are you short of money? I can make you acquire a great deal of wealth quickly, faster and easier than cleaning work. Now. If a shape in a dark corridor tells you it can make you rich quickly, the correct answer is always no. My school ran a whole assembly about this. There were slides. So I said, you say quick money. What exactly do you want me to do? Very simple. It was wearing a black robe, or it was a black robe. I could not tell. It raised what I will call a hand and threw me a jade tablet. Wear it, and the survival points you gain from killing will be stored inside it. Then come back to the 20th floor and find me. I will buy the tablet at 100,000 per point. 100,000 per person. I did the sum before I could stop myself, and I hated how fast I did it. 350,000 of debt. 4 people. 4. That is what the building wanted me to hear, and I heard it exactly as intended, and I want to be honest that for about 2 seconds it sounded like relief. Then the shrewd part of me caught up, because I had just spent 1 survival point and gotten a rank S talent with 2 rank A skills out of it. That is not 100,000. That is not any number. This thing was offering me the price of a used car for a slot machine that pays out in gods, and it was offering it to me because it could not get them itself. Whatever it was, it did not gain points from killing. That is why it needed hands. So I asked the practical question. If I carry this thing, does it eat everything I earn? If you want to keep your own points, leave the tablet in your room or your spatial equipment. But I must remind you of something. The survival points you gain cannot be used inside this apartment. If you cannot leave this apartment alive, your survival points are meaningless, which was a lie by omission since I had just used 120 minutes earlier, and I filed that away too. I took the tablet, said I would think about it seriously, and it was gone. Then I put the mask on, went bald, and rode down to the first floor to spend the 400 yen I did not have yet. Because the loan officer had told my other clone he would lend me 50,000, and I had a different face now, and I was curious what a different face was worth. 300,000, said the administrator, without blinking. Several classmates who were queuing for their own loans made a noise like a punctured tire, because they all knew how the limit works. It is not your assets, it is his assessment of your potential. Ordinary students were getting a few hundred. 1,000 was rare. Nobody had broken 10,000, and a bald stranger had just been offered 300,000 and looked bored about it. Then I took 500. I took 500, promised to repay 600 before midnight, and walked off toward the battle room, and I would like you to hold on to that number, because it did more work for me over the next hour than the 300,000 ever could have. The battle room was 20 machines in 2 rows, sealed, shaped like ATMs, with an A4 screen on the outside of each, so anyone standing there can watch. 1 green light on. Wu Jun, in the middle of a match. Sun Ming and Zhao Lei standing outside it like 2 men at a horse race. On the screen, Wu Jun was fighting a girl who looked about 20 and moved like she had been doing this since she was 6, and he was losing. That surprised me more than anything else that day. I had assumed he was the ceiling. Turns out he was a local phenomenon. He had 100,000 on that match. He lost it. I got in machine number 2, paid 100, and sat down, and something dropped a hood over my head. And then I was somewhere else. A hall the size of a stadium concourse packed with people. Old, young, men, women, all of them players, and every one of them with a black title floating over their head that said Nameless Black Iron. Up north, a crowd around a screen. God of War ranking. First place, Wei Han. Stubborn Bronze, 100%. Second, Li Zhen, 100%. Third, Zhou Ping, 100%. Fourth and fifth, 100%. Sixth, 92.3, 100 names, all of them Stubborn Bronze, which is 1 rank above Nameless Black Iron, which is what every single person in this lobby was, and Wu Jun, the terror of my apartment, was not on it anywhere. I was reading the board when a bald man next to me struck up a conversation. Dude, first time in the battle room. Just looking, or are you going to play? He was the warmest, kindest looking uncle you ever met. I told him I was here to broaden my horizons and that I was too weak to fight anybody, and I watched his whole face improve. Because I had just told a con man exactly what he wanted to hear, and the reason I said it is that I already knew what he was. There were 300 people in that lobby. He had come to me. Nobody comes to you in a crowd of 300 because of your charisma. He explained the battle room to me like a favor. Random matchmaking pairs you with someone of similar combat power, which means 50-50, which means you never get rich. Challenge mode lets you pick someone weaker, which means you do get rich, except challenges have to be accepted, so the weak simply say no. Except, he said, leaning in, we are all Nameless Black Iron in here. You cannot tell who is strong by looking. So in challenge mode, you get wild mismatches all the time. It is basically finding a bargain. And I know a bargain. A girl. Terrible skills. Naive. Very easy to fool. I already pretended to be weak and beat her once. If she was not 100% guaranteed to refuse my challenge now, I would not be handing her to anyone else. Beautiful. Every single sentence of that was true, except the part where it was aimed at him. So I said, with the mild discomfort of a man raised properly, but the girl has not done anything to me. Would it not be wrong to set her up like that? He stared at me for a good 3 seconds, and I watched a hopeful little light come on behind his eyes. Then he gave me the speech. It is the apocalypse. Are you going to keep your moral standards? Even if you do not cheat people, people will cheat you. If we lower our standards, it is not cheating. It is teaching. Nobody dies in the battle room, so tricking her is basically a public service. Looked at from a certain angle, it is a good deed. And then the closer, delivered sadly, like a man laying flowers. But brother, since you can get into the battle room, you live on 20 or higher. Your rent must be over 100,000. I do not know whether I will see you tomorrow. And it is funny, we are both bald. Such a shame. He was trying to frighten me with my own rent. I let my face do worried and said fine. Big brother, take me under your wing. I will never forget your kindness. And while we walked upstairs, he was privately messaging his partner. Fooled another newbie, combat power 5.5, seems guileless, probably not pretending. And she wrote back, wait, is it really okay for us to do this to a naive young girl? Because I had told him my combat power was 5.5, rank C gold affinity, 1D rank skill, which is the panel of my first clone, memorized and recited without a stumble. And from that, he had concluded I was a very young girl in a bald mask who had bought her disguise out of a bronze chest. His name was Guo Xin, by the way. She was 17 too. Her partner was Wang Hua, and the plan was that Wang Hua would play the innocent schoolgirl, and I would challenge her and lose 400 yuan. The second floor is a cinema, rows and rows of seats, and when you sit down, a control panel opens in your head with a map of the whole floor and every player on it as a red dot. You challenge a dot, you never have to look at anyone. I did not go straight to her. I sat in an empty seat first and studied the panel like a tourist, and then wandered, and then drifted over, which immediately made Wang Hua suspicious. She messaged Guo Xin, are you sure this is a naive young lady? She is not walking like someone sent to me. And Guo Xin wrote back, do not worry sister, her loan limit is 500 and she only has 400 left. 500. That number bought me the entire afternoon. I sat down next to a girl in a white school uniform and asked which school she was from. Yes, uncle, she said, in the voice of a child answering a policeman. Is there anything I can help you with? I made up a son. Same age as her, also a high schooler, different apartment, and I am worried sick about him. I watched her decide to feel sorry for me and then argue herself out of it, which was fascinating. She had read somewhere that if you sympathize with the weak, you become weak, that when you pity someone, you take on their misfortune, so she talked herself into it. She was destined to be a protagonist, and protagonists cannot afford saintly hearts. Then she offered sweetly that maybe uncle should challenge her. Her parents were in the same apartment, they had the administrator's loan, they could cover rent. She wanted to help as much as she could, and I said, all right little sister, I will tell you the truth. There was a heartless bald burly man who told me you were weak and easy to fool, and that is why I came to find you. But now I think a kind girl like you should not be deceived, so let us forget it. I cannot treat you like this. And I sat back and exhaled like a man setting down a suitcase. Wang Hua nearly detonated. Because here's the thing about people who have decided to be ruthless very recently. They still want to be the good guy. So she looked at this stupid honest uncle who had just confessed, and she thought, if I do not take his money today, somebody worse will take everything he has next week. So really, taking his 400 is a kindness. It teaches him about the wickedness of human nature. I am helping him. She got tears in her eyes. Uncle, you are such a good person. Good people are always rewarded. I have to help you. Challenge me, old man. I am willing to be deceived by you. Do not refuse. Think about your son. With my help, your chances of seeing him again are much higher. I hesitated, reluctantly, and agreed. I bet 400, which was everything I had. The arena is the size of a basketball court with empty seats all around it. Nobody was watching, which mattered later, and which I did not know yet. Except 2 people were watching, because Wu Jun had lost 100,000 and had gotten curious about the bald stranger, and had sent Sun Ming and Zhao Lei to stand outside my machine and read the screen. Countdown. 3. Little sister, I said with an innocent expression, stand still, uncle will be there soon. Okay, uncle, she said, and gave me a smile that belonged in a different genre entirely. 2. 1. She came off the line like something fired from a bow, and her skin turned hard and gold on the way, which is a metal type skill, offensive and defensive at once, at least rank B. Outside my machine, Zhao Lei said, holy crap, is that a female bodybuilder? She threw a punch that whistled. I moved my head about 4 centimeters, caught her wrist as it went past, twisted it, and put her over my shoulder into the floor. 2 grown men outside the machine winced in sympathy. She landed on her back with the gold armor holding, more shocked than hurt, staring up at me like I had walked out of her wall at night. And I did not stop moving, because combat stance does not do dramatic pauses. I cut her throat with the dagger on the follow-through. When the screen went dark, Sun Ming and Zhao Lei stood there a long moment with their mouths open. Then they started arguing about whether the throat was a weak point or the dagger was an artifact. Neither of them got close. The answer was that I had eaten 188,000 yuan lantern and rolled a rank S. Back in the second floor seats, she turned her head so fast her fringe moved, and I said cheerfully, thank you, little sister, for giving me 400. You are such a good person. Good people are always rewarded. I have never seen a human being turn that color. She worked most. of it out on the spot, which impressed me. That I was not a bald old man, that her partner had picked me because we both had disguise masks, and that meant she knew my bronze chest had produced a mask, and a mask is support, not power, which meant I was weaker than the other 20th floor players. That is why she had approached me. She was right about every step and wrong about the conclusion, and she hated it. Then she asked, in the voice of someone hoping very hard, whether I was really a newbie who had never been in the battle room before. Of course, I said. And I meant it about the 500 loan too. You might not believe this, but I still owe this building 350,000, and I am not sure I will survive today. I am genuinely poor. Little sister, would you consider having some compassion and helping me out a bit more? She said through her teeth that she could tell me a way to make money quickly. Making money quickly, I said. That sounds familiar. Is it true, or are you a fraudster? I have already reaped what I sowed. How could I possibly trick you again? Then what do you want? I want to see your face when you take that mask off. That is impossible. And I left, and behind me she sat in a plastic chair in a virtual cinema and briefly considered committing several crimes. Her partner found her about a minute later, already celebrating, already asking whether she had gotten the 400, and then the celebration ran out of road. No way, Sister Hua. You did not. I made no mistakes, said Wang Hua, and I did not show weakness. We both got played. He was pretending to be weak the entire time, and he saw through us from the start. He is stronger than you. Wang Hua, who had been beaten in under 2 seconds and could not bring herself to say the number, said only, his attributes almost completely overwhelm mine, and then she did something I did not expect and have thought about since. She quit the scam. Guo Xin begged her. It was one mistake. We cannot let one incident ruin everything. This is the only stable way to make money. And Wang Hua shook her head and said no. That fight made me realize my combat awareness is terrible. I did not even get to use my full strength. I am going to random match with people my own size until I am not embarrassing, and then I will think about money. That is a better decision than anyone in my class made all day, and she made it because I threw her on a floor. I went and random matched myself, because if she was right, then it was right for me too. The bets work in bands. I put in 800, which was everything, and I expected to be matched down. Instead, the final bet came out at 800, which meant my opponent had put in 8 or 900 and deliberately not crossed into the next band, which meant they knew the system. Delivery rider, yellow uniform. He took one look at me and said, a mask, in the tone of a man who has seen 40 of them. Countdown ended and he vanished. Spatial ability. He came out behind me with a two-handed axe already swinging, and outside my machine Sunming was doing commentary again, and Sunming spotted the thing that mattered before I did. Because that axe was wrong for him. He was a teleporter. Teleporters want something light and fast. He had a slab of iron and he was using it badly, and that meant he had not chosen it. It had come out of a box. Everyone in this room is fighting with whatever fell into their lap. That is what the whole battle room actually is. 100,000 people swinging other people's tools. We went back and forth and neither of us could land anything, and the clock started to matter because absolute focus and combat stance run out and have long cooldowns, and I get exactly 1 use per fight. When they expire, my stats fall off a cliff. He was in trouble too. Teleporting costs energy and that axe was eating him alive. So we both got desperate at the same time. I made a mistake first. I let my dodge go slow. He read it and put the axe into my left shoulder, deep enough to stick in the bone, and his face lit up. And then the smile fell off it, because the injured, exhausted, sluggish bald man he had just crippled did not slow down. He got faster. I turned into the axe, which tore the wound wider, which I recommend to nobody, and came around with the dagger and opened his throat. That was the gamble. If he had a fighter's reflexes, he dodges and I die. He did not. He had the joy of scoring a hit on his face, and he was still wearing it when the blade went in. Win. I came back to my seat and put my hand over a shoulder that was not injured because the pain in there had been extremely convincing, and I sat still for a while. The battle room is virtual, the damage is not. Then I noticed the thing that changed how I saw the whole building. My combat power is the same whether or not I am holding a poisoned dagger. Items do not count, which means matchmaking is a lie. 2 people with identical numbers can be 100-fold apart because one of them opened a better box. That is why the top 5 on the God of War board have 100% win rates. It is not that they are unbeatable, it is that they are carrying furniture and getting matched against people carrying spoons. And I have 2 skills that pump my raw stats for the length of a fight, and a talent that gets better every time I use them. I had been sulking that my clone got support skills instead of fireballs. That girl had a metal skill, probably 2, plus whatever came out of her chest, and she never got to use any of it because under a big enough attribute gap, every clever thing you own is decoration. Then a voice went off in my head and in the head of everybody in the building. Player Lu Qing has posted a battle room announcement. Hello everyone. I am Lu Qing, who played the female lead in the Overbearing Master's 3 Lifetimes of Karmic Bonds. I will be starting a random match in 5 minutes. Anyone who would like to watch can search for seat 151. Thank you all for your support. Qing is extremely grateful. The lobby went off like a stadium. That is really her. I have only ever seen her on TV. Is she using her fame to build an audience? 100 spectators is 1,000 wen for her. 100 is underestimating her. I bet 1,000. I bet 10,000. And in the middle of the noise, I learned 2 things I needed. That winning streaks give random rewards at 3 wins and 5 wins, and that the ability to broadcast is one of those rewards. And that spectators pay 100 wen to watch in the black iron rooms, 1,000 in the bronze. 10% of the gate goes to the winner. So Wu Jun did not level twice by hitting things. He got a card. I set my sights on 3 in a row and started a new match, and I did not think about Liu Qing again for about an hour, which is the last time she ever got that lucky. And upstairs, on a floor of a dead man's apartment, my first clone finished the last bathroom and found 1,000 and something hairs and put them in a tank of water and noticed something. Human hair varies, different lengths, thicker at the root than the tip. These were identical, all of them. 10,086 hairs, the same thickness end to end, the same length as each other. I was staring at that with a very unpleasant feeling in the back of my neck when the television in the living room turned itself on, and a woman in white with long black hair started climbing out of it. Which is a tired joke, and I would have said so, except she kept going. She came out of the screen, and behind her was another screen, so she climbed out of that one. And behind that one was another, I do not know how many, 10, 30. She kept crawling out of televisions into televisions, and I stood there watching a very old horror movie loop until I went numb to it. And then the loop ended, and the last screen she came out of was the one in the living room, and it broke, and she was standing on the carpet. She stayed bent double at 120 degrees, hair over her face, and walked forward a few steps, and started clawing at the air, feeling for the next screen out of habit. There was not one. She had run out of televisions. She straightened up slowly and threw the hair back off her face, and there was a white mask under it with a single almond eye in the middle. "You're back," she said, to nobody. Then the robot called her master, and she ignored it and looked at me. "Are you the cleaning service?" "Yes." "How is the hair going?" "They have all been found and soaked," said the robot, and she glanced at the tank and counted 10,086 of them at a glance, and told me not bad. Then, "Next, apply the oil and dry them." Then she looked up at a ceiling with nothing above it and said, "It is just dawn. The sun is lovely today. Let us take it to the rooftop." The rooftop. The building I lived in had 20 floors and a red light elevator that only went to 20 and a set of rules that said 20 was the ceiling of the world. I had asked about higher floors and been told they did not concern me. She said rooftop the way you would say balcony. I asked carefully where the top floor was. "Of the apartment, obviously," she said. "Do you not know?" I pointed out that the rules only let me ride to 20. She said that was fine, no elevator required, she could go straight there from here. And I want to be clear about the calculation I did, because it was not brave. Going up there with her was dangerous. I had opened 3 packages, which meant something might come for me at any second. I had no idea what lives above the 20th floor, but it was clone number 1. Rank C, my cheapest asset, and nobody else in this building had been offered a look at the roof. I asked for 10 minutes to prepare. I expected a no. She thought about it and said, "I can give you 10 minutes. If you exceed it, I will give you a bad review. And if you do not come back at all, this job is wasted, you get no pay, and you owe a penalty." A bad review. From a woman who crawled out of 30 televisions. I left, and I did not even make it out of the corridor before I stopped and pulled the second bronze chest out of my spatial ring. I had taken that one out of her bedroom. It had been sitting in a bay window, and the reason I got away with it is the reason I still think about. Because I had walked over, put my hand flat on top of it, and asked the little robot, in the most bored voice I own, whether the bay window needed cleaning too, and the robot said, "Inside what? Under the blanket. The master's hair is unlikely to fall under the blanket, but you can check if you are worried." It could not see the chest. I was standing there with my palm on a bronze treasure chest in front of a household security device, and to that device I was a man patting a blanket, so the chests are not for the residents, they are player furniture, dropped into rooms the residents cannot perceive, which means this building is not a building, it is a board, and the residents are pieces on it, and the pieces do not know about half the squares. I opened it in the corridor with the lantern still burning. It was a blank sheet of white paper. Mimi scanned it. Skill scroll, bronze grade. After tearing, high probability of learning a skill no higher than your current talent level. Low probability of gaining nothing. I looked at that phrase, no higher than your current talent level, for a good while. Because my clone was a rank C, and my main body, the useless one, the sofa battery with a combat strength of 1.8, was a rank X. There is no letter above X. Nobody had said what X was allowed to learn. So I carried it home instead of using it, and the whole walk back, I was doing something worse than hoping. I was doing arithmetic on hope, which is how you get hurt in this building. And the group chat exploded again while I walked. 2 names had appeared at the top of the ranking board at level 3, Gao Lei, Xia Yong. Nobody in either class had ever heard of them, and the member list said 82 out of 80, not 70-something, 82. It had gone up. The chat did what it does. Are they from another class in our school? Are they the veteran players early? Is everyone on Earth in one of these buildings? Are there other human worlds and these 2 are from one of them? And 2 players who had appeared out of nothing did not say a single word, which is the most frightening thing a person can do in a group chat. Meanwhile, my second clone was 3 matches into a winning streak, and the third one was where the day turned over, because my third opponent was a young man in a black robe with a black mask covered head to toe, and instead of fighting me, he opened with conversation. This should be a random match on a 3 or 5 win streak, right? I did not answer. I did not use my skills. I circled. He was not using his full strength either. He was strolling. There is a hidden feature in this battle room called winning streak, he said. When a player is about to hit a 3 or 5 win streak and collect the reward, they run into someone like me, somebody who specializes in blocking streaks. You can also think of me as a veteran player, and I will tell you very clearly, if you play this normally, you lose. I stood in that arena and felt my whole understanding of the last hour rearrange itself. The streak reward is not a reward. It is bait on a hook. They dangle it, and then they station professionals at every rung of the ladder so nobody ever reaches it. Then what is it for? It is for making the streak expensive. I circled a bit more and said, you are telling me all this because you are bored and want somebody to talk to. He laughed and said, among the new players I have met, you have both excellent skill and mentality. I did have a good mentality. I had it because I had 3 of me and a spare face, and the man in front of me could only kill 1/3 of a person. There is nothing brave about a good attitude when you have backups. Right now, he said, more than 80% of the players on winning streaks in your battle room are doing it through illegitimate means, including many weaker than you, including the so-called God of War powerhouses you have been staring at. And then, seriously, have you ever met a mysterious dark figure on a floor above 20? I did not answer. My face answered for me, apparently, because he softened and said, looks like I was not wrong about you. You are lucky too. Which is when I understood that the lantern was still burning on my other body, and the shadow in the corridor had found me during it. So the shadow gives out the jade tablets, and this organization takes what the tablets hold, and the way you pay for a winning streak is with human beings. He walked me through the price list like a man in a phone shop. 3 win streak, 3 survival points. 5 win streak, 5 points. Package deal, both, 4 points, because for the 5 you have to win your 4th match yourself before you get matched with us again, and if you lose that one, it is your problem. Then he told me what survival points actually are, and it was the single most valuable thing anyone said to me all day. You misunderstand. The real use of survival points is not exchanging them for powerful items. It is survival. Once you clear the newbie apartment and reach the real doomsday apartment, rent is paid in survival points. If you cannot pay, you are dead. Every player has 1 point deducted at midnight every day. Holidays and events deduct more, negative, and you are erased, so they are not currency, they are heartbeats. And the shadow in my corridor had offered to buy mine at 100,000 each. Then he told me the rest. Casually, the way you would mention a bus timetable, that most apartments do not last until day 10, that almost everyone is dead about 5 days in, that we should stop imagining a dramatic confrontation with the veterans, because by the time the veterans arrive, there is usually nobody left. Those who cannot adapt simply become survival points consumed by those who can. I asked what the survival rate for new players was. He smiled and changed the subject, which was an answer. And then he told me how the players with 3-digit survival point counts get them, and my stomach went cold, because it is not a secret at all. Every newbie apartment has a teleport array on the roof, 1 survival point, and you are in someone else's building. That is where the numbers over 100 come from. Some apartments are emptied out before the veterans ever arrive, which explained Gao Lei and Xia Yong standing on my ranking board with the paint still wet. He wanted me to buy a 10-win streak on credit, use now pay later at double the price on a 24-hour repayment cycle. And if I could not pay, the contract itself would eliminate me, and the single survival point my death generated would be their compensation. He said that last part like a man reading terms and conditions, and it is the truest sentence in this whole building. Every human life is a unit of currency. Oh, enough of it, and you will go and take some out of other people, and so will everyone else, and everyone worse than you will do it first. I pretended to consider it. I asked about the contract tools. I let him get comfortable, because while he was giving me a sales pitch, my main body was in 2025 tearing open a bronze skill scroll. White light went into me, and I felt like I had slept for 3 days, and something in the dark reached back and touched my hand. Skill. Clone Fusion, Rank D, designate up to 3 clones for targeted fusion. Attributes, talents, and skills of up to 2 clones are fully transferred to the designated main clone for 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I did the sum in about a second and a half. Clone 1, Combat Power 5.5. Clone 2, Combat Power 54. Add them and you should get something under 60. The merged number was 72. Not addition. The fusion pays a bonus for being one thing instead of two. 2 talents on one panel, 3 skills on one panel, and a stat line that the matchmaking system had not seen and had no reason to expect because matchmaking had paired this fight based on 54. The man in the black robe was matched against a 54. He was standing in front of a 72. He was mid-sentence explaining the signing process when I put a golden light through his mask into his brow and opened his throat with the dagger on the same motion. It came out of him like a burst pipe, and he did not die. He went backwards so fast I lost him for a beat, clapped a black glove over his neck, and when the glove came away the wound was gone, because the robe was not a robe, it was a set. Black shoes with turned-up toes, black gloves, black mask, black robe, all matching, all standard issue, and anyone who has played anything knows what a complete set does. But the poison was already in him, and the golden light had gone through his forehead, and when he spoke again his voice sounded like a cassette that had been chewed. Kid, do you know what this uniform represents? Not me. The entire organization behind me. Even if you win by sneak attack, every crucial streak you ever try will be targeted. You will never have another winning streak. I misjudged you. I did not expect you to be less intelligent than any new player I have ever met. He said all of that from behind a mask, dripping, with a hole in his head, in the voice of a man giving a lecture. And I nearly laughed with relief, because you do not deliver a speech about consequences when you can simply kill somebody. You deliver a speech about consequences when the speech is all you have left. He was empty. He was standing there on fumes telling me about his employer's HR policy. So I went at him. I threw the light, and I threw the dagger, and then the dagger left my hand, and I panicked for exactly 1 heartbeat before I realized it had not left. It was mine. I could feel it out there, 2 meters away, the way you feel your own fingers in the dark. Golden cicada sheds its shell. Rank D. Hold a metal weapon for a minute, then release it and control it for 3 within 5 meters. Learned in the middle of a fight because absolute focus was running, and absolute focus improves you based on how completely you are paying attention, and I had never in my life paid attention to anything the way I was paying attention to that man. He could not work out how a combat power of 55 was pushing 70. He went through the possibilities out loud, which was generous of him. Broken matchmaking. A hidden item. Or one of the 1 in a million cases they call a traffic limit breaker, a person whose actual output exceeds the number on their own panel, which he had heard of and never seen. He picked the mythical explanation over the boring one, which is what everybody does, and it is why I got away with this for as long as I did. Then the robe collapsed empty with my dagger through it, and he was gone. I had 3 minutes. I had already spent most of them. Absolute focus caught the movement behind me before I did. The dagger, floating 2 meters out, spun on its own and went through something. Something red came out of the air, and I turned and caught the handle out of the spin and put it into his throat again while the shape was still resolving. 3 breaths, and he was not there. Ding. Congratulations on winning this match. You have received 100 points in the match wager. Ding. Congratulations on achieving a 3-game winning streak. Please select your winning streak reward. 3 black cards floated up in front of me, identical, and I picked the third one for no reason at all. They flipped in order. The first was an announcement card, the thing Liu Qing had used. Worth a fortune, not mine. The second was an upgrade card. Level up 1, free, if you are under level 10. So that is how Wu Jun became the first player in the building to hit level 2, and I felt a small, unkind satisfaction about that. And the third, the one I had actually taken, was a privilege card, Privilege 1. During random matchmaking, you may select an opponent of similar strength, Privilege 2. In this match, bets are no longer downward compatible. I did not understand it for about 10 seconds, and then I understood it completely. Normally, if you bet 100 and the other person bets 10,000, the match settles at 100 because the smaller bet rules, which is the only thing keeping poor players alive in here. With this card, that stops being true. I could bet 100, pick somebody who had bet 1,000,000, win. I stood in an empty arena holding a card that let a boy with 400 yuan reach into somebody's pocket. I had about 90 seconds of feeling clever. Player Kui Feng has posted a battle room announcement, and it was his voice, the chewed cassette. He had burned an announcement card, one of the most expensive objects in the building, to say this. Hey bald kid, seat A06-5525. Are you enjoying the rewards and joy of a 3-game winning streak right now? I am posting this specifically to remind you of something. What I said on the fighting stage was not meant to scare you. You will actually pay the price for your foolish actions. Next, you will realize, my energy is beyond your imagination. Enjoy it. The entire lobby laughed at him. Is this player rich or stupid? He wasted an announcement card to yell at somebody. My energy is beyond your imagination. Is he having an episode? He lost a match and now he is doing a monologue about it. The mockery lasted about 40 seconds. Urgent announcement from the battle room. VIP player. Ming Kai is adding 1 million combat machines to this battle zone. 1 million machines will be linked within 10 minutes. At that time, 1 million veteran players will have access to this battle zone. That is when the laughing stopped. Because everybody in that lobby was nameless Black Iron, and everybody in that lobby was in here for exactly one reason, which is that random matchmaking pairs you with your own kind, and 1 million veterans in the pool means your own kind stops existing, and it took about 11 seconds for the mood to find a target. Who is this Ming Kai? What level of player is a VIP? Wait, do you remember the Kui Feng announcement right before? Something about making a bald kid pay a price. So he was not a Chunibu, so he actually is that big. Damn, he did not make one bald kid pay, he made our entire war zone pay. Which bald idiot was stupid enough to mess with somebody like that? I changed seats, and while I was changing seats, I noticed the thing I should have noticed an hour earlier. Every seat in the second floor hall is numbered like mine. 3 digits, dash, 4 digits. A06-5525. Liu Qing's seat number was 151. 3 digits, not 7. Which either means she is on a floor I cannot reach, or it means the seats in the public hall are not the only seats there are. She was in her own apartment. She had a private machine, which she had pulled out of a stolen package, which gave her a permanent private seat number, which is why she had bought an announcement to tell the whole server to memorize it. She was not inviting people to one match, she was building a channel. Every fight after that would have an audience, and the audience is the product. And if she kept winning, she would be making a celebrity's income again, in a place where money had stopped meaning what it used to. It was a genuinely brilliant business. And then 1 million veterans got dropped on her head because a man in a mask lost his temper at me. She never found out. I think about that sometimes. Meanwhile, my first clone was walking home with a skill scroll and a bad feeling, and my second clone was staring at a spectator menu that looked exactly like a food delivery app. Search bar. Default sort. A little number in the corner of every arena telling you how many people were watching. I sorted by spectator count. Because a privilege card only pays if you pointed at money, and I could not see anyone's bet, but I could see the size of their crowd. And then something more urgent happened in the corridor of the 20th floor. Clone 1 was passing room 2060 when the air changed. You must be Li Wei, who lives on the 20th floor. A thin young man came out of the dark, buzz cut, tattoo on the forehead that looked like it was covering something. He did not walk like a student. He walked like somebody who had been in real rooms with real doors, not a classmate, which left 2 names. And then he frowned and asked a question that nearly stopped my heart. That is strange. Does your newbie apartment have 2 people named Li Wei? Because he could see my panel. Clone 1 is level 0. The ranking board says Li Wei is level 1 because Clone 2 got the level from the snake. He could read the stats of anyone 3 levels or more below him, and he had read mine, and the number did not match the leaderboard, and he was standing there working the problem out loud. Do you have an ability to block panel reads? No, blocking would not look like this. Can you disguise a panel? Does such a thing exist? Come on, buddy, you had better confess. I leaned back on the wall and did terrified, which was easy, because I was. And I thought, thank God he is reading the cheap one. If that thing had scanned my main body and seen the letter X, my whole day ends there. He introduced himself while playing with a knife. Gao Lei, not from Xiaoyang's apartment either. They had a common goal, which was to get stronger at the fastest possible speed, and he asked me what I thought the fastest way was. Kill, I said. Bingo, he said in English, and snapped his fingers and then corrected himself. To put it more precisely, it is the supersized version of murder, massacring the whole city. Well, what we should call it is 2 apartment. In my apartment, there are no other players alive besides me. Next, Xiaoyang's was the second. Now, the apartment you are in is the 3rd. He said it with the mild pride of a man describing a franchise. Li Wei, right. You are very lucky. My strength is average, but I was assigned to the 20th floor. That is your reason for living. Then he offered me a job. You can choose to be my dog, like Xiaoyang. I will lead you apartment by apartment, harvesting survival points. Faster than working, faster than fighting. I will build a powerful organization, and everyone who follows me becomes an elder. I do not support idlers, so at this stage the rule is 10 survival points to me per apartment. Anything over 10 is yours. Once I have more than 8 members, I will formalize the rules. Oh, and by the way, you have a survival jade tablet on you, right? And I understood that the shadow in the corridor was not a local phenomenon either. It has a Salesforce in every building. Gao Lei had the same tablet, and that tablet is how these 2 had gotten past 100 points, and 100 points is how he had gotten whatever was making the air feel wrong around him. I said I had a cleaning job in 2064. He laughed at me. No way, dude. Kill one person and make 100,000 in seconds, and you are telling me about a cleaning job. Now I will ask you, are you going back to your cleaning job, or are you coming with me to kill people? Murder, I said loudly in the voice of a boy who has just decided to become the worst version of himself. He gave me a thumbs up. Then he asked 3 questions. What is Wu Jun's strength? What do you know about the mysterious bald head? And why does your panel say level 0 when the board says level 1? The first 2 told me everything. He was not recruiting me. He was scouting the 2 people in this building he could not read, so he could either buy them or bury them. I told him about Wu Jun's resurrection and asked innocently whether survival points can revive. He went serious immediately. Resurrection. Survival points do not come with resurrection. His revival must be his talent, which is what I had thought, and it was nice to be right, and it cost me nothing. Then I asked why he did not simply read Wu Jun's panel himself. He rolled his eyes and told me he could only read 3 levels down, and Wu Jun was level 3, which meant Gao Lei was level 6 at most, and had been level 3 when he arrived, and had been reading my panel the whole conversation to reassure himself, and did not want a direct fight with Wu Jun any more than I did. Cautious. Good. Cautious people have exploitable habits. So when he came back to the 3rd question, I stopped playing, frightened. I looked him in the eye and said, it is very simple. Because I slightly concealed my strength. Hiding your strength, he said, and grinned. Not bad. Then come on, show me your true strength. And I gave him the merged panel. Level 1. Fitness 7.4, Energy 8.6, Combat Strength 75, 2 talents, 4 skills. He was impressed, which was the point, and he was also relieved, which was the other point, because a man who has just discovered a hidden asset stops looking for a second hidden asset. He showed me 3 lines of his own. Gao Lei, level 3. Combat Strength 88. Then he waved a hand, and a bronze-framed dressing mirror 2 meters tall appeared in the corridor. Come here, stand in front of the mirror and display your panel. I frowned. I told you long ago, killing you is easy. There is no need for me to play tricks. So I stood in front of it and held the panel up for 30 seconds, and my reflection started moving on its own. And then it stepped out. An identical me. Same face, same panel, same numbers. Now you can go back to your cleaning work, he said, pleased with himself. The matter of testing Wu Jun can be left to the mirror clone. And I understood exactly what he was doing, because it is the oldest recruitment method there is. Send the new man out wearing his own face to attack his own classmates. Once Li Wei has publicly hurt the people he grew up with, Li Wei has nowhere to stand except behind Gao Lei. That is not a test. That is burning the bridges while the recruit is still on them. He did not trust me. He trusted the copy he had made of me. He should not have made a copy of me. Because the second that thing stepped out of the mirror, my main body, sitting quietly in 2025, felt something come online. Clone fusion had a cooldown. I had used both my slots. Merge 1 into 2, merge 2 into 1, done, empty, wait. And the moment the mirror clone existed, the skill lit back up. It was on the list. The mirror had not made a copy, it had made a clone. And my talent does not check paperwork. I stood there with my face doing polite envy and asked, in the tone of a man being slow, whether the clone would obey my commands. He looked at me like I was a child. Are you dreaming? I spent over 100 survival points on this item. Even if the King of Heaven came, the clones it makes obey me. Over 100 survival points. He was proud of it. He explained the whole thing, because men like that always do, that the high-end mall sells common goods to anyone with money, but that this was different, that when he took his points to the Shadow to exchange for currency, the Shadow noticed he had over 100 and gave him special treatment and opened a list that only takes survival points, and this mirror came out of that list. And it is unique, he said. There is only one. Then, generously, your base stats are quite good. You were one of the first to follow me. Do not worry, I will focus on training you. I nodded a lot, and in 2025 I merged the mirror clone into number 1. Fitness 14.8, Energy 17.2, Combat Power 208, Talents. Heaven Rewards. Diligence rank S, Gold Element Affinity rank B, because fusion does not just stack talents, it upgrades them. Skills. Absolute Focus rank S, Combat Stance rank S, Golden Light Technique rank B, Golden Cicada rank C. 208 against 88. The mirror clone vanished off the corridor floor mid-instruction, and Gao Lei's head came round like a man hearing a noise in an empty house. I did not give him the second look. Absolute Focus, Combat Stance, Golden Light, Cicada. The light went first, faster and darker than it had any right to be. The kitchen knife came off my belt on its own and crossed the corridor without a hand on it. and I closed the distance with my fist, because with 208 there is no reason to be elegant. He was not slow. The jade at his throat flashed, and a pale green shield came up, and the kitchen knife hit it and chipped and fell, and the golden light went straight through the shield into his forehead, and my bare hand broke the shield with one punch. Speed, power, all of it at once, from a boy he had scanned 12 seconds earlier and priced at 75. Red came out of his mouth and his brow at the same time. His pupils went wide and stayed that way, and I could see the question sitting in them, unanswered, as he went down, because he never learned what happened. He never got told. He killed 2 buildings full of people, and he died confused in a corridor being robbed by a boy he had hired that afternoon. The chat group exploded, obviously, and credited Wu Jun. Brother Jun killed Gao Lei. We literally just asked him to, and he did it. Brother Jun is awesome. Brother Jun, I declare, from this day forward, you are my god, and I am your dog. Somewhere on the 3rd floor, Wu Jun read that with a completely blank expression because he had not found Gao Lei yet, and Gao Lei was already dead, and he had been counting on that kill to make him rich. Someone stole my kill, he thought. And then, no. Nobody in this apartment could have done it. So the idiot must have gotten himself eaten by a monster. He never suspected me. For hours. It was the single most useful misunderstanding of my life, and it was built entirely out of the fact that a bald stranger had been sitting in a battle machine at the time. Meanwhile, I was going through Gao Lei's pockets like a raccoon, a space watch. A heart-protecting jade, stamina +4, and it throws up a shield with 50 physical and 50 magic defense when you are attacked, which is the thing that had just failed to save him. A ghost ring blade that comes back to your hand and stuns. A random teleport scroll he had never dared use because random means random, and a lucky bracelet. Energy +1 slightly increases luck, 38 minutes, and unlike my 188,000 UN lantern, rechargeable. And the mirror. I got the mirror. I ran back to 2025 like a thief, which is what I was, and shut the door, and stood in my own hallway with my heart going and a 2-meter antique in my arms, and let myself grin at the ceiling for about 4 seconds. Murder and arson bring wealth. Old saying. Turns out the important part is picking someone who has already done the murdering for you. 1 survival point off Gao Lei went into the main body, and I spent it immediately. Ding. Congratulations on creating a clone. And the room went sideways, and my legs stopped working, and I got moved to a bed by one of my own copies, which is a very strange thing to be conscious for. 3 clones is my ceiling with the stats I have. 4 is a boy on a bed with a headache. If I want more of me, the me at the bottom has to grow, and it has to grow fast, and I still had no idea how. Then I read the panel and stopped caring about the headache. Fitness 5.8, Energy 7.2, Combat Strength 58, Talent, Ice Element Affinity, Rank S Skills, Condensing Ice Domain, Rank S Ice Mist Invasion, Rank A, Extreme Cold Ice Blade, Rank B, a Rank S Domain Skill, at level 0. On the first day, Lu Meiling and Chen Hao both had Rank S talents, and neither of them had managed a Rank S skill, and everyone in the building had accepted that as a law of nature, and Ice Mist Invasion ignores defenses. It goes in through breathing. I read that line about 4 times. It is an ice skill, and it is really a biological weapon, and there is no armor in this building that keeps you from inhaling. I now had 3 clones, a Rank C Errand Boy, a Rank S talent that gets permanently better every time it fights, and a Rank S Ice Mage with a domain. And the man who had made all of it possible was lying face down in a corridor on the 20th floor, killed by his own security feature. I spent about 2 minutes finding out exactly how far the mirror would let me cheat. Not far enough to be a god. Far enough. Only 1 mirror clone can exist at a time, so I cannot stand in front of it and mint an army. To make a new one, the blurred human shape left on the glass has to be wiped, and wiping it deletes whatever copy is walking around. And a copy can only be fused once, so it is not an infinite fusion machine either. But the cooldown does not care. Every mirror clone counts as brand new, fresh, never used. Which means every time I make one, I get a free fusion, regardless of what my actual clones are doing. So the strongest limit on the strongest thing I own had just been reduced from a hard wall to a 30-second inconvenience, because 30 seconds is how long you have to stand in front of the glass with your panel up. 30 seconds is a very long time in a fight, remember that. It nearly killed me twice. Then I sent number 2 into a match with the privilege card and a list of seat numbers I had memorized off the spectator menu, and there was exactly one name on it I recognized. Seat 151. Set seat number 151 as the match target. Privilege card successfully used. Matching complete. The arena had an audience. It had thousands, rows and rows of them, filling up, and among them, sitting together with the exact posture of 2 people who have paid to watch somebody else get hurt, were Guo Xin and Wang Hua. Guo Xin spotted me and started typing so fast she nearly caught fire. Sister Hua. That bald guy who tricked us actually matched with Liu Qing. Based on what everyone says about her combat strength, that means his combat power is over 50, and he had the nerve to scam 2 weak women, so shameless. And then Wang Hua, who was still in her seat, quietly working the problem the way she does, said the thing that made 2,000 people turn around. Could he be the mysterious bald man who got a VIP player to link 1,000,000 machines? Absolutely not, said the crowd. He does not have impressive equipment. He is 50-something combat power. The one who offended a big shot must be over 100, maybe a god of war. Hopefully he is not, said somebody, because it would be a shame if Liu Qing lost after 9 straight wins. 9. She had announced at 5 and gone 6, 7, 8 in front of a paying audience. This was going to be her 9th, and she had bought the 10-win package from the same organization whose salesman I had left in pieces about 40 minutes earlier. There was a 2-minute preparation window before the fight, which normal matches do not have, and which exists so that more people can pay to come in, which suited me because more people is more gate, and 10% of the gate goes to the winner. Outside my machine, back in the real world, Sun Ming and Zhao Lei were losing their minds. That woman looks so much like Liu Qing. What do you mean looks like that is Liu Qing? Holy crap, this bald guy, his luck is incredible. He ran into an actual celebrity. This is the first time I have seen her dressed like that. Black vest, black leggings, that figure, the epitome of pure and innocent beauty. Celebrities are indeed celebrities, said Sun Ming with feeling. Their looks and figures are flawless. I wanted on record that while my classmates were reviewing an actress, I was about to take 500,000 yuan off her. 2 minutes ended. She came off the line and left after images, and the after images did not fade. They set. Dozens of her, filling the arena, all moving, and there is no way to tell which one is the woman. Guoxian started explaining the suit to Wang Hua, that the clones cannot attack, that they are only there so you can never find the real one, that she can swap between them, that she also has. She did not get to finish the sentence, because I put the condensing ice domain down over the whole arena. Every Liu Qing in that ring, real and false, went slow at the same time, and then went down at the same time, and none of them got up. Ding. Congratulations to the player at seat G79-1049 for winning this match. The audience area went completely silent for about 4 seconds. Then it came apart. She got one shot. It was not even a reveal of the real one. All of them died in one breath. How can an area skill be that strong at matched combat power? That does not make sense. That is not a skill. That is an item you buy with survival points. 9 straight wins and it ends like this. Is this the guy who offended the VIP? I support the veterans landing here and wiping this bald man out to avenge Liu Qing. Her fans were ready to take me apart with their hands. Guoxian poked Wang Hua's arm and said in a very small voice, "Sister," I suddenly realized. We might not have been scammed. We might have been teased. And Wang Hua, who had already worked it out, sat looking at the empty ring for a long time and finally said, "I am really too weak," and got up and left. Meanwhile, in apartment 985, room 2008, an actress sat in her private machine and went white. 9 wins. Gone. And she never got to negotiate because I had not left her 4 seconds to offer me anything. And if I had, she would have paid, she told herself. She would have paid whatever it took. And she had bought the 10-win package, so the 10 died with the 9. She vanished out of her private box and reappeared next to seat G79-1049 in the public hall. And there was nobody there. I was already gone. Take 560,000. 500,000 of it was her bet, because a woman on a 9-win streak with an audience does not bet small. 60,000 was the gate, which works out at about 6,000 people. 6,000 people paid 100 win each to watch me do that, and I got a cut of every one of them. My rent was 125,000. My debts were 350,000. I had just cleared all of it inside 8 seconds of ring time and had money left over to shop with. I came out of the machine and Sun Ming and Zhao Lei were standing there with their mouths open, and Zhao Lei, who was not thinking straight, said, "Dude, you are awesome," and then panicked and took 3 steps back. I ignored them and left. And I want to say something about that walk, because it is the only honest moment I had all afternoon. I could have gone hunting. I had 2 rank S clones and a domain skill and a building full of 18-year-olds who could not fight, and every single one of them was worth 100,000 from the shadow in the corridor, and a clone roll from my own talent, which was worth more. I did not. Not because I am good. I want to be very clear that I am not making that claim. It is that I grew up in a normal world, and in a normal world people are people, and I could not simply decide they were not. Maybe if I went to another building, I thought. Somewhere full of strangers. Maybe there I could do it the way you clear monsters in a game. I genuinely did not know. That is where I was at that point in the day. And anyway, my main body could not handle another clone. So the question was academic, which was convenient, which is how most people avoid answering that kind of question. Back in the group chat, my class was discovering hunger. A bowl of porridge is 10 yuan. A small dish of vegetables is 20. A meat dish is 40. 10 yuan for a bottle of water? I have never been to a tourist attraction this bad. At my normal rate, a meal would cost me 1,000, and that is being restrained. We are working like slaves in this apartment. Wait, you have already paid rent. I have been working all morning and I cannot even afford food, never mind rent. I used to ask my parents for money and spend 1,000 on lunch without thinking. Now I earn 12 yuan an order and I cannot bear to spend it. Somebody asked Liu Meiling's monster hunting team whether monster meat was edible. Wei Jian replied that the monsters vanish and leave nothing. Wei Jian, can you think of another way? I am so hungry. If my parents knew I was this hungry, they would be heartbroken. And Wei Jian, who has no gift for softness at all, wrote back, stop calling for mom and dad. There are no parents here spoiling us. And frankly, our parents' situation in whatever building they are in is not necessarily any better than ours. The group went quiet for a long time after that. Then a girl called He Miao broke it. By the way, does anyone know how those two players switched apartments? I really want to switch apartments and be with my family. Nobody answered. So she tagged the one person who might know. Wu Jun, do you know how to switch apartments? Another girl jumped in immediately. He Miao, are you out of your mind? He told us to stop tagging him. Sorry, I forgot. I did not mean to. I just really want to see my parents. And Wu Jun, who had not spoken in an hour, replied, where are you? I will take you to be reunited with your parents. The group went off like a firework. He really can do it. He can even find the right building. He is so kind. We misunderstood him. I am at the red light elevator on the 6th floor. Okay, said Wu Jun. I will be there right away. And then other girls started asking too, and he was gentle with every one of them and asked each of them where they were and promised. They gave him their locations, every single one. He Miao died first, then the second girl, then the group understood. No, I will not reunite with my family. Do not kill me. Sister Liu, save me. I want to go home. Why did I have to go through something so terrifying? Someone please help. Wei Jian, help me. I have had a crush on you for 3 years. That last one has stayed with me. She typed that while she was dying, and she typed it to a boy who was not coming. He did it because it amused him, and because he had learned that morning that the class had voted to execute him, and then folded the second it turned out he could fight. He was not collecting points. He had 4 already. He was showing them what their opinion was worth. I did not participate. I sat in my apartment and ate 4 dishes and a soup from the low-end mall because I had 560,000 yuan, and my classmates were rationing porridge. I am not proud of that either. I am just telling you what happened. Liu Meiling stepped in and took charge, which is what she is for. Everyone who gave Wu Jun their coordinates, come to the 1st floor. All mutual aid members to the 1st floor. We will use the meal break to plan the group's future development. Unity and cooperation will change our situation. And the terrified girls went, because she was the only wall in the building. Then she tagged me. Li Wei, how much money have you made? Did you find the survival stone up on the 20th floor? I told her I was still cleaning and had not found anything. She had no expectations of me whatsoever, which was the point of the exchange, and she gave me a piece of advice that was really a piece of advice for everyone reading. Since none of the other students have found a survival stone, I suspect they are located above the 20th floor. If you want to live, you will most likely have to trade a stone for money, so keep an eye out for your own rent. The rest of the class did the arithmetic out loud immediately. We used to think a stone was only for clearing the game, so trading one was madness. But nearly 10 of us are already dead, so there are more stones than survivors now. So trading one early is actually a good decision. 10 classmates dead by lunchtime, and the takeaway was that the price of life had come down. And then a girl none of us could place said, actually, I found a survival stone. The group stopped. Even I sat up. Yang Xiaoman. Class 2. Transferred in less than a month ago, which is why half of them had never heard the name, and the other half only remembered her as the quiet one in the back row. They came at her the way they had come at Liu Meiling. Where? How? Show us. Describe it. Is she even real? Maybe she is like the 2 parachutes. She has not joined the mutual aid group, said Ma Tian's replacement. There is no record of her. She is trying to get attention. She is making it up. Liu Meiling shut them down. I have met Yang Xiaoman. She is not the kind of girl who lies for attention. And then Liu Meiling did the gentle thing, patiently, publicly, and it was genuinely well done. Xiaoman, do you have concerns? Nobody will force you to hand over your stone. I know you have only been here a short time and do not trust the class, but will you trust me? Join us and I will protect you, or if you will not join, will you share what you know? Or leave me a private signal and I will come to you. And Yang Xiaoman answered none of it and said something much more important. Actually, I was not planning to tell you, but nearly 10 of our 80 are already dead, so I think I have to. If we want to find as many survival stones as possible, we had better stop killing each other, because if I am not mistaken, each of us who is alive has the opportunity to find a stone. Finding the stone that belongs to someone who has died is extremely difficult. And then she stopped talking and never answered another question that day. The group did not understand what they had been handed. They mostly decided she was making excuses to lecture Wu Jun. I understood it, and I understood one more thing about her, which is that she called us players and not classmates. Every time. Not once did she slip. She had been in that school for under a month. She had no friends here to lose, and she talked like someone reading a manual she had read before. Everyone alive has a stone with their name on it. Kill a person, and you do not take their stone, you delete it. So the 80 stones for 80 people was never a rule about fairness. It was a lock. And Wu Jun and Guo Dong and Gao Lei and everyone else clever enough to work out that murder was profitable had spent the whole morning burning the exits. I turned that over and got as far as the obvious guess, which was that the stones must be in the rooms, and then hit the obvious problem, which was that 80 terrified teenagers had turned their rooms upside down at hour 1, including me, and none of us had found anything. So it is in the room, and it is not in the room. I did not solve it. Not for hours. And then a woman in white took my other clone up onto the roof of the world, and I stopped thinking about survival stones entirely. She did not use the elevator, she used the television. She put her bare hand flat on the screen and told me to stick my employee badge on it, and I did, and something reached out and pulled, and I was standing in a wood, bare trees, no branches, no leaves, and white sheets hanging on them. Some of the sheets had gone red in patches. There was no sky I could describe. The whole place had the atmosphere of a room where something happened once, and nobody has been back since. She walked through it like a woman crossing a car park, picked out a clean white sheet, put her hand on it, and told me to put the badge on again, and I did the bravest and stupidest thing I did all day, which was to memorize which tree. Not the sheet she picked, the tree. Because I already knew I was going to want to come back here without her. Another pull, and then sunlight. Real sunlight. Enough of it that I had to close my eyes. I had not seen the sun since I arrived. The lobby is bright, and the corridors are dim, and the elevator is red, and none of it is daylight, and I had not noticed the absence until it came back. And when it came back, my main body, lying flat on a bed 20 floors down, felt it too. The rooftop was enormous, an outer ring of marble like a huge square corridor, in the open air. And inside that ring, an inner square with a black floor of some material I could not name, filled with rows of black control panels about half a person high. Some of the panels had things laid out on them, drying. Somebody's props, somebody's belongings. Some of them looked untouched. Those panels are the teleport arrays. That is how Gao Lei got here. That is how you leave. The woman in white set up a deck chair, put on sunglasses, and lay down. I would like you to picture that. I am on the roof of a building that eats people, in a place no player is allowed to be, and the horror movie that brought me here is sunbathing. Such beautiful sunshine is truly rare, she said. My little hairs are so lucky today. I got goosebumps and started applying oil to 10,086 hairs one at a time, in the sun on a rooftop while she sunned herself 6 feet away. That is the job. That is really what the job was. And while I did it, my second clone was walking into the high-end mall with Wu Jun. He had stopped me at the entrance, not with hostility. That is what unsettled me. He came across the floor in that flashing way of his, point A to point B without visible legs, black cloth shoes that did not match the windbreaker at all and were therefore obviously bronze-grade footwear. Going to the high-end mall. Want to come together. I did not want to. My combat power beats his after a fusion, but fusion runs 3 minutes and you want to spend it 1 second before a fight, not standing in a shop. And there is no trust in this building at all. Even shopping is stressful. I was about to refuse. And he stepped in half a pace and lowered his voice and said, "You are probably not a doomsday apartment player, are you?" I nearly said the wrong thing. Because I heard it as, "You are not one of the 80. And I was about to correct him, and then I caught the way he was looking at me and realized he had not said the word new player, or veteran, or classmate. He said player. Nobody in that building used the word game. We said newbie apartment and veterans and offline. The one person who consistently said players instead of classmates was Yang Xiaomon, and this boy had been ahead of everyone since minute 1. He knew about the packages, he knew about the elevator, he knew what survival points did before anyone had heard the phrase. He had reached level 2 while the rest of us were reading signs. Game. Somebody had shipped this thing as a game before it swallowed the world, and he had played it. I said okay, and we went in together. The high-end mall is smaller than the low-end one, and about 4 times as arrogant. Glass cases, props, and a whole row of cases with treasure chests in them, because they will happily sell you the gambling as well as the prize. He went straight past all of it to a display stand on the north wall with no goods on it and a control panel to the right. Player trading, I said. He nodded and started working the panel, listing things he no longer wanted, and explained casually that the mall marks everything up, that player to player is basically a second-hand market, and that anything you do not need can be turned back into money. And then, without warning, he said, "Are you Yang Xiaomon?" I blinked. "It seems not," he said to himself. "Are you Li Wei?" I frowned. "It does not seem so either," he said, and kept going. So who exactly are you? With the disguise mask, invisibility is more practical than camouflage. But you chose to look like somebody instead of like nobody. Why? What reason do you have that requires you to have a face at all? I had assumed he was reading me. He was not. He was throwing names at a wall and watching for movement, and he had done it so confidently that I had nearly answered. That is his whole method, by the way. He guesses out loud with total conviction and lets your face do the work. It is extremely effective, and it means he is wrong about half the time and never notices. Then he said the thing that made me pay attention. Sun Ming said you used an ice area skill to kill Liu Qing instantly. With that kind of strength, there should be no need to hide your identity, and your 3-win streak. You did not win it by yourself, did you? I was about to lie, and he cut me off with a fact I had no way of knowing. The streak rewards look random. 3 cards, pick one. They are not. If you buy your streak, you basically only draw low-end cards, announcement cards, junk. But unless I am mistaken, you used a privilege card on Liu Qing, and privilege cards go to people who won the streak themselves. I stood there and reassembled my afternoon. The system knows. It knows whether you earned it, and it pays you accordingly. And the entire market for bot streaks is a market for cheap cards sold at premium prices, and every whale in that battle room is being quietly shortchanged and does not know it. So I asked him, the upgrade card is a high-end card. Did you win your streak yourself then? And I said also, which was a mistake, because also is a confession, and he heard it and his eyes changed. But he answered honestly, and the answer was better than the question. The upgrade card is high-end, but I bought my streak. I did not understand. I bought it, he said, with an extra requirement. I paid them to act convincingly, so that I would look strong. I fooled the reward mechanism into thinking I had won on skill. I want to acknowledge that properly. He paid for a match and then paid extra for a performance in order to lie to a computer on day 1 in a building where nobody else had worked out that the computer was watching. He was not the strongest person in that apartment. He was the only one who had read the manual, so I said it out loud because there was no point pretending anymore. Before you entered the battle room, you had killed 4 players and had 4 survival points, and 4 points is exactly the price of the 5-win streak package, so you knew the prices before you got there, because you are a gamer. And he did not flinch. I did spend 4 survival points on the 5-win package, he said. I have already achieved the 5. And then, because he could not resist, he told me the thing that had been bothering me all afternoon. My streak was not broken by the match where I lost 100,000. The 5-win reward I drew was an exemption card. It erases 1 loss from your record. Lose a 9-win streak, burn the card, the next match still counts as 9, which is when I understood that the entire battle room is a casino that sells its own house edge to the players, 1 layer at a time, and every layer knows about the layer below it and not the layer above. He showed me the trading board. Announcement cards, the cheapest, going for over 100,000. Upgrade cards from 300,000, privilege cards 3 listed, 600,000, 800,000, 1 million. I was carrying a 1,000,000 WAN card in my pocket and I had spent it on an actress. And he explained why the prices were insane, and it is the most honest description of that building anyone gave me. For ordinary players, working, life is hard. They cannot afford rent or food. For players above the 20th floor, 1 person is 100,000. Say that to Liu Meiling. Give me 300,000 and I will level you up. She would never. She would rather grind monsters for a week. Say it to a floor 20 player. 300,000 is 3 useless people who never learned a skill. Cheaper than monsters. Safer too. That is the inflation. That is the whole economy. There are 2 prices for everything in this building, and which one you get depends on whether you are willing to think of your classmates as change. Then he asked, out of genuine curiosity, how much I had made off Liu Qing. Because if it was under 600,000, he said, you lost money. That is what the card was worth. 560. I did not answer him. It was the first time all day I felt genuinely stupid, and he did not even mean it unkindly. He was just doing sums. And then he told me what the card was actually for, and it is worse than anything else he said. The reason privilege cards sell for millions is not for winning. It is for blocking. You use it to match yourself against a player on an 8 or 9 win streak, and you break it. And then you offer to sell them the streak back. Players who reach 8 or 9 are not short of money. Even if they are, they will pay. Your Liu Qing match, if you had shown her you could beat her and then negotiated, she would have paid. She might have gritted her teeth and gone to several million. He said it like a man correcting a homework mistake. I had walked into an actress's 9th win, killed her in 1 move, taken 560,000, and walked out feeling like a bandit, and the professional standing next to me was telling me I had left millions in the room because I had not thought to hold her ransom. That is the part of that day I actually remember at night. Not the killing. Then he told me what he wanted. He wanted to team up, and he wanted to do the whole thing the pay-to-win way, and he set out the shape of the world to prove he could. There are 3 special entities in a newbie apartment, 3 bosses. The first is the apartment administrator, who everybody sees. The second is the shadow in the corridor who hands out survival jade tablets and who only tenants on the 20th floor and above ever meet. And the third is the apartment boss, who only appears after all the players in the apartment are dead. To move between buildings, you need the boss's favor, and to get the boss's favor, you kill everyone in your own building, and that is what Gao Lei and Xia Yang had done. That is the price of a door. I asked him why he was telling me that, given that it is also a recipe for killing him. And he said, because there is another way, and I have it. They're chips. Both of them arrived here carrying cross-apartment items given to them by their own apartment bosses, and those items work for anyone. He had killed Xiaoyang and taken his. And he implied heavily he had Gao Lei's too. He did not have Gao Lei's. Gao Lei's was in my space watch, along with everything else Gao Lei had ever owned, and I had killed him about 90 minutes earlier, and the entire building, including this boy, believed that Wu Jun had done it. So he was standing in a shop bluffing about the second half of a set that I was carrying, to a man wearing a mask to get leverage in a negotiation. I let him, and then he told me the actual plan, and it was so much bigger than I expected that I stopped enjoying myself. The pay-to-win route for a newbie apartment is to kill the apartment administrator before the building self-destructs. The administrator has the authority to erase a player who attacks him. That authority has to be cancelled by one specific item, and no amount of survival points will buy it. That was his bargaining chip, not the cross-apartment chip. That. And I was about to ask which item when the building spoke. Newbie apartment urgent notice. VIP player UUMA is merging this apartment with newbie apartment number 1010. The two apartments will merge within 10 minutes. And then the rules, which I want you to hear in full, because they tell you exactly what kind of institution we were living in. Chat groups and ranking lists merge normally. Administrators will be optimized. Within 10 minutes, an administrator versus administrator battle will begin. The winner is promoted. If no winner emerges in 10 minutes, the administrator is selected based on how many players are on the ranking list, and secondarily on total player count. The merged apartment takes the winning administrator's number. And Rule 4. When merging apartment rooms, if two player tenants have the same room number, an optimized selection and merging process will be performed. The two roommates will duel for 10 minutes. If no winner emerges, the one with higher combat power wins. The winner keeps the room. The loser loses the right to use it. Rent already paid by the loser is not refunded. If rent has not been paid, a penalty is due. Two buildings were being welded together, and the paperwork included a clause about who has to pay a cancellation fee for dying. The group chat did what it always does, which is complain about customer service. Should the apartment not compensate us? When I used to play games, if the server broke, they gave you compensation. Here they merge us and charge extra. If this were a normal game, I would give it a terrible review and file a full report. I had done exactly that 10 hours earlier, and it had gotten me a rank X talent, so I said nothing. And on the roof, in the sunshine, the woman in white sat up. Her comfort had gone. Her face, what I could see of it, had gone somewhere between fury and fear, and she stood, and I got nervous, and my hand shook, and one drop of hair oil went on the marble. "Why are you shaking?" she said, and her voice was not lazy anymore. "You have wasted a whole drop of my precious hair oil. That is displaced anger, and I knew it, and I stayed very still." Then she came apart. She threw her arms up, and the hair I had been oiling all afternoon came alive and went to her, thickened, and moved like two black water snakes, and climbed her arms, and went up under the towel on her head. And underneath the towel, her hair was not hair. It was a nest of black snakes hissing, showing teeth, standing up in the open sun. Her white bathrobe came off her, and her hair became a black outer robe that moved in a wind that was not there. And one of them came off her head, crossed the space between us, and wrapped around my throat. I had already given up on clone number 1. I had my hand on the fusion, ready to spend everything, and I had decided to lose the body. The snake did not tighten, it just held. The woman in black looked at me with eyes that had gone sharp and irritable and said 7 words. "Pray that I will survive. Otherwise, you will be buried with me." And she vanished off the rooftop, leaving me standing in the sun on the roof of the world, alone, with a live snake around my neck and 10 minutes on the clock. A merger does not just move furniture, it threatens the residents. That is what I worked out standing there with a snake on my throat. The residents of this building, the ones who order cleaning and lose packages, are not staff. They are inventory, and a merger runs an optimization pass over them, and the woman in white had just been told that she might not be on the other side of it. The chat group confirmed it from another angle. A boy called Jiang Wei, who had never spoken once, came in to report that the residents had all gone vicious. He had delivered packages all day, gotten 5 stars off nearly everyone, and pushed his badge to level 3. He had gone back for his usual 5-star and been screamed at and given a 1-star on the spot. "Level 3 delivery badge," said the group, and immediately forgot about the residents entirely to argue about whether that was impressive. Wei Shen is a Tsinghua candidate. Of course he is far ahead. He does nothing but practice problems. Wei Jian does not study at all and still gets full marks in maths, so Wei Jian is smarter. What good is IQ? He only has a rank C. Being a high-level errand boy is not an achievement. There is no future in working for someone else. Pah, so does Sister Liu pay your rent. A building full of teenagers found out the ground was moving and immediately went back to arguing about class rankings, because that is what they had instead of a personality, and I say that with something close to affection, so I said it in the group myself, as clone number 1, in the plainest voice I had. The residents really have gone vicious. I am currently trapped on the roof of the apartment by the resident I was assigned to. That got their attention. Liu Meiling came straight in. The roof. How did you get to the roof? I told the truth, or the useful part of it. Cleaning job, hair, sunlight, she took me up, and I described what I had seen up there because I wanted an ordinary, harmless, cooperative persona attached to the name Li Wei, and giving away information you cannot use is the cheapest way to buy one. I told them I was stuck. I asked for ideas. They had none. Pray, said the class. Pray she survives and comes back and lets you go. Liu Meiling did better. She put my report and Zhang Wei's together and worked out that a merger hurts residents, and then she tagged Wu Jun and asked what specifically happens to them. He ignored her completely, which I enjoyed since he was standing 11 meters away from me at the time, so I asked him myself. He said he knew about mergers and had never lived through one and did not know how the residents react. Then he speculated and got it right. Under normal circumstances, residents cannot kill players. During a merger, their own lives are threatened, so they stop caring. Obviously, the woman means that if she dies, Li Wei dies. And then he said with feeling that Li Wei is really bold. He is not a gamer either, and he went straight to the roof, which is the only time in my life I have listened to a man call me reckless while I was standing in front of him being someone else. So I asked, as the bald stranger, whether Li Wei had any option except betting on his customer's survival. And Wu Jun's whole face changed. You want to save Li Wei? Then he decided, and I could see him decide it, that this bald girl must be secretly in love with Li Wei, and that explained everything, and he was so pleased with the theory that he stopped questioning anything else about me for the rest of the day. I want that on the record. The single most effective disguise I wore in that building was not the mask. It was a boy's assumption that a woman was doing something stupid for a crush. Then he told me about the snake. That black water snake is an inanimate object with a spirit in it. It has been given an instruction. If the woman dies, it strangles Li Wei. And then his eyes came up. I cannot guarantee we can save him, but if we are lucky, we might be able to take that black water snake. And that is the man in one sentence. He heard about a hostage and immediately started pricing the rope. There is no time to explain, he said, and it is a race because there is no time left. 300,000, he said, moving through the display cases. 2 props. It may not work. Are you willing to risk it? I had 560,000. 300 of it. Gone, for a maybe, on a clone worth a rank C. And I said yes, and I want to explain why, because it was not sentiment. 1 survival point is 100,000 from the shadow, so 300,000 is 3 points, is 3 clone rolls. That is the honest price, except money is not points. Points buy clones. Money does not buy points. Nobody in this building will sell you a survival point for cash because cash is the thing you use if you cannot get points. Wu Jun had told me himself that the 10-win package costs 10 points and that no quantity of yuan will ever add up to it. So the money in my pocket was not real money. It was tokens for a machine that stops working on day 11. And clone number 1 was a person. I mean that in the literal, boring, mechanical sense. He was one of the 4 things I could be at once. You cannot buy those back with a currency that expires, so I spent it. And while Wu Jun ran around the shop, I went looking for attribute fruits, because my main body was the wall I kept hitting, and if the main body could not hold more clones, then nothing else mattered. He was surprised I wanted them. He explained, in the voice of a man watching someone buy the wrong thing, that at equal grade, fruits give worse stats than equipment, that fruits show up on your panel and raise your combat power, which means matchmaking pairs you with stronger people, and that fruits cost far more than gear, which means every sensible player buys gear. And which means every sensible player's real strength stays a secret and their paper strength stays low, and that is why the whole battle room is full of people carrying furniture. He was baffled that I wanted the expensive, visible, honest option, and in his head he filed me as someone who did not know better. He was wrong. I wanted them because a clone can eat 5 of each grade and cap out, and I had more than 1 clone and nobody else in the world had that. Northeast case, energy fruits and vitality fruits 3 grades, black iron over 10,000 each, bronze over 100,000, silver 5 million. 5 million for a piece of fruit. I bought 1 bronze of each and 2 black iron and spent 240,000, and he spent 300,000 on his 2 props, and my 560,000 turned into 20,000 in about 90 seconds. I asked what I had bought. You will see when we deal with the snake, he said. No time. Then the announcement said the merger was complete, 4 minutes early, because within 10 minutes does not mean at 10 minutes, and I watched him realize he had been outmaneuvered by phrasing. He typed into the group. Li Wei, are you still alive? I am still alive, I said, from about a meter behind him. Okay, he said. Be a good boy and wait on the roof, I am coming to rescue you. Which the whole class read as a death sentence, because the last time he offered to help a classmate, she stopped existing, and none of them said a word about it, because by then, nobody said anything about him at all. And then the merge landed, and our chat group changed, and there were 108 names in it, and they were all people we knew. Li Wei, Wu Jun. Are you talking about the ones from Class 1, Grade 3 at Mingli High? Wei Zhen, Sun Ming, Chen Hao. These are all our classmates. The other building was our school too. Another year group, another wing, same uniform. Great, said my class. It is Teacher Fang, we are saved. And that sentence is the exact moment the temperature changed, because somebody from the other side read it and laughed at us. Because our apartment had started with 80 and merged with 70 alive. Theirs had started with 80 and merged with 38. Fang Min, our Chinese teacher, wrote, "It is not about leveling up. It is really just classmates killing each other." The teacher honestly did not expect that 70 of you would still be alive, and a boy called Guodong replied instantly, "Teacher Fang is still so talkative. It seems you have no gratitude whatsoever for me letting you off the hook." Our half of the group went off like an alarm. Teacher Fang was making a normal comment. Is that a threat? Is that how a student talks to a teacher? What happened in 1010? Guodong, I think I have heard that name, the troublemaker from Class 9, always fighting. I heard his father has a record and his mother does not want him. I would like to point out that my classmates, 30 seconds after meeting a boy who had killed 42 people, chose to discuss his home life in a public channel, and Class 9 laughed at us for a solid minute. Ha 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 ha. Have these good students gone crazy from studying? Great, it is a teacher. I almost died laughing. It is hard to believe they are seniors. You would think they were in primary school. Then Guodong stopped laughing. I have memorized the names of the Class 1 students who just spoke, and what you need to remember is this. Be careful when you are fighting monsters or doing odd jobs later, or you might die without even knowing how. Then his people explained the new arrangement, and it was very clear. In apartment 1010, only a few of us have the right to speak. The other classmates who disagree with Brother Guo are either hiding in their rooms waiting to die, or they are already dead. From now on, only Brother Guo and those of us who follow him are allowed to speak in this group. Anyone who spouts nonsense should be prepared to be killed at any time. Now, who killed He Miao? Nobody answered, not because of loyalty, because of the ranking board, because the boards had merged too. First, Guodong, level 5. Second, Sun Bo, level 4. Third, Lei Yu, level 3. Fourth, Deng Jun. Fifth, Yang Fan. Sixth, Wu Jun. Seventh, Chen Guang. Our best was 6th. Liu Meiling had fallen out of the top 10 entirely. If Class 1 was the rocket class, and Class 9 was where they put the boys who would not sit down. Then the apocalypse had run the experiment and published the results, and the results were on a board in everyone's head. The good students went absolutely silent, and up on the roof, 2 of Class 9's level 3s appeared out of nowhere behind us. Deng Jun and Chen Guang, sent up to test the water while their boss stayed home, because Guodong had asked Wu Jun to bring me to the roof so both of us could be dealt with at once, and had no intention of coming himself. I dropped the domain over the whole roof before anyone said a word. Condensing ice domain at 58 combat power on a level 0 body, and 2 level 3s stopped like insects in resin. Wu Jun caught the edge of it and slowed down too, and I put on a face of enormous alarm and swung the field toward the strangers as though I had panicked and only just found the right direction, and just like that, I was on his team. Then I closed with the frozen one, put my hand on his face, and pushed Ice Mist Invasion into his lungs. He died without falling over first. The other one was rigid, terrified, and still managed to type into the group, Deng Jun, Brother Guo, save me, which is how I learned that Guodong had not come. And Wu Jun stood inside my ice with his body slowing down and his mind slowing with it, tasting exactly what a bald stranger could do to him, and working out correctly that if he did not have a resurrection, and if I did not need him alive, he would already be gone. He was doing sums the whole time. What is this? 50-something combat power matched against Liu Qing. That is not 50-something, that is over 100, and that is a domain skill, and domains are rank A at the absolute minimum, and usually rank S, and in this building 2 people have rank S talents, and neither of them learned a rank S skill, and this one is level what exactly? He decided I was a monster, and he decided to get me out of his building, and I have never agreed with the plan so completely. Then I did the thing I am still slightly proud of. I waved Li Wei over. Here, I said, take this kill and the survival points. And the boy in the corridor walked over cautiously, not daring to speak, and killed a stranger and took the point while the bald woman watched fondly, one person playing both parts in front of a witness. I am not an actor. I have no idea if it was any good. Woo Jun's face suggested it was fine, and also that he had privately upgraded his diagnosis from lovesick to terminal. Then he got the snake. He fed it a little grass-shaped prop from the mall, and the thing came off my neck and went for it, and he coaxed it, hands shaking the entire time, into a small glass tube of clear liquid, the same clear liquid the hair had been soaking in, and it turned back into a strand of hair, and I could breathe. Then he handed me a dark diamond-shaped chip and told me what it was. The cross-apartment prop. Power the control panel with this, pay 1 survival point, teleport to apartments in the same area, and by accepting this chip, you are agreeing to our cooperation. Which was the whole play, and it had been the whole play from the moment he offered to help. He needed the strongest thing in his building out of his building. He had wrapped that up as a rescue, made me pay $300,000 toward it, arranged for the woman in white to have a personal reason to hunt me, and handed me a ticket out with a smile. I knew. I had known since the shop, and I wanted to go. I had wanted to go since a man in a black robe told me that the way people get to 3-digit survival points is by visiting. So I asked, with a small frown, what if I have no survival points? He was speechless for a second, then went hard. Your Jade tablet should have at least 1 point. We came here specifically to save your life. Handing over your points is not unreasonable, is it? I showed him the tablet. A big round 0. Because I had killed Joe Kai before the shadow ever gave me the thing, and points on your panel cannot be taken by anyone, and points in the tablet can, and that is the entire reason the tablet exists. He was annoyed, then his eyes hardened again. All right, if we do not have survival points, then we will use you as a substitute. He said that to my face. After the rescue. In front of the boy he had just rescued, so I killed his afternoon. Clone fusion, condensing ice domain at full strength. Woojun slowed to a crawl mid-sentence, and at that exact second, 2 more of Guodong's people teleported onto the roof, and I swung the field onto them instead and became a loyal ally again inside half a second. Woojun was still frozen and could not tell whether he had just been attacked or defended and never worked it out, and I have never corrected him. I took the diamond chip. I took the glass tube with the snake in it out of his hand. Then I took the space ring off Li Wei's finger, put my attribute fruits into it, and gave it back to him because I had to get the shopping onto the body that could eat it. Woojun watched a bald woman rob a boy and then return the container with presents in it, and something behind his eyes quietly died. Then I said the sentence that bought Li Wei 4 hours of protection. Li Wei is my best friend. He saved my life. If I come back in 3 days and he is not here, our cooperation is probably not going to continue. He looked like a man being handed a pet at a funeral. Fine. Just to work with you, he thought. I have to keep your little lover breathing. He agreed to it. That is the point. He had every intention of betraying it later, but he agreed to it now, and now was what I needed. I put the chip into the control panel, and it lit up. The list of destinations went from 0000 to 9999. Our building was 1008 and had just become 1010, which put us near the front of the alphabet, so to speak, and I wanted to be as far from anyone who knew my face as it was possible to get. So I picked the last one, 9999. And the instant my figure went out, a black water snake came down out of the air and hit the control panel where I had been standing, hard enough to hear, and did not scratch it. The woman in white was back, standing barefoot on the outer railing of the roof, robe moving without wind, snakes up, teeth out. She had survived the merger. She had come straight back for her hair. And her hair had left the building 4 seconds earlier. She looked at the two of them for a long moment. You two, she said, just you wait. Then a screen appeared in the air in front of her, exactly like the television in her living room, and she put her hand on it and was gone after me. And Woo Jun, standing on a rooftop next to a boy he had already privately promised himself he would take away from me the day he stopped needing me, said calmly that he had not known she could cross apartments, and that at most she would go and take her hair back, and incidentally give the bald guy a little more trouble, and that he did not know anything about it, so nobody could pin it on him. The first message I saw in apartment 9999 was this. This is unbelievable. How dare a mere level 1 player cross apartment boundaries? Not who is that? Not is that a cross apartment player? They went straight past both of those and were already offended by my level. I looked at their ranking board. First, Wei Han, level 10. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, level 10. 42nd, level 10. 43rd, level 9. 118th, Wan Xin, level 8. 119th. Li Wei, level 1. There were 118 players on that board, and the worst of them was level 8, and I was level 1, and I had arrived by picking the number at the far end of a list because it was furthest from home, and the top 6 names were the top 6 names. On the God of War ranking, I had gone looking for a quiet building and walked into the one where they keep the professionals. They discussed me like a delivery that had come to the wrong address. A level 1 crossing apartments is one thing, but into ours, into a room full of 90s. Is he a complete newbie who got lost? Could he be hiding his strength and SSS talent, fruits maxed out, full survival point gear? Normally, a newbie would take one look at our board and run. He has not run yet. Maybe he is a mastermind playing dumb. Or maybe, said one of them, he crossed with exactly 1 survival point and now he has none, so he cannot leave. And I stood there, on a roof, with my hand on the control panel, in front of 118 professionals, and thought, you have no idea how right you are. I had 1 point. I had spent it getting here. I could not go home. Then the top of the board spoke, and the whole group chat shut up so fast you could hear it. Wei Han, what do you want to talk to us about? Just say it. Everyone else immediately started screaming like a stadium. Lord Wei is out. Lord Wei came out for a level 1. How many more matches until 100 straight does anyone know? Do you think he does it today? If we take the administrator on day 1, damn, just thinking about it, 100 straight wins and killing the administrator. So the whole reason 118 ranked players were in one building was that they were doing the pay to win route and they were doing it on day 1. I had a choice between admitting I was lost or pretending I had come on purpose, so I typed, I want to fight to the death. I had no idea what a death battle was. Somebody had guessed it earlier in the group, and I had picked it up off the floor and put it on. Wei Han replied immediately, report your record, and I sat there with my mouth slightly open. Record. Record of what? Streaks, presumably. If I ask, I am a fraud. If I guess wrong, I am a fraud. 4 consecutive wins in the battle room, I wrote. Does that count as a record? The silence that followed was one of the great silences of my life. Seriously, buddy, you have not even got a 10-win streak and you want a death battle. Yeah, dude, are you kidding? You dragged Lord Wei into this for a paltry 4. Although, I really want to laugh. I really want to see Lord Wei's expression right now. Just look at me. My expression is probably similar. So I did the only thing available, which was to double down. What if I hit 100 straight before your Lord Wei does? The silence after that one was different, colder. No, buddy, that is not how you brag. Do you know what 100 straight means? Do you have any idea how many Lord Wei has? I did not, and I did not want to. Then Wei Han stopped replying to me and started arranging me. You have 10 minutes. If you win 10 in a row, we will play with you. If you do not, we will send you away. Send you away, meaning what Wu Jun meant when he offered to reunite a girl with her parents. A man came out of the shadows on the roof, dark-skinned, strong-featured, young, in the same black windbreaker every one of them wore, and waved. All right. Whether you are showing off or you actually mean it, if you want 10 straight, come with me. Are you Wan Xin? I asked. He was surprised I knew. He was the last name on the board, 1 place above me, and he had been the first to identify me, and he never stopped talking in that group chat the entire time I knew him. He had also, while I was walking over, posted my panel to the whole apartment. I want to be clear about the etiquette in that building. A man scanned a stranger and published his medical records to 100 people, and nobody thought anything of it. They picked me apart in real time. Level 1. Combat power 50-something. Only rank S. These stats are terrible. And he has not even eaten his attribute fruits. Wait, did nobody notice? His fight with Liu Qing clearly used ice, an ice area skill. So why is there no ice talent and no ice skill on that panel? He is hiding a second talent. Heaven rewards diligence is the one he wants us to see. 2 talents. Honestly, heaven rewards diligence stacked with anything is greater than the sum of its parts. If it really is that plus ice, he has the right to be arrogant. But that does not work either. Matched against Liu Qing, his combat power is 50-something. You cannot fake your strength to the matchmaking system. Right. So his stats really are what we see. So maybe the ice domain was a single-use forbidden scroll. They spent 4 minutes reasoning very well from correct information and arrived nowhere because the answer was not on the list of things that exist. Wan Xin took me to floor 99, which is a floor I did not know a building could have. It looked like the roof, huge, no corridors, no rooms, except with a ceiling, and filled with rows of battle machines, taller and darker and more expensive than the 20 in my lobby, and men in black windbreakers standing around them in clusters watching screens. An esports room. That is what it looked like. A very well-funded esports room in the middle of an apocalypse. A big man came off the crowd at Machine 1 and got straight to it. Why do you not tell me yourself how your panel completely outclasses Liu Qing? I am here to go on a 10-win streak, I said, which is not an answer, and he knew it, and he laughed. Ha, good. Then go and get 10. 10 minutes from now, I will see how you keep up that attitude. And I stood there, outwardly calm, doing the maths and not liking it. 10 in 10 minutes. Every fight has to end almost instantly. Every mirror clone takes 30 seconds to make. And matches with spectators have a 2-minute wait before the bell, so if I am unlucky and 6 of them draw an audience, that is 12 minutes of standing still. The 5 and the 10 are streak blockers, so at least those 2 will have no audience. Except I had personally offended the organization that supplies streak blockers about 90 minutes earlier by putting a dagger through their top salesman's throat while he was reading me terms and conditions. So the 2 matches that mattered most were going to be the 2 where they came for me specifically. And my main body chose that exact moment to spend the point I had earned off Dong Jun on a 4th clone, with luck still running. Fitness 2.4, Energy 8.8, Combat Power 18.2, Talent, Energy Enhancement, Rank B, no skills, an entire survival point under a luck buff for a boy who is slightly less tired than average. That is the honest face of the lottery, and I want it in here because I have spent this whole story telling you about the times it paid. Back home, meanwhile, it had stopped being funny. Guo Dong had the register, not the talents, the room numbers. Ma Tian's little book. The one he had shown me proudly at hour 2 when the mutual aid group was about transparency and Guodong had bribed the administrator for a master keycard which opens tenant doors and now he had a list of which doors to open. He explained it to us in the group chat and he was very pleased with himself. I have discovered that you good students are so naive it is almost stupid. It is one thing to create a brain-dead mutual aid group, but to register everyone in a booklet. And the crucial part is that the registration includes room numbers. Teacher Fang, come out and take a look. These are the class 1 students you always praise to us. Now teacher, when you look at these top students, do you start to wonder if they have all lost their minds? And then he started reading names. Jay Zinning, apartment 0602. Yang Wei, apartment 0836. Wei Ye, apartment 1208. Wei Jian, apartment 1444. Li Wei, apartment 2025. A death list, read out in a group chat to the people on it. Ji Zinning died first. And before he died, Guodong made him beg in the chat where everyone could see it. Then Yang Wei. Then he got Zhao Lei, and this is the one I still think about because Zhao Lei had spent the whole day as a fan. He had commentated matches, he had adopted Wu Jun as a hero, and 30 minutes earlier, he had gotten brave in the group and taunted Guodong on his idol's behalf and told him brother Jun would slice him like a melon and asked if he still dared. He did that from inside his own room, which he believed was safe. Then Guodong made him type, I was wrong. Please let me go. Brother Guo, Master Guo, I do not want to die. And then, with somebody standing over him. Wu Jun, you are trash. Wu Jun, you big idiot. Please let me go. And then, help me. Someone help me. Brother Jun, help. And his name went gray and every word he had ever posted vanished with him. That is what that building does. It does not just kill you, it takes the record. And the rest of my class, who had believed that a locked door was a wall, got into their wardrobes and stayed there. Then Guodong got to 2025. I was ready. I had my main body hidden in the deepest room with the heart jade on his chest and the lucky bracelet on his wrist and a black syringe from Gao Lei's watch in his hand that fires 2 poison needles and a random teleport scroll he had no intention of using because random means random. I had clone number 3, the Ice Mage, loaded with every item I owned. I had a fresh mirror clone standing by. I put the mirror clone at the peephole and watched a blurred figure work the handle with a black card. He did it once. Nothing. He did it again. Nothing. He got angry. He swiped the card near the handle over and over like a man at a hotel door after a long flight. Then he stepped back and posted in the group, 2025. Did you fill in a fake room number on the register? Looks like your mutual aid group is not so united after all. First, a member fills in a fake number, and now the leader is killing her underlings. And I stood there behind my own door with my heart going and absolutely no idea why I was alive. 2 things. Later I found out both. The MasterCard works on tenants about 8 times out of 10. Which means it fails about 1 time in 5, and Guodong had tried twice and hit both, which is a 1 in 25 afternoon, and he stopped at 2, not because he ran out of patience, but because if you use a MasterCard on a resident's door instead of a player's, the resident is entitled to kill you for it, and he did not want to be the man who guessed wrong. So I lived because a mass murderer was cautious and a card was faulty. That is it. That is the whole reason. There is no clever version. And the other half of his message was true as well. Liu Meiling had killed Ma Tian. Deep in the 3rd floor corridor, in front of the whole core of the mutual aid group, without asking a single question. A skeleton warrior came out of the dark behind him, and he went down, and everybody turned and looked at her, and she nodded slowly with a completely calm face, because the register had ended up in Guodong's hands, and the boy who carried the register was still alive. Wei Jian backed her instantly, and did the reasoning out loud so nobody had to sit with it. How did the register reach Guodong while its keeper is unharmed? He could never have escaped Guodong. And how did Guodong even know we had a register? And that was that. Ma Tian was a traitor because Liu Meiling had decided he was, and there was nobody left in the building who could ask her for evidence. Wei Yue, who had run there because she thought she had found her family, watched all of it and took 2 steps back and stopped, because 2 steps was as far as she dared go. And then Liu Meiling looked at her. Wei Yue had escaped a man who was killing everyone on a list, which meant she was suspicious. That is the same reasoning. Exactly the same reasoning. Applied twice inside 2 minutes. Then Liu Meiling did something better than kill her, and it was the single best piece of tactics anyone in that class produced all day. She had Wei Yue fake it. Post in the group, she said. Accuse me. Say I killed Ma Tian on suspicion, and that I suspect you too, and that I am hunting you. Sound desperate. Be incoherent. And in the middle of being incoherent, leak our position. Wei Yue, who had just been criticized for her acting, decided to give the performance of her life. Help. Someone please save me. It is true. Liu Meiling killed Ma Tian. She said the register went from him to Guodong and he did not die, so he betrayed us. Now she says I survived being approached by Guodong, so I have joined them too. She will not believe me no matter what I say. She is going to kill me. She is just looking for a reason. She wants survival points. She wants to become like Guodong, like Wu Jun, but I do not want to die. And I sat in 2025 behind a door that had held, reading that, and I could not work out whether it was true. She had motive. She had opportunity. And I had personally watched her build a machine for turning suspicion into policy. Except, Liu Meiling was the one who invented the rule that a dying player should post their killer's name in the group. And here she was, murdering someone in a way that gave them time to type. She would not, which meant it was theater, and it worked. Guodong came off the 20th floor, tagged Wei Yue personally and said, "Where are you being chased? I am coming to rescue you." And Wei Yue, playing it beautifully, grabbed at it like a drowning woman before pretending to notice who had offered. This is where we leveled as a team. The 3rd floor corridor. Hurry. And then panicking. How could it be Guodong? No, no. Is anyone else coming? He went. He walked out of the 20th floor and left my main body alive because a girl with a rank B talent and no combat ability at all played a scene in a group chat. I had a whole battle plan loaded. 3 clones and every item I owned and a fusion ready to spend. And the thing that saved me was 2 women lying to a murderer over text. Meanwhile, on floor 99 of a building on the other side of the world, I had run out of stalling and Wang Chengjin was telling me to get in the machine. So I took out the test tube with the hair in it. I did it to buy 30 seconds. That is all. I was going to invent something. And Wan Xin took one look and said, "Good heavens. That is an NPC prop. You have even taken on NPC quests." And the big man beside him, who had been sneering at me for 4 minutes, looked at the tube with an entirely different face. "Why did you recognize it as an NPC item at a glance?" I asked. "Because," said Wan Xin, "with our detection skills, the only things in a newbie apartment that come back as nothing but question marks are NPC items." So I asked the follow-up, which was pure curiosity and which nearly got me killed. Even survival point items, do those not come back as question marks too? And both of their faces changed. Because the honest version of that question is, I am new and I do not know how anything works. And the version they heard, from a man who had crossed apartments at level 1 and instantly killed Liu Qing, was, "I am inviting you to work out what is really in my hand." Wang Chengjin went quiet for a long moment and then said, "Survival point items may of course be outside the scope of a newbie apartment, but do you think you can produce an item that costs more than 10,000 survival points? 10,000. He had looked at a test tube in a stranger's hand and put a floor under it of 10,000 human beings, because I had asked one stupid question in the wrong order. I made it worse immediately because I was genuinely thinking out loud. So, over 10,000 points comes back as question marks, and NPC items come back as question marks. Does that mean NPC items are worth 10,000 points? The 2 of them stared at me the way you stare at a man doing mental arithmetic in a casino. "Are you being mysterious?" said Wang Chengjin. "Or are you stalling for time?" "Both. Obviously both." But he could not make himself believe the obvious answer, because the obvious answer was that a level 1 had wandered in by accident. And no professional wants to believe that the thing frightening them is an accident. Wan Xin pulled out a timer and said, 30 seconds after you enter, I start the clock. Do not say we bullied you." So I tried one last stall and asked to borrow some game currency. Wang Chengjin told me to stop my nonsense and go and die. And I was actually walking toward the machine when the temperature of floor 99 dropped about 10 degrees. Every dark type in that room felt it at once. The men outside the machines went rigid. A few of the sharper ones looked straight up. The ceiling, 5 meters above us, had gone black with fine lines, like cracks, except cracks do not move, and these were moving, and they were hissing. Wang Chengjin and Wan Xin looked at the ceiling and then at the test tube in my hand and then at each other, because it was the same thing, fine black lines, and then a woman's voice came down out of the ceiling of a building 4,000 numbers away from her own, cold and completely unhurried. Before I get truly angry, give me back my hair. She had crossed an apartment for hair. The most powerful people in that region were standing under a ceiling full of snakes and had just been shown that the thing hunting me could follow me anywhere, and they reacted the way you would expect. Wan Xin, who did not dare speak out loud, complained in the group chat, "Wait, this guy has some nerve. Not only did he offend Ming Kai, he also messed with the NPCs. So he did not come to us for a death battle," said Wang Chengjin. "He came here to hide. He does not actually think our strongest have the guts to fight an NPC for him, does he? Even if we had the guts, we would not do it for him. What is this kid thinking?" "The key point," said another, "is that he came from another apartment, which means the NPC he offended also came from another apartment. Do I need to spell out what that means? That is high and mighty. In a newbie apartment that is second only to the apartment boss. I suspect he has mental problems," said Wan Xin. "Really?" And I stood there under a ceiling of snakes being diagnosed in a group chat and thought, with total sincerity, "You absolute bastard, Wu Jun. Just wait until I get back." Then I thought about the situation properly and found the one thing in it that was mine, because she had not taken it. She had crossed a building for this tube, she was above me in every measurable way, and she had asked, which meant she could not simply rip it out of my hand. And then I remembered her assistant robot telling me on the first visit that every single hair is extremely precious, and if you damage even one, your fate will be very, very terrible. She was not being polite. She was frightened of what would happen to the tube. I closed my fist around the glass hard enough that everybody watching heard my knuckles. "Sister May," I said, to a ceiling full of snakes, "calm down. Of course I have absolutely no interest in your hair, but if you frighten me too much and I accidentally damage this, would that not be a loss for both of us?" The temperature on floor 99 dropped again. Several very large men shivered, and while I said that, I was typing into the local group chat because a hostage negotiation is a good time to do research. By the way, do you all know what happens to these NPCs when a newbie apartment is destroyed? The group chat, which had been calling me mentally ill 4 seconds earlier, answered me instantly because Wan Xin cannot help himself. In the game, the NPCs are just data. When the apartment goes, the data goes. Probably destroyed along with everything else, said another. "And what about the apartment boss?" I asked. "The apartment boss is fine. We get another crack at the boss after we clear the newbie apartment and reach the real one." "Right," said Wang Chengjin. "For an apartment boss, a newbie apartment is a negligible little business. He does not even pay attention. He delegates it all to the administrator. He is probably not even here. He is off in the real doomsday apartment." And I stood there and understood exactly what I was standing under. She is not staff. She is stock. She lives in a building with a demolition date on it, run for a landlord who does not visit, and when the timer runs out, she goes with the walls, and she knows it, and she has known it for a lot longer than one day, because she came out of 30 televisions in a row, and I watched her do it. "Are you threatening me?" said the ceiling, in a voice with nothing left in it. "Of course not," I said. "I have something else I would like to discuss before I give the hair back." Silence. But no snakes. "Did you know the apartment would be destroyed in 10 days? The professionals of apartment 9999 nearly fell over because saying that to an NPC is how you start a riot. Around day 8, when a building's clock runs down, the residents all feel it and stop obeying the rules and start taking players apart. Telling one early is like shouting fire in a theater you are standing in. And she did not react at all, because she already knew. She has always known. She has known longer than the building has existed. Whether it is the merger or the destruction, I said. Either way, it causes you trouble. What if I said I would be willing to solve your problem? The group chat lost its mind. Does this guy even know what he is saying? Solving an NPC's problem. He is not about to promise to save her from the demolition, is he? He is actively begging an NPC for a quest, and it is a quest that cannot be completed. And then she answered, and she gave me the whole thing without meaning to. "Solve my problem," she said. "Ha. Do you know who I would have to deal with to solve my problem? Who?" If she had asked how, I would have had nothing. How is an essay? Who is multiple choice? And there were only 4 names in the world it could be. The administrator, the shadow in the corridor, the apartment merchant, or the one nobody in a 118-player building would even discuss. And she had said it with contempt, which meant it was the impossible one. "Is it not just the apartment boss?" I said, and the air on floor 99 went stiff, not cold, stiff. Every hostile thing in the room evaporated, and what was left was pure social embarrassment, and I stood in the middle of it wondering whether I had guessed right or said something so stupid that even a monster did not know where to look. "Are you sure," said the ceiling, in a voice that was not cold anymore, "that you really want to get rid of the apartment boss?" "No, absolutely not. I made it up. Is it too late?" It was too late. Since you are so eager, she said, I will give you a task. You can accept it. Ding. Apartment resident Mei Li has issued you an SSS level classified mission. Mission requirement. Defeat the apartment boss in your area. Time limit. Before the newbie apartment is destroyed. Phase 1. Kill the apartment administrator. Rank S. Phase 2. Kill the apartment merchant. Rank SS. Phase 3. Defeat the apartment boss. Rank SSS. Phase 1 rewards. 50 million game coins. 1 bronze skill scroll. 3 bronze treasure chests. 10 exemption cards. 1 gold level battle machine. Special note from Mei Li. The Phase 1 reward will be distributed upon accepting the quest. Penalty for failure. None. Do you accept? 50 million, 10 exemption cards, and whatever a gold level battle machine is, which was at the bottom of the list, and things at the bottom of lists are never the least valuable, paid in advance, no penalty for failing, which is the most generous contract anybody has ever offered me, and I did not believe a word of it, because nobody hands a stranger a fortune up front unless the thing they want is worth more than the fortune, or unless the stranger is not expected to survive to spend it. I thought about it for about 1.5 seconds, and the yes selected itself. I did not press it. I want that noted. I thought about accepting, and the interface agreed with me. Ding. Congratulations on accepting an SSS level classified mission. Ding. You have been followed by your apartment boss. Followed. 1 black line came down out of the ceiling with a silver ring hanging off it. A level 1 space ring, with 50 million yuan and 10 cards and a machine folded up inside it. I took it, and the black thread wound around the test tube in my other hand, and I let go. I watched a strand of hair rise up into a ceiling full of snakes, and then her voice came down one more time. You know, right. The berserker mask you need to kill the administrator only comes from a chance at 100 straight wins in the battle room. So I gave you 10 exemption cards and a gold level battle machine. Get to 100 as fast as you can, get the mask, and kill the administrator. After you complete phase 1, I will give you a huge surprise. I have thought a great deal about the word surprise coming out of that woman, and I have never once managed to make it sound like a good thing. The lines went out of the ceiling, the floor warmed up. Nobody else had heard the mission prompt, but everybody had heard the last part, and Wan Xin was already shouting. 10 exemption cards and a gold level battle machine. You did not actually anticipate that being hunted by an NPC would produce a quest, and that the quest reward would be exactly the tools you need for a 10-win streak, did you? So that is why you agreed to 10 in 10 minutes so casually, and you were deliberately dragging your feet out there, waiting for the delivery. He was so angry he looked like he wanted to skin me. Even Wang Chengjin, who had been openly contemptuous 10 minutes earlier, was staring. No wonder you dared to say you would hit 100 before Lord Wei. You were relying on the gold machine. I had no idea what a gold-level battle machine did. And that is when the crowd around Machine 1 moved, and everybody said the same 2 words at once, and a slim young man in a black windbreaker came out and walked straight through all of them toward me. He talked while he walked, in time with his steps, and he did not raise his voice once. Your mission is to kill the apartment administrator. Even in the game where people have succeeded, the administrator of a newbie apartment is not easy to kill. First, when a player attacks him, he gains the right to erase that player outright. That authority must be cancelled by the Berserker Mask, which comes from a 100-win streak, and the 100-win reward is a choice of 3 items, so the chance of drawing the mask is 1 in 3. That is how precious it is, and the key point is that its effect lasts 3 minutes, so even wearing it, you have to finish the administrator inside 3 minutes. I remember in the game it took 10 whales in a full team, and before that, there were countless failures, which means it is impossible for you to solo the administrator at this stage. He stopped in front of me and finished. So, give me the gold level battle machine, and I will show you how to play. And I understood the whole thing at once. He had watched an NPC hand a level 1 boy an object out of the professional tier. He had heard the last sentence, and he had come down off the top of the board to relieve me of it, politely, with a lecture attached, in front of 118 witnesses, which is how you make a robbery sound like mentorship. And I said no. I can achieve a 10-win streak in 10 minutes. Why should I give you a gold-level battle machine? The room went silent. Not tense. Silent. Like a room where a man has spilled something on a very expensive floor. He did not get angry. That is the thing about him. He explained. When I say I will show you around, that includes showing you how to play the administrator. Basically, everyone in this region with a real chance at a 100 streak, at the mask, at being useful in that fight, is in apartment 9999. Without joining us, killing the administrator is virtually impossible for you. Which is true, and which is also a sales pitch, and I noticed something in it he did not intend. If killing an administrator needs a team, then phase 2 and phase 3 of my mission need what, exactly? An army, a civilization. So either I would eventually have to do it alone, or I was never going to do it at all, and either way his offer did not change the arithmetic. So I asked him the only question that mattered. You said you would play with me if I got 10 in 10 minutes. Was that just talk? The tension in that room went up so fast that several people took an actual step backwards. I could feel what everybody was thinking. Is this kid brave or insane? He is a level 1 weakling. Lord Wei could have simply robbed him, and instead he negotiated, and this child is still not satisfied. And Wei Han did not move. When I said I would take you out to play, he said calmly, I meant into a death battle, not into a fight with the administrator. Oh, I see, I said. No problem then. I do not need you to help me play the administrator, which he understood perfectly, and everyone else understood too, which was that I would rather do 10 straight than hand over the machine. He looked at me for a while with an expression I could not read. Are you sure? Confirmed. And then I added the sentence that turned 118 professionals into an audience. I am sure I am going to solo the apartment administrator. You could hear the room change shape. Wang Chengjin got there first, and he had been waiting all day. This kid is too arrogant. His words are empty talk. Lord Wei said soloing is impossible, and he insists on it. Before this, he said 10 in 10 and 100 before Lord Wei. I have never seen anyone so shameless. And the key point is, he is a complete newbie, so he is either talking nonsense with no responsibility, or he is genuinely ignorant and fearless. And the meaner ones started muttering the thing I had been waiting for. So what if Lord Wei went back on his word? This is not peacetime. If you can kill for survival points, then you have an even better reason to kill for a gold machine. Honestly, I think that NPC wants us to kill this kid. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. The machine is probably the reward she is offering for his corpse. That is why she revealed it in front of everyone. And they were extremely pleased with themselves, and honestly, standing there, I got about halfway to believing it too. And Wei Han put a stop to it with one sentence, without turning around. Give a level 10 player a mission to kill a level 1 player. Is it really necessary to reward them with a gold level battle machine? Which is the correct answer, and which is also a compliment, and which was the first time I understood that Wei Han is dangerous in a completely different way from everyone else in that room, because rewards match difficulty. And if that machine was payment for killing me, then in that woman's professional judgment, I was extremely difficult to kill. They went quiet, and several of them looked embarrassed, and I watched him spend one sentence to defend me and simultaneously establish in front of everyone that my price was high. Then he looked at me, and his tone changed, and I did not like it at all. The task you accepted, it was not just to kill the administrator, was it? Your conversation with the NPC sounded absurd, but the task you accepted would not happen to be killing the apartment boss. He said it as a statement. I did not answer. He did not need me to. He offered me a partnership instead, and he did it well. Perhaps you really can solo the administrator, he said, but on which day? Tomorrow, the day after, 5 days from now, 7. By tomorrow you will not be strong enough, and if it takes you 7 days, you will have almost no time left for the boss, so work with me on the administrator. Inside 3 days, keep the machine, I will not force it. But you took the mission, which gives you an advantage there, so I want to be part of the fight against the apartment boss. What do you think of that kind of cooperation? That is not cooperation. That is a man volunteering to do my homework and asking to be present when I hand it in, which is when Wang Chengjin remembered something from the game and got very quiet at the back of the crowd, because a team had killed an administrator in that game once. Whales. 10 of them. And in the aftermath, something strange happened. A server-wide kill order went out on one specific member of that winning team. It lasted about 2 minutes. Another whale on the same team killed him and collected, and that man went on to become the strongest player in the game, and the one who got killed was later found to have died suddenly at home, in his chair, in the real world. At the time everybody said staying up all night, these things happen. Now that the game had eaten the world, Wang Chengjin did the arithmetic again and got a different answer. And he looked at a level 1 boy who had just accepted a mission to kill an apartment boss and thought, that is the same shape. Which is why Wei Han was being so friendly. Not because he admired me, because he intended to be standing next to me at the exact moment the world put a price on my head. And Wang Chengjin, watching that, thought a very human thought, which is why not me. He was young, he was ambitious. He looked at 118 people worshipping a man called Lord Wei and thought, they do not worship him because he is a god. They worship him because he is currently strongest, and gods can be replaced. So he came forward immediately, all smiles, and complimented me, and asked whether I would take the bald head off. I did not. Wei Han said one more thing before I left. Among everyone in 9999, perhaps only you are truly qualified to fight alongside me. Every man in that room heard it and hated me a little more, and I stood there feeling genuinely warm about it for about 4 seconds, which is the shameful part. Because being praised is a drug. Being praised by somebody better than you is a stronger one. And I had spent 17 years being the boy nobody could pick out of a class photo, and the strongest man in the region had just told a crowd I was the only person here worth standing next to. Then I remembered how the man in the black robe had died, and how Gao Lei had died, and I put the drug down. He wanted something. Everyone in this building wanted something. The only question was whether they told you before or afterwards. I rented a room, went and sorted the woman's payment, and did not use the machine yet. Because back on the 20th floor of a building 4,000 numbers away, my first clone had walked into a wood full of white sheets and was about to have the worst 4 minutes of his existence. He had gone back to 2064 to hide, on Wu Jun's advice, because a cleaning order that has not been signed off gives you a legitimate reason to be in a resident's apartment. The little robot let him straight in, and then would not let him out. The door would not open. He was in the woman's apartment with a robot that had been very polite about it and had absolutely no intention of releasing him, so he did the only thing left. He put the employee badge on her television and went into the wood by himself, and he had memorized the tree. That was the good decision. Clean white sheet, no blood, second dead tree along, the one that goes to the roof. He was 4 meters from it when a different sheet grabbed him, a red one. The sky went dark red. Mist came down that smelled of wet iron and made my breathing feel expensive. And every attribute in that body was cut in half on the spot, so a clone who was already my weakest went down to something like a tired man carrying shopping. And then the mist started hissing. Not one snake, hundreds, coming in from every direction at once, black, thin, fast, in a quantity that makes your skin try to leave. I merged number 3 and its mirror into him. 2 clones worth, and inside that mist, the stack came out at roughly 1 clone's worth, because halved is halved. I put the ice domain down anyway, and every snake in the field went slow. That is the moment I actually respected a domain skill, not the fight with the actress. That was a stunt. This was 300 things in a confined space stopping at once because I decided the air was cold now. Ice mist after that, and it went where breathing goes. Defeated a level 1 shadowless serpent. Gained 10 energy. Level up. Fitness +1, energy +1. Defeated a shadowless serpent, gained 1 energy. And then that line, 1 energy, 1 energy, 1 energy, about 100 times, because once you outlevel a thing it stops paying, and killing it is just work. Level 2, and then nothing. No energy at all. Hundreds of snakes, and the last 200 of them were worth exactly 0, and I killed them anyway because they were in my way. Hundreds of snakes for 1 black iron chest. I sat down on the ground and honestly considered lying there. Then the ground trembled. The trees were moving, and there were more trees than there had been snakes. Twisted Trents, level 3, with branches long enough to reach me from outside my own domain, which is a problem I had not had before, because up to that point everything I had fought had been polite enough to come within 5 meters. I killed one, defeated a level 3 Twisted Trent, gained 100 energy, 100, because it was 3 levels above me. So this space was not trying to kill me. It was a farm, and someone had put me in the wrong field, and the wrong field paid better. I killed 10 more, and hit level 3. And then the fusion ran out, because 3 minutes is 3 minutes. And a clone who had been fighting a forest reverted to being a rank C errand boy, standing in a red mist, surrounded by trees that had spent 2 minutes learning to be afraid of him, and stopped being afraid. The heart jade cracked. A vine went across him hard enough that I felt it in a bed 20 floors away in a different building. And in her living room, watching all of this on a television, Mei Li shook her head and looked disappointed. 3 minutes, she thought. Is that all he has? And he says he will kill an apartment boss with that. She had no intention of helping. So I did the only thing left, which was spend the fortune she had just given me. I pulled the gold level battle machine out of the ring. It came out the size of my palm. I pressed the button on top and it unfolded until it was 3 meters on a side and 5 meters tall, matte, black, and it made every machine in that lobby look like a payphone. I got in and there was no fee. It bound to me instead. And I was not in a lobby. I was in a private box, sofas, a coffee table, a drinks cabinet, bookshelves, a projector for films, a sound system for karaoke. There was karaoke. I was in the middle of losing a body to a forest, and the machine had given me a lounge. The north wall was my information, and there was a line on it I had not earned. Items, 3 announcement cards, 3 privilege cards, 3 exemption cards, 1 quick victory card. First login today. Automatically receive. Every day. Free. 3 privilege cards a day when they trade for $1 million each. The east wall was mode selection, 3 modes, and 2 of them refused me because I had not hit 10 straight yet. And the south wall was a redemption list, which is the same catalog as the high-end mall except online, with a search bar and no space limit. And I had 50 million yuan. I found it in about 9 seconds. Not a weapon. A parcel locker. Black iron, 100 coins. Delivery within 3 days. Bronze, 1,000 within 1 day. Silver level parcel locker. 100,000 game coins, delivered to the designated location within 3 seconds. Extremely low risk of package loss. Extremely low is not 0, and I had just spent an entire day proving that packages get taken, so I knew exactly what I was doing when I loaded that thing with almost everything I owned. 2 silver skill scrolls and 2 bronze ones, 17 million. 6 silver attribute fruits, 30 million. 10 bronze fruits, 1 million. 20 black iron fruits, 200,000. 1 silver treasure chest, 1.2 million, plus the box itself. 49.5 million yuan in one parcel, going through a system that eats parcels for entertainment, addressed to apartment 1010, room 2025, recipient Li Wei, confirm. The box turned into light and left, and 3 seconds later it was sitting on the carpet in my living room in a completely different building, and I signed for it with a hand that was not quite steady. The main body tore a silver skill scroll immediately, and got a rank D shared space. All clones share one personal space. Items can be moved between them instantly, which is not what I needed at that exact second, and which is also the single most useful thing I own, because from that moment on, I stopped needing couriers. Everything I have is in one pocket, and every one of me is wearing the pocket. I tore the second silver scroll while a forest was beating a boy to death, and I made myself calm down first, because I had noticed something the first time. When I was anxious, the light went in and did nothing much. When I was still, it went in, and something in the dark reached back. I do not know if that is real. I know I did it every single time after that. Clone swap, rank C. Designate 2 clones and swap them. In certain special scenarios, the swap may fail. I did not know if a blood mist space counted as special. I had about 4 seconds to find out. I could not swap in number 3 because number 3 was standing in front of a mirror making a copy, and the copy takes 30 seconds and interrupting it wastes all of it. So I swapped the dying rank C for the one thing I had that was worse than useless at range and better than everything at close quarters. Number 2, heaven rewards diligence. Sitting in a chair in apartment 9999, 4,000 numbers away, it worked. A rank C errand boy vanished out of a red forest, and a boy with 2 rank A skills appeared in his place mid-swing and dodged a vine he had never seen before by about a centimeter. And that is when I found out what heaven rewards diligence actually is, because it is not a stat boost. Absolute focus and combat stance do their best work in the worst possible conditions. Drop him in an unwinnable place with something already swinging, and he gets sharper, not slower. He was reading trees, reading them, out of nowhere, on arrival. Defeated a level 3 Twisted Trent. Gained 200 energy, level 2, then 100 a kill, and level 3 not far behind. I could have farmed there all night. I thought about it. Bring in a level 0, swap it in, feed it, swap it out. Turn a nightmare into a holiday camp. Then I noticed the ground. The trees were nearly gone, and the shaking was getting worse, not better, which meant it had never been the trees. Cracks opened, deep ones, widening, until there was more crack than floor, and I was standing on the last piece of ground between 2 of them, and out of the abyss came the cold. Not ice cold. Ice is mine. This was the other kind, the dark kind, and my ice clone, who was on speaking terms with cold, felt it and did not like it at all. A gray-brown thing came up out of the crack, ghost-shaped, mist-shaped. Condensing ice domain did nothing. Ice mist invasion did nothing. The ghost ring blade went through it like a hand through smoke, and in her living room, Mei Li sat forward and said, out loud, to a screen, "This kid has been tainted by an evil spirit." And the thing went into my chest. It was ice mist invasion, turned around and aimed at me. My whole body started dissolving from the inside out. And worse, much worse, the connection at the back of my head, the one that runs from the main body to the clone, started to fray. The main body's consciousness swam. I felt a clone about to be cut loose. That clone had eaten a fortune in silver fruit. He was the most expensive thing I owned, so I swapped him. Not with another clone, with the mirror copy that number 2 had just finished making, standing in an apartment in 9999, doing nothing. And it worked. The world jolted, the cold stopped, and I was standing in my own living room, whole, with all my attributes and all my fruit, and 40% of my heart rate. And in the blood mist space, a copy of me stood in a crack in the world with a ghost going into its chest. Which is a trick I want to be honest about, because it is the ugliest thing I own. Anything that can kill a clone can be given a body that is not mine to kill instead. All I had to do now was wipe the mirror, and the copy would stop existing, and the ghost would have nothing. I put my palm on the glass and wiped. The blurred shape did not come off. I wiped again. Nothing. It had gone from smudge to weld. I could not delete it. Which meant the copy was still out there, in a red mist, with something inside it. And in her living room, Mei Li, who had watched a boy sacrifice a decoy and expected the decoy to die like decoys do, sat with her mouth slightly open. Because the copy had not struggled, it had accepted the ghost the way you accept a warm bath. And then it opened its eyes, and its eyes were 2 black holes, and it smiled with its face slightly wrong, and it opened its arms, and every soul-eating shadow in that abyss came up out of the crack and went into it, all of them, at once, like they had been called. Mei Li went off her sofa and straight into her own television, into the wood, and set fire to the blood-stained sheet with a dark red flame, and stood there watching it burn with the distinct expression of a woman locking a door on something. And I stood in my own living room rubbing a mirror with my thumb, entirely unaware, thinking, This is annoying. I hope it dies on its own soon. Then somebody knocked on my door in 2025, and it was not Guodong because the peephole showed an empty corridor. Do not look out the door, said my television. I am not coming through the hallway. It was her. Which raised a question I did not enjoy, which is that if players can force tenant doors and residents can come through the screen, then there is no safe room in this building for anybody, and there never was. You have 30 seconds to sort this out, she said. I will be there in 30. Do not blame me if you see something you should not. Which is, and I want to be fair to her, an extremely considerate thing to say to a man you are about to break in on. I hid the main body and the mirror and left one clone on the sofa. She came out of the screen, sat down on my furniture and opened with, "Kid, it seems you have gotten something dirty on you. Show me." And I thought about the mirror, and I could not stand to hand over the mirror, so I gave her the strangest thing I had instead. A little wooden ornament out of Gao Lei's watch. 2 babies asleep in each other's arms, carved in wood, burned charcoal. Black, and my detection had failed on it twice. Where did you get this? From a cross-apartment player. Is it dirty? Cross-apartment. Player. Stolen. She said those 3 words like she was checking them against a list. You killed that guy, and I noticed it because it is exactly the trick out of a detective story. She did not say Gao Lei, she said that guy. So I asked, do you know that guy? And she said, without hesitating, I do not know him, which was true, and which was also not an answer, and it took me hours to work out why. Then she changed the subject. Have you used anything luck-related? Yes. You did not throw it away after. No. Show me. I put the dead lantern on the table. Drip your blood on it. I did not want to. She rolled her eyes and told me it was only a matter of my luck. So I pricked a finger and let one drop fall. The lantern cracked. Then the crack ran and the blood went into it, and the whole thing came apart into pieces and then into dust on my coffee table in about 4 seconds. I stared at it. Then I looked at her, and she was staring too, and she looked considerably more disturbed by it than I was. I said. So, how is my luck? She did not answer for a long moment. Then she said, in a completely different voice, this is a clone, right? Which I could not deny, since she had watched a bald man get a mission in another building using my name. And then she said the thing. I advise you not to use luck-type items again. Why? Because it will become unfortunate. She reached out, took the employee badge off me, worked it, and settled my cleaning job. 6,000 yuan, 5 stars, 10 badge points. That is what she had actually come for. She had crossed a building for her hair, come home, and paid her cleaner. And when she stood to leave, I asked the question that had been sitting in me since the roof. Wait, if your hair is precious enough to chase across apartments, why hire a cleaner for it at all? Did you plan the mission from the start? She paused, halfway gone, and turned her head. No, I never had the idea of preparing a mission. We hired a cleaning service because at that time, the game had just begun, and she was gone, and those 6 words stayed in the empty room like a smell. The game had just begun, not the apocalypse, not the assessment, the game, which means she got an announcement too. Which means when I woke up on day 1 and a voice welcomed the new players, something else woke up on the same morning in a room in the same building and heard its own version, and she had been through it enough times to be bored of the first day, and she was not the only one. Because when she asked me about that wooden ornament, she had wanted to know if the man I killed was somebody she recognized, and she had not cared about his name at all. And later that day, a man in 9999 called Li Tao asked me the same question in the same shape. Not who did you kill? What did he look like? Neither of them cared what he was called. Because they both already knew that the thing walking around wearing Gao Lei had not been Gao Lei for a while. I did not know that yet. Instead, I went to watch Wei Han fight because he had bought my quick victory card for 30 million, and I had made watching part of the deal. 10,000 yuan to spectate, 1 match. He had priced himself at 100 times an ordinary player, and the arena he fought in was not the one I fought in. Bigger, screens all around. A black floor with the words God of War inscribed on it in dark silver, in a font that did something to the inside of my chest. A man in a windbreaker next to me sneered at a tourist for calling it calligraphy. That is not calligraphy, that is inscription. Those 2 words were drawn with a technique. That is why they stir you up, I want to be honest. Standing in that arena, I felt something I had never felt in my life, which is what privilege feels like from the inside. I used to think I did not care about status. Turns out I had simply never been near any. Then the bell went, and Wei Han put his hand out flat, and a black longsword appeared in it, with red dots on the blade. They were not dots. They opened. Eyes. Bloodshot. Blinking in rhythm, spreading across the metal. And across the ring, his opponent stood completely still, staring, and I watched the man's own eyes fill with red until they matched the ones on the blade. And then they burst. He did not scream. He did not fall. He turned into a puppet, face gone red, eyes out of their sockets, and he grinned. And then he turned away from Wei Han and grinned at the audience. He bowed to us. He waved. He put on a show for 200 paying spectators on his opponent's behalf, and then he slapped his own forehead, and it was over. Nobody applauded. I did not blame them. That is quite a unique fighting style, I said to Wan Xin when I could talk. You mean strange, he said, and raised an eyebrow. Then he told me the sentence that reorganized everything I thought I knew about this world. There is a saying in the Doomsday Apartment: the more bizarre something is, the more ridiculously powerful it is. Like a lot of stories, the idea that evil cannot prevail over good is a hoax. Here, when evil meets good, it is annihilation. So when a woman crawls out of 30 televisions, that is not decoration. And when she looked at a wooden carving of 2 dead babies and told me it was dirty, but not as dirty as me, I had taken that as an insult all afternoon. It was a compliment. In her language, it was practically a warm handshake. Meanwhile, my own building was about to settle its argument, and I want to walk you through it properly because it was the best fight I saw all day, and I did not throw a single punch in it. Guodong hit level 6. Nobody could work out how. The corridor monsters cap at level 3 and he was 5, and killing a level 3 at level 5 pays nothing. Yang Xiaoman, the transfer student, said carefully, maybe there is something deeper in the corridor. And Liu Meiling looked at the dark end of the 2nd floor and said, if there is a secret down there that made him stronger, there is one down here too. And that was the point at which the good students, out of pure terror, started actually being clever. But before they could go anywhere, Zhang Jintian spoke. Zhang Jintian had been on the ranking board since hour 2 and had never said one word to anybody, and he came into the chat with 4. Holy crap, Li Wei. Then, bro, you did not know Li Wei before, did you? By the way, it seems like none of you know Li Wei either. Guodong told him to stop playing games and say it. Li Wei is nobody, so what if I do not know him? And Zhang Jintian said, if you knew Li Wei and knew what he looks like, then you would notice that the thing standing next to you, that you are treating like a boss and clinging to, looks exactly like Li Wei. I want to describe what happened inside my head because it was not clever, it was pure panic. I counted my clones like a man patting his pockets for keys. 1, 2, on a 5-win streak, 3, 4, mirror, merged, all present, all accounted for, so who? And then I looked at the mirror in the corner of my room, at the human-shaped line welded into the glass that would not wipe off. The copy in the blood mist. It had not died. It had walked out. And it had spent the intervening hours attaching itself to the strongest man in my building, and nobody could work it out. Liu Meiling's people argued about it in the corridor with real academic energy. Wei Jian said it cannot be Li Wei because Li Wei is level 3, weaker than Guodong, and would have seen himself called nobody in the group. Chen Hao said maybe he is pretending to be weak. Yang Xiaoman said no and got closest. The thing Guodong found in the 3rd floor corridor is the thing he is clinging to, which means it is not a classmate. It is some evil thing wearing a face. The important question is not whether it is Li Wei. It is why a monster like that takes orders from a boy like Guodong. And Wei Yue, who watches too many palace dramas, suggested swapping the real Li Wei in for the fake one, which is a plan from a costume drama and which Yang Xiaoman took apart in one sentence by asking what she proposed to do with the real one. They ended up writing chemical equations about it, genuinely. Guodong plus Wu Jun, displacement reaction, oxidizing agent, and one of them had to stop and ask what they were doing with their lives. Then Wu Jun knocked on my door. He came in bloodied, with a hole torn in the chest of his windbreaker and a strange dark scar on his face, and he sat on my sofa and drank an entire bottle of mineral water in one go. And then, without looking up, he said, "That lucky bracelet you gave me, you did not tamper with it, did you?" Which is a story I will come back to. But first, the fight, because Guodong had finally agreed to meet him in the lobby, one-on-one, life or death, 3 minutes from now, and he insisted I come, not as a witness. He announced in the group that killing Wu Jun alone would not vent his anger, and that Li Wei, the boy Wu Jun had saved, was going to be buried with He Miao, and that of course he would kill me second after Wu Jun, so if Wu Jun won, I would naturally be fine. Wu Jun replied with one word. "Okay, thanks, great, wonderful." "What do you mean okay? I am not okay." I went, because I wanted to see the thing wearing my face. Guodong came alone, which surprised me because he had spent all day sending other people up ladders. Then he interlaced his fingers and pulled them apart and said one word, "Open," and the space in front of him tore, and Wu Jun came apart down the middle like firewood. Left half fell left, right half fell right. I would like to say I was horrified. What I actually thought in real time was, here we go. The two halves turned into black mist. The mist gathered, and Wu Jun stood up, and Guodong's whole face changed, because he had never seen it, and because he had just used his best move on a man who does not stay used. That is when I finally understood what Wu Jun is. It is not a resurrection. It is the other kind. He comes back darker and stronger every time, and the way you beat him is to kill him once, properly, in a way that does not leave a version of him to come back with. He knew it too, and he taunted while it happened, panicking already. Is that all you have? Guodong stopped trying to kill him and started trying to work him out, which is the correct decision, and also the losing one, because every second he spent thinking was a second Wu Jun spent getting stronger, and that is when I felt the cold on my neck for the second time in my life. I merged number 3's mirror into number 1 without thinking. I did not use ice because ice would have told a room full of people exactly what I was. Golden light technique, from a clone that should not have had it. It went through the shadow's right arm, and Sunbo came out of the dark holding it, white-faced, staring at me like I had cheated, and then the second one went through his forehead before his nerves caught up. Ding. You have killed a level 4 player. Congratulations. You have gained 1 survival point. Level 4, second strongest in class 9, ambushing me. Which meant everything Guodong had said in the group chat about order of operations was a lie, and that he had never intended a fair fight, and that if he was willing to have me killed by an ambush during his duel, then he was going to have Wu Jun killed the same way. Wu Jun saw Sunbo go down and moved instantly. The bracelets came off his wrists, hit Guodong in the forehead, expanded, and wrapped him. Then Wu Jun dropped on him with both feet and stood on his face and kept standing on it, while a level 6 thrashed on the floor of a lobby with his mouth twisted sideways trying to swear. Tsk tsk, said Wu Jun, so unwilling to accept it, but it is truly a pity. You no longer have a chance. And then a red mist came out of nowhere and wrapped him, and his attributes fell off a cliff. Guodong broke the bracelets, got up and flew at him, and got as far as 1 kick before the red mist drifted off Wu Jun and onto him instead. Wu Jun, sprawled and recovering, said, "Although I do not know what happened, the situation has reversed again," and kicked him across the lobby. And I stood there with a red mist coming toward me and Guodong screaming, "Wrong, blood mist boss, move your mist away from him," and the thing came out of the air in front of me, and it had my face, the same face, except the eyes were darker, and there was a smile on it that no muscle in my head has ever made. I had a whole battle plan ready. I had another fusion loaded. I was ready to spend everything, and it stood there in front of me and stared, and I stared back, and after about 3 seconds, I realized it was not attacking. It was waiting, like a dog at a door. So I said, "Hi. Hello," and it blinked its black eyes and said, in my voice, "Hi, ni hao." And I looked at Guodong, thrashing in a mist on the floor, then back at it, and thought, well, a lecher managed to recruit this thing, so how hard can it be? "Hey," I said, "could you help me catch Guodong and kill him?" And it blinked again, and nodded, and said, "Yes." And a red mist swallowed a level 6 and set him down at my feet. Wu Jun, who had been half a second from finishing him, stood there with his foot in the air and his kill stolen, and turned and looked at me the way you look at a wall that has started talking. "Hi. Brother Jun." Then I looked down at the man who had read my room number out to 100 people and asked him, with real warmth, where he had found such a powerful patron and how it came to look exactly like me, and whether the red mist was how it protected people. I have never seen a human being that angry inside a fog. And then Guodong made the mistake he had been building toward all day. He shouted at the monster, "Blood mist, I am the one who brought you to my apartment. You promised to repay me. You cannot be so ungrateful." And the thing wearing my face looked down at him, and it was not offended by the word ungrateful, because it does not have the equipment for that, and it corrected him instead. "It is not your apartment, it is my apartment," and it pointed at me, this me. Guodong switched sides in about 4 seconds, which I have to respect. He stopped shouting at the monster and started calling me Li Wei in a voice with a hinge in it. "Blood mist boss is right. This apartment is yours. I am yours. Order me around. I will do anything." And then he got clever, which is the only time all day I saw him think. "I know you have blood mist boss, so you can do what you like here. But the world of the Doomsday apartment is very, very big, and this is one building. Blood Mist Boss is strong, but he is not invincible, and if someone finds a way to break his ability, then honestly, he is just so-so." The thing wearing my face turned its black eyes on him and he nearly stopped breathing. "But my value is not only strength," he said. "Do you want to know why Wu Jun and I are better than everybody else? Because you are both gamers," I said, and I watched a level 6 player's world fall over. You know. So I put my foot on his back and made him an offer, and I want to be honest that I made it in bad faith. Answer 3 questions well, and I will let you go. He believed it. He believed it because he had spent the day among good students, and good students do not kill, and I had killed Jokai in self-defense in a panic, and he had built a whole theory on that. First question. What do gamers actually get, apart from having played it? Nothing, he said immediately, and it was clearly a sore subject. We compared notes in Class 9 before the merger. Gamers get almost no special treatment. Our announcements were the same. Our talents were rolled the same. Nothing carried over. The only benefit is that we were all assigned to the 20th floor, which is enormous. And he knew it, and he still said only. I asked whether in the game you got survival points from killing. No, he said. In the game you bought them with money. You met the apartment merchant and it triggered a first purchase bonus. Players could not gain points by killing each other. And in the game, the points revived you. In here, I have tested it, they do not. He had tested it. Sit with that for a second. He had killed somebody, died, and checked. Second question, how do you get a survival stone? He frowned and gave me the map of the world. In the game, they were easy, because the apartment only looks like a building. At the end of every corridor, on every floor, there is a dungeon passage, and the higher the floor, the higher the dungeon level. The red light elevator can randomly trigger a secret realm, and the apartment room each player is assigned has a personal instance in it, and that is where the survival stone is. Most people farm corridors because the levels are capped and it is safe. Whales go to higher floors or gamble on the elevator, and the elevator realms are full of things far above their level, and whole parties get wiped, but the horror design is apparently excellent, so they go anyway. Personal instances are usually entertainment, growing flowers, feeding animals. Girls go in and garden for hours. Mine, he said, is raising snakes, and you can play snake with the snakes. I want you to know that the same building that turned my classmates into currency also has a farming minigame. He had never triggered the elevator realm here. He had never found his personal instance either. So how do you trigger a personal instance in the game? You click return to my apartment, he said, and swipe around the room. Whatever is clickable is the trigger, which is such a stupidly game-shaped answer that it was almost useless, and which was also exactly right. Because in a game, the world tells you what matters by letting you touch it, and in here, the world does not. I had turned that apartment upside down at hour 1, so had 80 other people. So the stone was in the room, and the room was not showing it, and there was something in there that only opened if you knew it was there. Third question, what is special about apartments with special numbers? He gave me everything he had, which was mostly rumor. Some numbers have a civil affairs office where players can get married. Some are all female with a prettier art style. Some have no monsters at all, and you play mini-games with the NPCs instead, and 9,999, he said, is the pay-to-win apartment, the strong one. Get onto the God of War ranking and you are awarded an apartment there, rent-free. And that matters, because at the Doomsday apartment, tenants and residents are two different things. Tenants can be opened. That is the whole distinction. That is why I brought your register to your doors, he said. You are all tenants. I bribed the administrator for a master key card. A master card opens a tenant's door. It cannot open a residence. You must have written a fake room number. 2025 is a resident room. My card would not open it. And I stood there with my foot on his back and did not correct him. Because I asked one more question, and the answer to it is the entire reason I am alive. Does a MasterCard open a tenant's door 100% of the time? He paused. 80%, he said. So 2 or 3 tries and you are guaranteed. But there is another problem. Some of the residents are short-tempered, and if a player uses a MasterCard on a resident's door, they are entitled to set something on you and kill you in a heartbeat. That is why I only used it after I had the register and knew which rooms were players. At 2025, I tried twice and failed, and I was worried I had guessed wrong about the room, so I did not dare try a third time. Twice, 20%, twice in a row, is 1 in 25. And if he had gone once more, the card almost certainly opens, and my main body is sitting in that apartment with the attributes of a tired student, and everything I have built since then does not exist. I lived because a card failed twice, and a murderer was superstitious. Then I asked about 6666 and 9999. You cannot reach 6666 directly, he said. You can only get to it from 9999, and nobody on any forum knew what was in there. And about a month before all of this, the game had suddenly gone offline for what the notice called rectification following criticism and guidance from above. Everyone assumed 9999 had gambling in it and got somebody in trouble. And in the game, he said, 6666 and 9999 do not get destroyed. Every other building in that world has a demolition date and 2 of them do not. Then he told me about the real Doomsday apartment from forum posts, secondhand. That most players never leave the newbie building at all, they simply loop it. That the real one is enormous with very high ceilings. That everyone there is a resident, nobody is a tenant, and you buy your home and you can put down a deposit and pay a mortgage. And that some player deliberately stopped paying and got evicted, and outside the building there is mist, and he went for a walk in it and died inexplicably, and survival points did not bring him back, and when he opened the game again he was starting over in a newbie apartment. You cannot pay your mortgage, they put you outside, and outside is a fog that eats you. I got everything I wanted. He answered well. He was cooperative and specific, and he saved my life twice over without knowing it. All right, I said. You have answered to the best of your ability, and I will not go back on my word. And he actually cried a little. He looked at me with genuine, humiliating hope. I looked at the thing wearing my face and said, let him go. Good, it said. The mist came off him. He got up, and then a finger touched his forehead. Black eyes, no expression, the tip of an index finger, and Guodong's hands went to his own throat like a man trying to keep something in, and his pupils went wide, and something dark red came out of the corner of his eye, and he went down. Ding. You have killed a level 6 player. Congratulations. You have gained 1 survival point. It credited me. I had not lifted a hand, and the building put it on my account, which told me something about what that thing actually was, and I did not have time to think about it yet. I said, "Oh ho, I told you to release him. Why did you not listen?" And it blinked and looked genuinely troubled and said, "I will be obedient." It had heard release him and release the mist, that is all. It had done exactly what I said, immediately and completely, and then done what it wanted, and it did not experience those as 2 separate events. So I gave up, looked down at a corpse, and said, "Ah, Dongge. It seems the boss you were clinging to holds a deep grudge against you. Alas. The rabbit mourns the fox's death. You died so miserably, and honestly, I do not think mine will go much better." Sigh. And I collected everything off him, including a master key card, which I had wanted since the moment I heard of it. The thing crouched down and helped me loot the body, and while it was crouching, I finally said something about the face. "Hey, big brother, can we talk about something?" "Okay," it said, very seriously. "Could you please stop laughing?" It thought about it properly. Then it explained. "A ghost who loves to laugh is lucky," which, given the day I had had with luck, actually landed. So I said, "Fine, laugh, but can we do it differently? This is too creepy." "Yes," it said, and produced a mirror and started adjusting. The mirror did not reflect it at all. There was nothing in that glass. It could apparently see itself in there anyway. It stood in a lobby with a corpse at its feet, patiently working on its expression in a mirror that showed an empty room. I coached, genuinely. I stood there and gave notes. We got to something with teeth showing, and it looked so honest and simple that I nearly laughed, and it was still wrong because the eyes were still black holes. "Your eyes are the problem," I said. "How about covering your face when you laugh? You know, hands over the eyes." And then I realized that is inconvenient, since you need your hands, and it solved the problem. A severed hand, cut off at the wrist, floated up and covered its eyes, and it smiled underneath with all its teeth and looked in the mirror. I do not know what it saw. It said, "It looks even better this way." I looked at the 2 hands on the end of its arms, then at the 3rd one over its eyes. "Where?" I asked. "Did you get the 3rd hand?" "I have a 4th one," it said. "Do you want it?" And a severed hand floated across and hovered in front of my face, while a voice that was mine said, "Seriously, it looks good this way." I wanted on record that I stood in that lobby getting a beauty lesson from a monster with my own face, and that when I told it to put the hand away, it did, and then quietly used 2 hands, one over each eye, because that was symmetrical and therefore prettier. And then, because I could not stop myself, I asked how many it could make. 9, it said, and produced 7 more, floating around it in a ring. And that is where the joke stopped being a joke, because on the back of one of those hands, there was a tattoo. Just for a second, and then it was gone. Behind us, at the reception desk, the administrator of the merged building had been reading a thick black book the entire time. He looked up as we walked out. Then he looked down again, turned some pages, and tapped his finger on one where the number 2025 was written, and smiled. Nobody saw that. Not me. Not Liu Meiling's people watching from the stairwell. I have thought about it since. What the mutual aid group did see was the whole fight from a doorway, and they came out into the lobby afterwards in complete silence. And then Song Yan, top student, said quietly to nobody, "What an amazing chemical reaction." However, the strong oxidizing agent was not Wu Jun, it was Li Wei, and a dozen students who had spent the morning discussing whether I would survive until dinner started shouting at once. Guodong's boss really does look exactly like him, and it listens to Li Wei instead of Guodong. How did Li Wei get so strong? He did not. His backers are strong. Did you not hear him bragging to Wu Jun? Bald Boss, Blood Mist Boss, and Wu Jun, they are all his. If I could latch onto any one of those 3, I could take off too. That dog Li Wei. His luck is just too good. I declare I am latching onto Li Wei. Dream on. Do you have his luck? Be careful you do not lose more than you gain. And then Chen Hao, magnanimous as ever, said that no matter what, Li Wei had gotten us out of the Guodong crisis, and that if he was ever turned on by the Blood Mist Boss and we had grown strong enough by then, we might be able to help him out. Thank you, Brother Hao. I will hold you to that. That is the version of me that class went to bed with. A lucky nobody with 3 powerful friends, who would eventually be eaten by one of them. Every single word of it wrong, and it was the best press I ever got. Liu Meiling reorganized them into 3 teams within the hour. Group A on monsters under her. Group B earning money under Zhang Wei, the problem set machine. Group C hunting survival stones under Yang Xiaoman, who was the only one who had found one. and they went at it with a kind of grim energy that had not been there in the morning, because they were not united, they were furious. They had been mocked by Class 9 and had not dared to answer, and that particular humiliation does more to a 17-year-old than fear does. I did not join. I had a 5-win streak to finish. And that is where I met Chao Rui, although neither of us used a name for a long time. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, easy. The 5-win reward was an exemption card, same as Wu Jun's. The 10th was different. 3, 2, 1, and I killed my opponent instantly with a merged clone. No question about it. I saw it happen, and the match did not end. I stood in an empty arena with a domain up, looking for a resurrection, and there was nobody. And then I noticed something small and wrong, which is that my feet felt heavy, not my body, my shadow. You discovered it so quickly, said my shadow. Your combat awareness is really good. Ice Mist did nothing to it, but you are really something. It went on, comfortably. Your combat power was under 80 when you were matched, and it went to 400 during the fight. No wonder you got a 10 streak so easily, even while we were targeting you. With that kind of ability, I would believe you if you said you could take 100 quickly. Unfortunately, you have run into me. Oh no. To be precise, it is a pity you offended our Ming Kai organization. Then it explained my own limits back to me, out loud, cheerfully. Your combat power has dropped to 78 again, so your boost only lasts 3 minutes. Quite a few drawbacks. Within Ming Kai, there are plenty of people who can handle your level of ability. Battle number 666, he said. That is the personal version of a gold-level battle machine, still in the beginner stage, and you already own one. No wonder you dare to disregard Ming Kai. It is a pity, though. For our players to match with you, we only have to aim at number 666, and I bet you are thinking, we have exemption cards, so losing this does not matter. But may I ask how many exemption cards you have? Because every time you burn one to avoid a 10 streak, the opponent you get rematched with will always be me. So this 10-win streak, you are destined not to make it through. He was extremely pleased with himself, and then he came out of my shadow and became me. Exactly me. Same face, same body, same panel. And in an apartment 4,000 numbers away, my main body sat up because my clone fusion list had just grown by 1 entry. I had a moment there, a genuine cold moment where I thought, no, that is somebody else. That does not count. And then I thought, I have an exemption card. Let us find out. He had just finished telling me I was destined to lose, and he was mid-step, coming in for the kill. And I merged him. Ding. Congratulations on winning this match. Ding. Congratulations on achieving a 10-game winning streak. Because my talent does not check whether you consented to being me. Here's the part I did not know at the time. 4,000 kilometers away, in a fog over a dead sea, there is a building with 1,000,000 coffin-sized rooms on every floor from 2 to 19, and a proper city above that. And on floors 118 and 119, there is an organization called Ming Kai. Floor 118 is where they work. Rows of machines, dead quiet, like an exam hall. Floor 119 is where they sell tickets, because tourists pay to come and watch new players buy winning streaks. Every streak I fought was somebody's afternoon out. They bet on us. Will this one buy or refuse? If he refuses, does he win? They record the ones who look promising so that years later, when a strong man is being respectable, somebody has footage of him paying for a fake victory on day 1. And the big event is the 100-win streak, which is why nobody ever gets one, because Ming Kai collects data on every player through their earlier streaks and then targets them specifically at 100. And once 10 players have hit 100, Ming Kai ranks them, and the tourists bet on which one becomes the year's newbie king. One bet. 10,000 survival points a ticket, 10,000 human lives to place a wager. And on the day I did my 3-win streak, somebody put 10,000 points on a boy who had won 3 matches. That is unheard of. Nobody bets before 100. You wait, you study, you compare. And a VIP called UUMA watched a level 1 nobody outfight a professional and put down 10,000 points on him inside the hour. The same UUMA who merged apartment 1008 with apartment 1010. I have never met her. I would like to. And on the day I merged Chao Rui, the crowd on floor 119 watched their favorite blocker get sent out with a strange pattern ability against a boy who did not have one, which is a dimensional reduction attack, which is against the spirit of the thing. And the tourists were furious about it. Then Chao Rui's mouth ran, and then the results came up, and the winner was seat 666. Nobody saw how. Not one person in that building, watching on high-definition screens with recordings running. Chao Rui vanished from the ring. And he also vanished from his machine, on floor 118, in a completely different building on a different continent. For 3 minutes, his body was not in the chair. They made him unroll a memory scroll and paint it with his own blood, and it played back everything, right up to the moment I killed him. And then it was blank. 3 minutes of nothing. He had used a shadow parasitism ability that involves being dead, and that had recorded perfectly well. This did not. He genuinely started questioning what he was, out loud, in front of his boss. I was dead for those 3 minutes. I have been dead before, it records fine. And I was not on the battlefield. Then they showed him footage of his own chair. Empty. And he shouted a thing that I think is the most accurate description of what I do that anybody ever produced. What is the difference between this and slapping somebody on the other side of the world through an internet cable? They sent him back in twice more, with a soul-suppressing bell, and the bell did nothing, and the third time he came in and looked at me flatly and said, "Come on, keep crushing me, I will not resist." And I want to acknowledge how strange that is. A veteran professional of an organization that farms newbies, standing in a ring, requesting to be executed for research. I killed him properly the third time, not by merging him. I merged Smokey's illusory copy into myself and killed him with a monster's ability, so there was no shadow left for him to hide in. Then their leader came out of a wall as a mecha puppet, told him to stop, and posted to the whole organization that new player 666 was to be left alone except at key streaks. I did not know any of that. What I knew was that somebody knocked on my door in 2025. I put an eyeball on the peephole because I had a monster in my living room now and it was proud of its eyes. There was nobody outside, and then my television said, "I am here," and it was Joe Kai's voice, the boy I had killed at 11 in the morning, whose name was still gray on the member list, whose words had all been deleted. "You did not expect that, did you, Li Wei? I have come for revenge." And a white dead thing that had been a classmate came out of my screen with murder in its eyes, and my first clone lost his mind and moved to strike, and I stopped him. I want to describe how that felt, because I have never been closer to dying. The main body has been behind everything all day. He does not fight. He sits in rooms and does arithmetic. And because of that, he was the only part of me that was calm, and the calm part of me got a bad feeling about a quarter of a second before the rest of me got a bad feeling. So instead of attacking, I swapped. Number 1 out, mirror clone in. And the mirror clone, which is not me and cannot be told anything, did exactly what a person does, which is fight back. Ice Mist went into Joe Kai, and Joe Kai smiled, unhurt, and the mirror clone stopped existing. Instantly, no wound, no moment, just gone. Then the smile fell off, because that was not what it wanted. So it was a clone, said the thing, and turned toward the bedroom where my main body was, and appeared in front of my face, nose to nose, fingertip resting on the skin over my heart, and the entire building's worth of adrenaline told me to do something, and I stood against a wardrobe and did not move a muscle. 1 second, 2, 3. Because I had remembered what Wei Han said on the 99th floor, which is that when a player attacks the administrator gains the authority to erase that player, and that the only thing that cancels it is a mask I did not have. It was not here to kill me. It could not. It was here to get me to swing first, so that it would be allowed to. And it had picked the one face in the world guaranteed to make me do it, because it had watched me kill him. The finger came off my chest. It stepped back. "You recognized me." And I let a breath out and said, "Who are you?" "Apartment administrator." He stopped being Joe Kai and went back to being a cold middle-aged man and laughed. And the laugh was the worst part. "Did you not threaten to kill me? Why so hesitant now that I have delivered myself?" "Hey," I said, "I am just too upright. I prefer self-defense to intentional harm. Joe Kai can testify. Why do you not attack me first, uncle, and then I will defend myself?" His face darkened. "If I really made a move, do you think you would have a chance to defend yourself? Really? Then give me a try, uncle. Let us see if I survive." And that is when he told me the actual plan, and it is the best threat anybody made to me all day. "Kid, I think you have not figured out the situation. You do not think you are safe because you dodged this one. Truth and falsehood. I do not believe you will not retaliate every time something unexpected happens. Perhaps you will think you are fighting in the battle room, and actually you will be attacking me. Now, get a feel for what it is like to live in fear. That must be more exciting than death." And he was gone. That is not a man threatening to kill you. That is a man explaining that from now on, every single thing that comes at you might be him, and that you have to lose every fight you are in until you own a mask that does not exist yet, and he could do it. He runs the rent. He could simply lose my payment at midnight and delete me for arrears. I had not even wanted to kill him. My mission said an administrator, and I had been perfectly happy to go and kill somebody else's, 4,000 numbers away, with a team. He picked this fight. That is the part that still annoys me. So I did what I have done all day, which is go shopping. Ma Kang of apartment 9999 wanted my 20-win reward, which was a Bodhi Enlightenment fruit, which gives an ordinary player a chance at a second talent. To an ordinary player, that thing is a religious artifact. To me, it was junk mail, because I roll a new talent every time I spend a point. I asked for an S-rank skill and got laughed at, then asked for 5 gold grade attribute fruits and got laughed at harder, then asked for 50 silver fruits of each type and watched him do the sum out loud. 500 million. He could not raise it in one go, so he put down 250 million now and pledged an item against the rest. A dice of destiny, 6 faces, crown, sword, coin, Chalice, scepter, skull. Crown raises luck. Sword summons a weapon. Coin brings a windfall. Chalice heals. Scepter raises attributes. Skull kills you instantly. Nobody with any sense throws that thing. It sits in a drawer until the day you are about to die anyway, and then you throw it, and you find out. I took it, and I paid 2 gold skill scrolls forward with the proceeds, and then a notice went off in every head in the world. Newbie apartment number 0000 will open at the next midnight, which meant nothing to me and quite a lot to everyone else, and Ma Chiang explained why while he was signing. Apartment 0000 is where the dojos are. Real ones, not the training room downstairs, which is a joke. And in 0000 there is a butterfly called Zhuangzhou's dream butterfly, and if you eat a Bodhi fruit in front of it, your chance of awakening a new talent goes way up. He had just traded 500 million for a fruit and a butterfly, and the building had announced the butterfly 6 minutes later. Nobody thought that was strange, except me. Then I tore the 2 gold scrolls calmly, one after the other, and got 2 rank B skills, and they were the 2 most important things I have ever owned. Clone Combined Strike. Up to 1,000 auxiliary clones can lend their consciousness to a main clone to assist its attacks. No limits, no cooldown. 1,000. I had 4. Each one contributes 10% of its attributes, and the assisted clone gets no talents and no skills, only the numbers. Which at 4 clones is a 30% boost and is frankly worse than fusion. At 1,000 clones, it is 100-fold. The system had just told me, in a game mechanic, exactly what the word infinite in my talent was supposed to mean, and then handed me a number to aim at. And the second scroll. Clone Substitute Death. If a clone survives, the main body will not die. If the main body would die, a surviving clone dies in its place. The clone with the lowest combat power is selected by default, which does not make me stronger. It solves the only problem I actually had. Every clever thing I own runs off one 17-year-old lying on a bed in room 2025 with nothing in his hands. Kill him and the whole structure falls over. Now you cannot. Not while a single copy of me is standing somewhere. I went and made a deal with Wan Xin next, and I feel slightly bad about it. He wanted my 30-win reward and offered to throw a match to put me on the God of War ranking, his seat, 96th. He was very grand about it. Imagine ascending to the God of War ranking as an unranked, nameless black iron. You will be the most dazzling star in the war zone. Everyone will know your name. Plus a 9,999 apartment and a War God armor set, and it is worth well over 500 million. And I said, I will take the deal, but I am going to beat you honestly, and you are going to pay me 500 million on top. He was insulted, and then he was worried, and then he realized I was serious. We compromised. He gave me his complete newbie apartment strategy guide, which is the most valuable object anybody handed me that entire day, and 100 million a day for 5 days. Then he shot a hidden weapon at my neck without saying goodbye, which was fair. I had already merged number 3's mirror and Smokey's phantom copy. 900 plus attributes. Blood mist rolling out over the arena and eating his stats. He got about a second and a half of it. Ding. Congratulations on successfully challenging the 96th ranked God of War ranking expert. And the whole server watched nameless black iron appear on a board where every other name says stubborn bronze, and unanimously decided it was a fixed match, and mocked me for not even having the decency to fake it properly. Wan Xin, to his credit, went into the group and told everybody I had beaten him honestly, and nobody believed him either. He was not as relaxed about the loss as he pretended. I found that out later. He had been one of the first people into 9,999 when the God of War ranking had a dozen names on it, and he was high up, and a dozen of them had opened champagne together and sworn to stay the strongest. Then better people kept arriving, and he kept sliding, and the unlucky guy persona he wore was a costume he had built to explain it. He told me once that a saying goes around that building. People with bad luck should not work too hard, or they only become more unlucky. He said it like a joke. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. He knew that one too. He also told me where the extreme dark environments are, because we had a contract, an abandoned mental hospital in room 303 of apartment 2333, a graveyard on the basement level of apartment 4444, a library in room 5678 of apartment 1234, and, he said, have you cleared your personal instance yet? Because your own instance is probably the best dark environment you will ever get. I told him I had never found the trigger. He frowned and then asked a question that made the back of my neck go cold. Have you ever heard strange knocking at your apartment? Yes. Then yours is extremely difficult, he said. Wait until level 10 and 500 combat power before you try it, and if you hear the knocking again, pay attention. That means something in your personal instance is calling you. Then I threw the dice of destiny for the first time and got the crown, and the crown raises luck. And I spent a survival point. And clone number 5 came out of the light as a 14-year-old boy with clear eyes and regular features because I had used a mutation skill from one of the bronze scrolls and asked for a different face. Chen An, level 0, Fitness 10, Energy 10, Combat Power 100, Talent, Dark Element Affinity, Rank SS, Skills, Shadow Body, Rank S, Shadow Puppet, Rank S, Shadow Curse, Rank S, 3 Rank S skills at level 0. Shadow Body ignores all detection methods and all physical attacks. Shadow Puppet grows a puppet in the dark that can eventually reach 10,000 times the main body's attributes. And Shadow Curse burns the puppet to lay a curse that either kills the target at the next midnight or seals their talent or seals their strange pattern with no rank limit at all. I sat and looked at that panel for a long time, and then, because the crown was still running and I am not a careful person, I spent another point and got a boy with a rat's face, blonde hair, and bad teeth called Liang Ming, and I was insulted on my own behalf for about 2 seconds. Then I read the panel. Talent, Light Element Affinity, Rank SS, Skills, Holy Light Judgment, Rank S, Holy Purification, Rank S, Light Shadow Escape, Rank S. Holy Light Judgment does damage, plus 1000% against dark element creatures, plus something called Light Scorch. Holy Purification removes curses, and if the target is a dark element creature, it also applies the Curse of Light and Light Scorch. Curse of Light. Under the light, annihilate all darkness and banish all filth. The cursed loses their supernatural abilities and dies at the next midnight. Light Scorch. A special burning that continuously annihilates the target's soul until the ghost perishes. 2 clones back to back, 1 dark and 1 light, identical stats, 3 rank S skills each, a matched pair. I was delighted for about 90 seconds. Then I asked Smokey about light element, and I watched a monster's face change. Which creatures count as dark element? I asked. I am, he said. Everyone with a strange pattern is. Every human who awakened a dark talent is. All the strange things. All the undead. About 80% of everything in the Doomsday apartment is dark element. Only a small percentage of human players are not. And light beats dark, absolutely. And it is absurd. Sub-rank S light skills routinely kill things with 10 times their combat power, and rank S light skills carry Light Scorch, which leaves an indestructible point of light attached to the soul, and as long as the creature is alive, it keeps burning, and the soul keeps going out of it like air out of a balloon, until completely annihilated. And he was not calm about it. He is never anything. He was not calm. Then he asked me a question. Assume you are also a dark element creature. What would your attitude be toward light element? And I did not have to think. Fear, I said, and loathing. It is worse than a virus. It should not exist. We would have to wipe it out completely, down to the last trace. We could never let anybody with it grow up. And he nodded quietly and said, that is right. That is the consensus. And the real hatred is far deeper than what you just imagined, because there are players who have actually felt Light Scorch. So there it was, the best thing I had ever rolled, the single most powerful clone I owned, in a world made almost entirely out of things it kills automatically. And I could never show it to anybody, ever, or it would be hunted to the ground by everything that exists. I sat in my apartment holding a weapon that could burn the world and put it in a drawer. That lasted about 40 minutes, because the administrator got to my main body. I moved him from 2025 toward 2064 under 2 layers. Shadow Body, which ignores every detection method that exists, and the invisibility on the mask on top of it. Smokey walked ahead wearing the woman in white's face to get the little robot to open the door. Nothing could see him. That was the point. And the instant he stepped over the threshold of 2064, there was a flash of gold, and a bell rang, and I was in the exam room, pen in my hand, paper on the desk, Teacher Fang at the front telling everybody to stop writing, leave the room, and rest well before the afternoon paper. Everything gone. The apartment, the clones, the whole day. Not suppressed. Gone. I did not have those memories to be missing. I sat there while the room emptied, and I could not work out why I felt sick. Teacher Fang came over, concerned, and asked if I was unwell. I said I thought I had had a dream, and I started hitting myself in the forehead, harder each time, until she caught my hand and told me not to do anything rash. Teacher, I said, how long was I asleep? About half an hour. And there it was. Why did you not wake me? She explained patiently that other students had finished and were checking their work, and that she had not realized, and that I seemed unwell, so she left me. Which is reasonable, which is the sort of thing a person says, and I said no. Teacher Fang seems gentle. She is not. She is strict. Once, during evening study, after I had finished all my homework, I fell asleep for a minute and she woke me, because sleeping during study disturbs the others, not physically, psychologically. Students who are working hard get discouraged when they see somebody sleeping. That is a thing she says. She has said it for 2 years. If I had fallen asleep in an exam room, Teacher Fang would have woken me. So this is not an exam room. And you are not Teacher Fang. I want to be clear about what I had at that moment. I had no memory of any of this. In my head, I was a normal boy who had napped during a test. And from inside that, with nothing else, I called the world a liar on the strength of one teacher's habit. She took half a step back and looked frightened and asked if the academic pressure had broken my mind, and I wavered. Of course I wavered. People do not always behave logically. Maybe she just let me sleep, and then she got annoyed and told me to leave. I walked to the back row and stopped with one hand on a desk, and something in me kept saying, wrong, wrong, definitely wrong. And I made a decision that I am not going to dress up. I thought, if my mind really is different from a normal person's, then using me as the reference point, the people with the problem are everyone else. And then I said, out loud, if I am mentally ill, then killing somebody is not a crime. And a dagger appeared in my hand, and I put it into my Chinese teacher. It went across the exam papers. Her face was completely real. And I stabbed her again, several times, and the room started fading like a wet photograph. It was an illusion. And my memory came back all at once, which was a worse feeling than losing it. I lit the green lantern that Gao Lei had been carrying, which dispels low-level illusions, and looked around a stranger's living room and grabbed the little assistant robot and crushed it. Smokey confirmed it. That robot came with the building when the building was made, so it was not the woman. And the illusion had come through it, remotely, with no props, and doing that to a machine at range takes a strange pattern ability at Tier 5 or above, which is far past an apartment administrator. Which meant something enormous had reached down through a cleaning robot to trap a boy in a room so that he would sit there until midnight and get deleted for unpaid rent. I crushed Mimi too, which I did not enjoy, and ran for the television. And I got out into a second layer. I did not know it was a second layer. That is the thing. I got to the ruins the woman had promised me, and I was standing there thinking about the mission, and my memory was full of holes with the edges sanded off. I had come here because of the administrator. Fine. But then why had I walked the corridor again, and how was I planning to pay rent while hiding, and why did it feel like a week had happened on day one, and where were my survival points? Zhou Kai, Gao Lei, Guodong, 3 of his people, 6 kills, 6 points. Where are the points? Who ate the points? And Smokey said, this is bad. It seems we are still in an illusion. And I did not believe him, because in an illusion, the person telling you it is an illusion is exactly what you would expect to be fake. We were still arguing about it when Smokey exploded, not metaphorically. He came apart, and the world came apart with him like mist lifting. And I was standing in the real 2064 with my memory whole and everything from my clones dumping into me at once, which is when I found out what had been happening while I was gone. Because to a clone, the main body going silent is not an inconvenience. It is the ground disappearing. Number 1, and Smokey had reached the apartment and turned around, and there was nobody behind them. Not hidden. Gone. And it was not death, because death would have taken them with it, and because I had clone substitute death now, and it did not fire. So the main body was somewhere, asleep, and could not be reached, and all of me stopped being relaxed at exactly the same time. And the clone I had put in a drawer 40 minutes earlier came out of the drawer. Because the only thing on Earth that ignores an illusion is not being in it, and the only clone I had that moved fast enough to be everywhere was the one that turns into light. He killed Li Tao first. That was deliberate. Li Tao of apartment 9999 had asked me for Gao Lei's physical description and had not cared about his name, and I had never worked out why, and now I did not have time to, and he was a top 10 player sitting in a locked residence room. Light shadow escape does not need doors. Liang Ming appeared inside room 3068 and put a cross of holy light on a man who could not even flinch, and the man turned evil and burst into points of light like sparks off a hammer, and the whole thing took about 1/10 of a second. Then Liang Ming went up to the roof and found the 9999 administrator standing there, a middle-aged man who had spent the day looking relaxed, who ran a building full of the strongest players in the region, and who took one look at a light element and left so fast he beat the light to the exit, like a man who has been splashed with something. And that was the moment I understood exactly what I had rolled. Then the administrator issued a kill order inside the building. Berserker Mask times 10, Platinum Chest times 10, 10,000 survival points, 10 Berserker Masks, the item you get a 1 in 3 shot at after 100 straight wins, the item Mei Li. Gave me a machine and 10 cards to go and find, and he was giving away 10 of them to anyone immediately because he wanted the thing out of his house that badly. He was offering the tools to kill himself to get rid of me, and 30 seconds later, a second announcement went into the head of every player in every numbered building in the world. 26 apartment bosses have jointly issued a server-wide manhunt for player Liang Ming. 3 star-level chests, a star-level Dao fruit, a star-level dojo, the Book of All Things, and 100,000 survival points. 100,000. I had 4 clones and a headache because of 1 point at a time. There is a number in the world equal to 100,000 of me, and it is sitting on my own head, and the only creature in existence who can collect it without being hunted forever is me. I did the arithmetic while being hunted. Of course I did. And then I put it down, and I want to tell you why, because it is the one thing I got right that day. Because whoever takes that bounty becomes the most watched person alive, and everything above me had just agreed on one policy, and a boy who suddenly appears holding 100,000 points is not going to be left alone by 26 things that can reach through a cleaning robot. Also because Liang Ming was still useful, and because he was already loose, he toured 3 buildings. That is the only word for it. Light shadow escape goes through apartment doors, so locked rooms are not rooms. He went floor to floor through 9,999 and then 2 more, killing Dark Element residents and Dark Element players and anything that flinched, and levels came in so fast that the notifications overlapped. Killed a level 10 player, 1 survival point, defeated a level 5 strange object, 500 energy, level up, level up, level up. The NPC residents worked out what was happening and threw their own doors open so that players could get in and hunt him, which tells you everything. Level 10, 20 plus survival points, 3 apartments in about 4 minutes. He came back to 9999's roof at the end and found 4 of the region's best waiting for him in a line, all of them terrified, all of them more suspicious of each other than of me, and he went straight past them into the control panel and left them 1 line on the way out. You 4, just wait. I will be back. And on floor 666 of a building in a fog on a dead sea, one of Mingkai's mecha puppets exploded in the middle of a conference room with 26 people in it. The replacement walked in, and every one of them saw an expression on a machine that machines do not have, and it said one word, light scorch. And it opened its own arm and showed them a black crystal the size of a fingernail deep inside the mechanical skeleton. And there was a point of light floating in it. 26 of the things that run this world looked at that for 1 second and then had to look away. All the puppets are infected, said the machine. And the one at the head of the table said, if you do not want to get involved with this, then until that light element is confirmed dead, everyone, please do not reach your hands out so far. That is why the illusion stopped. That is the only reason I woke up. Something enormous had a boy in a box and let go of the box because something worse walked into the room. I came back to myself in a stranger's apartment with all of that in my head at once and thought, in this order, the clone I was going to hide has burned down 3 buildings. I am worth 100,000 survival points, and everything on Earth has agreed to stop touching me until I am dead. And also, my rent was still due. Wu Jun knocked on my door about an hour later, and I want to close him out properly because he is the only person in this story who ever paid me anything. He came in with a hole in his coat and a strange dark scar on his face and drank a bottle of water in one go and asked whether I had tampered with the lucky bracelet. I had. Not deliberately. I had charged it with a bowl of my own blood after the woman in white destroyed a lantern with 1 drop of mine and told me never to touch luck items again. Then I gave it to him as a gift to repay a life debt, and used him as an experiment to find out what kind I have. I have had the worst luck imaginable in 8 lifetimes, he said, and pointed at the hole in his chest. I was this close. I said, could it be that you got something dirty on you? He let it go, which was generous of him. And then he made his pitch, and it was a good one, and it was also the moment the ledger closed. He wanted the reward on Liang Ming's head. He wanted me to get it, and he wanted 3 uses of the star-level dojo out of it, and he explained that he could not take it himself because he is a dark element, and he did not have the courage to face a light element directly, and so he really did want to help. But mostly he said, if you can kill Liang Ming, then having you as my backer is worth as much as your other 2. He wanted to be my subordinate, the boy who had told me in a stairwell that morning that the next time we met, I would die by his hand. I did not gloat. I did the accounting out loud instead because I wanted it said once. You let me go in the stairwell. But by your own words, that was you repaying a debt, so it was never a gift. And the life-saving on the rooftop, do not think I do not know. The one who actually wanted to save me was the bald guy. You were standing nearby, and you took the opportunity to scam him a little while you were there. So honestly, there is not much affection between us. Why should I trust you and take you on? And he took it, and did not flinch, and said, mountains crumble and people run away, so deep down, I always rely on myself anyway. Fine. Then let us have a relationship of interest instead. He also brought me the last piece I needed and did not know he was carrying. He told me about a game incident. A team of whales killed an administrator. Afterwards, a server-wide kill order went out on one of them and lasted 2 or 3 minutes, and a teammate killed him and collected and became the strongest player in the game. And the hunted one was found dead at home. In the real world, sudden death everyone assumed from staying up all night. At the time, it was a coincidence. Now that the game had come out of the screen, Wu Jun suspected the kill order had done it. And he suspected the man who collected had come out of it holding something. I sat with that and thought about Wei Han telling 118 people that I was the only one qualified to fight beside him. He does not admire me. He wants to be standing next to me the moment I finish that mission and the world puts a price on my head, and the woman in white promised me a huge surprise after phase 1. That is her surprise. I asked Xiao Rui about it later actually because Ming Kai came back with an offer. They wanted me to lure Liang Ming into apartment 0000 into a place called the Extreme Abyss Land where light shadow escape stops working so that somebody could kill him, and Xiao Rui, being helpful, explained the prize, and this is where I learned what the year's competition actually was. Every year, Ming Kai names a newbie king. Server-wide announcement, enormous rewards, and there are 26 polar regions and 10,000 districts each, and the honor goes to one person out of all of them. And this year, because of the light element and the manhunt, the selection is basically settled. Whoever kills Liang Ming becomes this year's newbie king, probably the strongest in history, so the entire world was now competing for the right to kill a clone of mine, and the winner would be crowned for it. And by the way, said Xiao Rui cheerfully, my region's apartment boss, the one on my mission, is the strongest of the 26. That is the one Mei Li asked me to kill. I want that noted. Not any of them. The biggest one. Then 2 more things happened that changed the shape of the day. The first is that I found another one of me. Not a clone. Liang Ming was resting inside the Void Mirror Palace, which is a honeycomb of mirrored hexagonal cells linking 2 apartments, and which is a maze that takes an ordinary player a full day to walk, and which light goes through like a hallway. And a voice spoke to him in there and said, "Do not be nervous, just feel it. We are the same kind." And I felt it. That is the thing. Light knows light the way dark knows light. He was another light element, and he was a reincarnator, which is the human version of the thing the woman in white is. He had looped the newbie apartment more than once, and he told me the only way out of a server-wide kill order: you die. Specifically, you die at a level between ghost soul extinction and will extinction, an A+ death, which is deep enough that the order releases you, and which strips every ability you have, including the light. So the price of not being hunted is not being it anymore. I said no. And he laughed and said, "Not bad, at least you have some backbone," and then told me there is a harder road that keeps the talent, and that it runs through your own personal instance, and that I should go and clear mine immediately, and that my personal space is the key to faking a death. He also called me ugly, twice, on sight, which I want in the record. And the second thing, I took 12.8 billion yuan off Wei Han. He had bought my quick victory card for 30 million, which is the card that lets you fight your way to 100 wins in one unbroken chain with the pot rolling over from match to match, and he had gone on a run in front of the whole server, and then he ran into a bald man who could not be killed the same way twice. Every method Wei Han used on him stopped working the next time they met. Giant hands that tore a body into 9 strips, eyeballs, a mouth, a sword, 5 matches, 5 methods, all spent, and the man came back a 6th time using privilege cards and asked in an entirely flat voice whether Wei Han had run out, so Wei Han stopped. He came to the stands in person, in a different face, and asked me to take a dive for him, to end his own quick victory early on somebody friendly, so at least the pot stayed in the family. That was the 5th time somebody asked me to fix a match. In one day, a con man in a lobby, a salesman in a mask, Wan Xin with his ranking, Xiao Rui twice throwing himself at me like a man donating blood, and now the #1 player in the region, who had watched me kill Wang Chengjin through a wall, sitting down next to me and asking nicely. I have never thrown a match in my life. I have been asked 5 times in one day. So I said I would think about it, and then I used a privilege card, matched into his ring myself, went invisible under shadow body, and let him look for me. He could not find me, not with 1,000 eyes, and I watched a man who tears people into ribbons for entertainment go pale, and then surrender, immediately, without being touched. 12.8 billion yuan. I had started the day owing 125,000 and change. Then Wang Chengjin came to my door to collect Wei Han's share and offered me 800 million out of 12.8 billion and said that my contribution had been so small that a dog could have done it if you had walked a dog into the ring. So I killed him, and he came back, because he had an item called Death's Mercy, which returns you to the scene 1 minute before you died, and he spent that minute on his knees on my carpet, barking, actually barking, saying, "Master, boss, God, I am such a dog. I really know I was wrong." And then he spent an hour telling me everything he knew in exchange for his life, and I let him. He told me about the Void Mirror. It shows you the past and a blurry future, and it heals the soul, and it keeps the damage it heals. And when it is full, it spits out another version of you, who kills you and takes your place. He called that the negative effect. I sat there thinking, another version of me, with my abilities, slightly stronger. Sir, that is not a defect. That is a vending machine. Then Duan Li came in, and Wang Chengjin left, and outside my door, his head came off and went into a coffin the size of a lighter, and Ouyang collected the body without comment and came back in and continued the conversation. Ouyang wanted a favor with a very long fuse on it. He wanted the woman in white to kill the administrator of apartment 4444 and seal that building, which would trap the light element inside it. They had located Liang Ming. They were sure. They had it from Wei Han. They were wrong, and I knew they were wrong because Liang Ming was sitting in the Void Mirror Palace between 6996 and 9669 at that exact moment. So the whole plan was a lie, aimed at me, and I signed the contract anyway, because the deposit was a 2-hour trial of a rank S skill. And because the payment was a Buddha's heart, which hides your panel from every detection method that exists, which aches whenever you are inside an illusion of any level, and which is a pass into a place called the Cave of 10,000 Buddhas, where restoring one twisted statue grants an epiphany at your own talent level. At your own talent level, there is no letter above X. And before all of that, Ouyang explained why his organization exists, using a programming exercise. If I is an integer at the top of its range, and you add 1 to it, it does not stop. It overflows, and becomes the largest negative number instead. You do not reverse entropy, you let it run past the end of its own type. The world ends, and in the same instant, begins, and his organization is trying to be standing in the right place when it flips. And I sat in a chair in a building with a demolition date on it, opposite a computer science student explaining the heat death of the universe with a for loop, and thought about a woman who had crawled out of 30 televisions in a row, because that is what she is. She is an integer that keeps overflowing, and she is tired. Then I put the black ribbon on my forehead for 2 minutes and got the trial skill. Soul Link, rank S, 1 hour and 59 minutes remaining. Effect 1. My clone is me. There is no distinction between the main body and any manifestation. All skills usable on clones can be used on the main body. All main body skills can be used directly by any clone. Effect 2. Life sharing. As long as one clone remains, the main body will not absolutely die. As long as the main body does not die, no clone can absolutely die. Effect 2 was useless because dead clones revive after 24 hours and I had 2. Effect 1 was the whole world because every clone could now cast clone fusion independently on separate cooldowns and stack them because the main body could swap like a clone and stop being a paperweight. Because a talent that generates 1 free clone per day was suddenly a talent that every one of my clones also had. Doubling. Every midnight. And I had 2 hours of it, and one thing worth spending them on. I went into the storeroom in 2025, moved the cleaning supplies, felt along the back panel, and found a groove the size of a fingernail. Click. A hidden panel opened, and behind it there was a 6-pointed star, and the knocking I had been hearing since the first hour, the one I had never had time for, was coming from inside the wall of my own apartment. I put my palm on it, and I stopped being anywhere. I was in the exam room again. Same room, same desks. Teacher Fang on the floor in a spreading pool with the exam papers going red around her, and me standing over her with a knife, and 100 students screaming in the corridor, "Murder! Help! It is Li Wei from class 1. Li Wei killed Teacher Fang. Somebody get the other teachers. Call an ambulance. Call the police." And I stood there and thought, very calmly, he is still here. Except he was not, because this time my memory was intact. All of it. The clones, the apartments, the panel, the whole day. And the panel said 1 survival point, which my main body had never had. So this was not the illusion, this was my personal instance, and it had been built out of the illusion, or the illusion had been built out of it, and I have never worked out which way round that is, and it still bothers me. A teacher came in through the back door meaning to restrain me. I jumped out of the window. Congratulations on completing the first stage of your exclusive assessment. Classroom. Assessment time. 48 seconds. Assessment result. 1 survival point. Performance rating, D-. And I stood in the next room and understood, immediately and painfully, what I had just done. The exit was not the objective. The exit was the bonus round ending early. The score was how many survival points you take before you leave, and I had panicked out of a room full of them in 48 seconds and been graded accordingly. D-. From an exam, in an exam room. That is the joke the building made, and I want it acknowledged. The second stage was a cube about 3 meters on a side, 6 black walls, no windows, no door, no toilet, which is the detail that told me it was not built for living in. 1 light screen, prison ID 2025, criminal, Li Wei, offense, intentional homicide, verdict, death sentence with a 2-year reprieve, 480 days remaining. My apartment number is 2025, my cell number was 2025. 480 days, on a clock, in a building that dies on day 11. So time in here does not run the way it runs out there. 48 seconds of stage 1 had bought me 480 days of stage 2, and I could not tell whether that was a reward or a sentence. And then, because Soul Link was still running and Soul Link says my clone is me, I found out something that made the whole day worth it. I sent clone number 5 in after me, and he could get in. And the moment he arrived, everything he knew and everything I knew became the same thing in both directions instantly, which meant stage 1 had a restart button, and the restart button was another one of me. Chenan walked into the exam room with my entire memory already loaded. He knew the scoring, he knew what the corridor did. He met the teacher coming through the back door and broke his neck. Survival points, 2. Then he took a second one. And then the screaming outside got further away because they had understood, and nobody was going to walk into that room again except a policeman, and the timer was the grade. He tried sending a shadow puppet out into the corridor to hunt, and the puppet went out of the classroom and found no students and no teachers, only mist, so the corridor is not real. The world outside the room is scenery. The only people that exist are the ones you can persuade to come to you. He left through the back door. Assessment time, 1 minute 22 seconds, 3 survival points. Rating D, prison ID 1808. Criminal Chenan, intentional homicide. Verdict, death sentence, 8 days remaining. 2 extra kills, and a suspended sentence became a sentence, and 480 days became 8. Which is the whole thing, and I sat in a black cube and finally understood the shape of it. They are not scoring how strong you are. They are scoring what you do with a room full of people who cannot fight back, and then they are charging you for it. I went in with nothing, ran away in 48 seconds, and got 480 days. The version of me that took the points properly got 8. That is my personal instance. That is the thing the building built specifically for me, out of my own school, with my own teacher in it, and it had been knocking on my wall since hour 1 asking me to come in. Meanwhile, everything else was still happening because there were 9 of me by then. Liang Ming made clones inside the dead center of the Void Mirror Palace, which belongs to neither apartment, where no member list can see them. A boy called Gao Feng who came out mediocre. Then 3 more. Then I threw the dice of destiny hoping for another crown. I got the skull. And clone substitute death fired, and Gao Feng died 4,000 numbers away instead of me, in a dark room full of hunters who had been sure he was somebody important, and who watched a level 0 nobody dissolve into pixels in front of them and could not explain it. I threw again, skull, again, skull. 3 in a row, 3 clones gone, and I worked out the rule the hard way. Once a clone has rolled a skull, that clone can only ever roll skulls. As far as the dice is concerned, that person is already dead, and skeletons roll skulls. Then a fresh clone threw the scepter, and got 10 physical and 10 energy, permanently, which is roughly a gold grade attribute fruit that does not exist on any market. And another threw the sword, and got an entropy annihilation scythe for 1 hour. A scythe made out of what looked like a frozen tear in space, and 3 lines of description. Anything struck by it disintegrates at the molecular level, and the wound does not heal, and it keeps spreading until the target is annihilated. Every kill feeds it life entropy, which the wielder can spend on attributes. And for a large amount of that entropy, the wielder can become entropy briefly and be immune to everything. A concept level item, on loan, for 60 minutes, and a crown, finally. And under the crown, I rolled 2 more. Zhu Li, rank SS, whose talent is called Ultimate 1-for-1 Trade. You may choose to die in exchange for the target's guaranteed death, both deaths at rank SS. For a normal player, that is a suicide note. For a man with clone substitute death, it is a button. And Wang Yang, rank SS, aim high, whose skill lets you set a goal with a deadline and be rewarded for completing it or punished for failing, which is either the most powerful thing I own or a very expensive to-do list, and I still do not know which. And an S rank True Sight Eye, which is a talent for looking at things. Which sounds like nothing until you use it, and then it tells you what everything is. I used it to read a room, and the room was room 6996 of apartment 9669, which is the far end of the Void Mirror Palace, and it was pitch dark, and there were 8 people in it waiting for a light element to come out. A middle-aged man and woman with a dark spirit compass, which is the thing that had made the room dark and which shuts down spatial abilities. Shabo, one of the 4 who had stood on the roof of 9,999 and let me walk past them. A middle school boy called Zhou Bin, whose talent is a void stomach, which grows stronger by eating equipment and corpses, and who was level 3 with a combat power over 500. A bald man called Guo Wei with 2 talents, one of them SS, called As If Blessed by God, which rewards you for going with the flow and punishes you for going against heaven, and who therefore intended to stand very still and let good things happen. A boy called Wei Hong with rank S rune mastery, who threw a death talisman at my sacrificial clone and complained that he had wanted to try a game with more violent settings and there had never been one on the market, and that now we could try a live-action version. A woman called Xiao Jing, who I had watched fight Wei Han, and who my true sight eye could not read at all. It hurt to try. She has something in her. And Wei Zhan, my classmate, rank C Fire, top 5 by skill in a mutual aid group that no longer means anything. Standing in A room full of professionals in another building entirely, contributing the only useful idea in it, which was that the level 0 nobody in front of them might be the light element in disguise. He got there because his cousin is a whale, that is all. Family. And he had spent the whole day reassessing me, and had arrived at the theory that I was a deep, scheming gamer who had been playing weak from the first hour, which is flattering and completely wrong, and which he believed so hard that when I walked in personally, he did not even try the same name joke. I walked in because I wanted their panels and because I needed survival points for a transfer fee, and I said so. I am only here to borrow survival points, which in that building means one thing. The middle-aged man took out his compass and told me I would pay for my arrogance, and I merged 7 clones at once and put a domain over the whole room, and the compass broke his own barrier from the inside because he wanted out that badly. He ran, his partner ran, Chabot was gone before the light came back, which I want noted because that made 2. 4 of them had stood on the roof of 9999 and watched me walk out, and I had told them to wait, and I would be back. Wang Chengjin went into a coffin the size of a lighter about an hour ago. Chabot just left a room rather than look at me. I am keeping score. I have 2 of them in 9 days, and 5 people bought their lives at 2 survival points each. Wei Hong paid 6, 3 for himself, 3 for his cousin, and he called me Brother Li while he did it, and he smiled, because he had spent his entire life watching Wei Jian be better than him, and had learned exactly one useful thing from it. How to be pleasant to somebody who outranks you. I let them all go. Not out of mercy, because Xiaojing offered to pay, and because I wanted to know what she was. And she told me, in front of everybody, which took more courage than anything else that happened in that room. A reincarnation ghoul coexists inside me. Symbiosis, red form and blue form. Dark element and not, and she can switch, and that is why light did not burn her and why my true sight eye bounced off her like a stone off a window, and then she made me an offer. Kill all 26 apartment bosses, she said, and the manhunt cancels itself. If you do not believe me, kill the 9999 administrator and watch his little kill order lift, and then you will know I am not lying about the big one. She said it perfectly calmly. 26, all of them. And when the room reacted, she added, honestly, once we actually start, the difference in difficulty between killing 1 apartment boss and killing 26 is not significant. Which is either the stupidest sentence anyone said to me all day or the wisest, and I genuinely cannot tell. Then she produced a berserker mask, which nobody in this region should have, because nobody has hit 100 wins yet, and which she has because the thing inside her has seen a great many newbie apartments. She held it up as a bargaining chip, and Liang Ming, who had come in quietly through the ceiling as a line of light, took it out of her fingers and left. I want to be honest that I did not plan that. It was greed. She was holding the exact object my mission requires, and I did not think past taking it. And then I went to apartment 4444. Because that is where they had built the trap. The whole plan had been Wei Han's. Get the woman in white to kill Administrator 4444, seal the building, and the light element is caught in a jar. They had put a raven egg in that building's underground graveyard as bait for her. It turned out to be mythical grade, an egg laid by a divine bird out of death itself, which hatches only when an apartment is destroyed, which is exactly the kind of thing a woman who has been dying and coming back for longer than she will admit would cross a world for. Everybody in that plan was using somebody. Wu Yang was using me to reach her. Wei Han was using Wu Yang. Ming Kai was, I am fairly sure, using Wei Han. And Mei Li knew all of it and went anyway because she had reached the point in her own long story where she needed a way out badly enough to walk into an obvious trap wearing a smile. They gathered on the roof of 4444 to wait, with the dark spirit barrier up and a man wearing another man's face standing in the middle of it. Because the real unkillable bald man had swapped faces with the compass carrier, Zhao Yang, so that whichever one of us came up the stairs would attack the wrong person. They had thought about everything. They had not thought about the fact that the light element does not use stairs. Liang Ming went up through the building as light and found Zhao Yang on the 4th floor sneaking toward a barrier space, wearing the bald man's face, and stopped in front of him, and Zhao Yang, cornered, threw something at me. I caught it, which was a mistake, and a very human one, because it was thrown at me, and I have hands. A 3-sided prism, hollow through the middle like a small black hole, with my face in all 3 mirrors, and blood came out of my palm without a cut and went onto the glass, and Zhao Yang threw his head back and laughed and told me what it was. The kill prism. 3 figures, each with 100% of my strength, obeying nobody, born with exactly one purpose, which is to kill me, and they can follow light shadow escape anywhere, and the only way out of a building is through the roof, and the roof has a dark spirit barrier on it waiting to catch me, 3 of me, hunting me, forever. He was so happy. And I stood there with 3 perfect copies of myself stepping out of broken glass, and I had to physically fight my own face to keep it from grinning, and I failed, which made me look unhinged, which honestly helped. I waved a hand, and all 3 of them stopped existing, because they were me. Because a talent that does not check whether Chaorui consented does not check whether a prism did either. Anything with my face is a clone, and clones are mine. Zhao Yong's ecstasy stayed on his face for a second and a half after the rest of him had stopped believing in it. He asked me what I wanted. I told him I wanted to know if he had another one. He did not. So he bluffed instead and told me to come and kill him if I had the guts, and that he did not believe I would dare, which is a strange thing to request. So I said, since you have asked so sincerely, then I will mercifully satisfy you, and I brought the scythe out. The entropy scythe took the mask off his face, and the mask disintegrated into points of light, and then it kept going, because that is what it does. His features smoothed out like a portrait with the face erased. No blood at all. Nothing bleeds. It simply stops being there, and it keeps stopping. He crushed a prop and got out screaming and went straight to the roof and to the people waiting there. And the real bald man wearing Zhao Yong's face took one look at the light spots eating a non-dark element player and went white to the eyes, because light scorch only happens to dark things, and Zhao Yong was not one, which meant he was looking at a concept weapon in a newbie apartment. On day 1, he grabbed the dying man's arm and demanded to know who did it. And Zhao Yong's throat came apart before he could answer, and then their barrier broke from the outside. I came through it as a line of light with a rift in my hand. Every one of them saw it coming. Wei Han, Wu Yang, a dozen of the strongest players in the region, all standing in a black bubble on the roof of a building they had personally chosen as a killing floor. And I went straight past all of them, because I was not there for them. Bang, 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 bang. The scythe went through the control panels, all of them. Every teleport array on that roof, the only doors in or out of apartment 4444 in about 4 seconds, because light is fast and entropy does not negotiate with materials. They had wanted the building sealed. I sealed it, physically, permanently, with the hunters on the inside. Wei Han ran. Wu Yang ran. Xiaojing teleported in halfway through, saw a rift coming at her face, said a word, turned red, saw it again, said a much louder word, turned back, called for her mother and left. I am not making that up, and I hope she never reads this. They all ran, and none of them got out because there was nowhere to run to. I posted one line into a chat group that had gone completely silent. Were you not willing to pay any price to lock down apartment 4444? Why do you look unhappy now that I have locked it down for you? Then I went down to the first floor, where the woman in white was losing. She was surrounded by dozens of copies of herself, all hissing, all clawing at her, and the administrator of 4444 was standing at a distance shining a strange mirror at her, and the floor was covered in runes. I did not know she was losing on purpose. She had been baiting him into range for 20 minutes, so I came in through the wall with a scythe and shouted at the top of my voice. Little May, I am here to help you. Every black snake on her head stood straight up, and she did not turn around, and neither did the administrator, and I found out much later that the two of them, mortal enemies, locked in a fight to the death, had exactly the same thought at exactly the same second, and it was 4 words long. Do not come over. The administrator threw his mirror and fled into the underground graveyard. She fled into a screen. Both of them left immediately at the sight of somebody arriving to help, and I stood alone in a lobby holding a scythe, genuinely wounded about it. I had announced myself as an ally. I had used her name affectionately. I had come to save her. Smokey had run from me too earlier. That one I did understand. He had been standing next to number 1 when the light came into the building, and he had gone the color of nothing, and his permanent smile had frozen, and he had said in a shaking voice, I do not want to run away either, but it is too scary. I have to run away. I am sorry. If I live, I will come back. And he had gone into the floor like water. He came back. 2 hours later, out of the broken concrete of a ruined apartment, a cloud of black smoke came up and turned into a boy with my face and black holes for eyes, holding out a glass bead with a woman's voice in it, and said nothing about it at all, because he had said he would. He is the only person in this entire story who told me he would do something and then simply did it. Then I went into the barrier under the first floor with the scythe, because the administrator had gone down into a graveyard where I could not follow, and there was a mythical egg down there, and a woman who needed it, and the building started screaming, warning, warning, this apartment is under attack from an unknown source, 5 times, and then it changed, warning, this apartment has been attacked by an unknown entity. The apartment's destruction time will be 2 hours earlier, then 4 hours, then 20, then 28, then 42. I stood there hitting a wall with a rift and watched a building's lifespan come off it in chunks, and the alarms got closer together until they were continuous, and every player in 4444 felt the floor shaking and understood that something in the basement was killing the whole structure. Then 240 hours, which is 10 days, which is all of it. And then, warning, this apartment has been attacked by an unknown entity and will be destroyed at midnight. Tonight. Xiao Jing was in a red light elevator by then, pressing every button she could reach with hands that had gone cold, asking herself what happens to the players if the building goes early, and the thing inside her answered her, nothing happens to the average player. They have stones, they go on, but you are not an average player. A reincarnation ghoul needs preparation to survive a demolition, and 10 days is already tight, and this time I have had none. And just as we agreed, if we cannot both live, then I take your place, and I carry your share, alone. She typed a very reasonable message to me in the group chat. Destroying the building early does not benefit you either. If you have no survival stone, you die with it, and if you do have one, you get moved straight to the real doomsday apartment, where there are countless things that are not afraid of light at all, and she was right about every word of it, and then the shaking stopped, and she assumed she had persuaded me. She had not. The scythe had gone through. I fell into the underground graveyard, and the discomfort hit me the way a dark element feels light, except aimed the other way and 100 times over, because this is a mass grave that has been collecting for longer than the building has existed. 3 areas: tombstones, grave mounds, and a green zone the players call the blackening zone, where every plant has gone black. That is where you build a new grave if you want one. Clear a patch, claim the ground, and bury something. In the game, that is where players parked characters they were done with so they could come back and dig them up later. Some of them did it for fun and left their old account down there to live as an NPC for a while and came back months later to see what it had been through. In here, it is where you bury yourself so that you can stop being dead later, which is the other name for what the reincarnator in the Mirror Palace had told me to do about the manhunt. Somewhere down there was a middle-aged man who runs a building, hiding, and an egg laid out of pure death that hatches when an apartment falls, and a demolition clock that I had personally set to midnight tonight. So let me tell you where I stood at the end of my first day. This morning, a system looked at 80 of us, handed out 80 gifts, and skipped exactly one, and then billed him 125,440 for the privilege of being skipped. Tonight, 26 of the things that run this world sat around one table and agreed on a single sentence about me. Do not reach your hands out that far until he is confirmed dead. They put 100,000 survival points on my head, 100,000 human beings for one face. And the funny part, the part I have not told anybody, is that the face on the poster is not the one I was born with. It is one of mine. Liang Ming is a clone. I made him with a coin, which means there is exactly one person alive who can collect that bounty without being hunted to the end of the world for it. Me. I am worth more dead than alive, and I am the only one who can cash it, and I have not decided yet. And the woman who started all of this, who crawled out of 30 televisions and hired a cleaner because the game had just begun, is somewhere under a building that dies at midnight, looking for an egg. She owes me a surprise when I finish phase 1. I have thought a great deal about that word coming out of her, and I still have 9 days.